Podium Audio presents Ivory Ashes, Book 1 of Novikov Bratva, written by Nicole Fox, performed by Laura Horowitz and Walker Williams.
Chapter 1. Viviana. Touch her again and I'll kill you. The unfamiliar voice echoes through my bridal suite. I might be concussed, courtesy of my soon-to-be husband's strong backhand across the face just a second ago. But is that the rumbling baritone of God? If so, excellent timing. The big man upstairs hasn't done jack shit for me up until now, so I'd say some divine intervention in my shit show of a life is long overdue. I want to crack a swollen eye open and chance a peek at my savior, but lifting my face is what got me slapped for the third time this weekend, so I don't. The first was for not holding Trophim's hand during the rehearsal dinner. Then, when I mentioned that surely he'd hate to bruise my face the day before our wedding, he slapped me again for presuming to know what he does and doesn't hate. This third time was for, well, shits and giggles, I presume. Nothing says can't wait to get hitched like wearing the gaudiest signet ring in existence and slapping your fiancé around till kingdom come. I probably have the Novikov Bratva crest indented in my left cheek by now. It's fitting, since I'm being offered up to Trofim Novikov himself bright and early tomorrow morning. Might as well brand me like cattle tonight, before we make vows before God when the sun rises. Not that Trofim gives a shit about vows before God. When we went to his cousins, brothers, hairdressers, nieces, well, hell if I know who it was for, but we went to someone's baptism together a few months ago, and I was positive Trofim would recoil in fear when the priest sprinkled holy water on the baby's head and accidentally splashed some in our general direction. I expected sulfurous smoke to pour out of his mouth, maybe some exorcist-style head-spinning. Unfortunately, his head stayed facing forward, but I've been holding out hope he'll burst into flames when we step up to the altar tomorrow. Based on the booming voice coming from the doorway of my bridal suite, God might be a little ahead of schedule.
Get away from her,
that voice snarls.
Now.
The words vibrate through my bones.
The fuck? Get the hell out of our room.
Trofim's voice is whiskey-slurred, but his grip on the back of my robe is immovably solid. That's the real cause of all of this. Trofim is a heartless bastard when he's sober. When he drinks, though, he's straight up soulless. And right now, he's probably more alcohol than blood. Maybe this new god of vengeance should be careful.
This isn't your room,
the deep voice corrects angrily.
It's hers.
I cringe and duck my head further. Don't bring me into this. Maybe if I make myself small enough, Trofim will forget I'm here. Neck bowed, I look down at the floor and catch a glimpse of my reflection in the mirrored coffee table. It's enough to make me suck in a sharp breath. My eye is swollen. My cheek is as red as the parade of flags that have lined every inch of the road from the moment I met Trofim to now. First, he's a Taurus. I should have run for the hills the moment I made that little discovery. Second, my father approved of Trofim. That in itself is the biggest red flag of them all. As much as I wish it was because Daddy Dearest just didn't know the horrible truth of my intended's cruel and unusual ways, that's not the case. My father was literally in the room for slap number 1. He was actually physically standing in the doorway right where potential savior number 2 is standing now. Except, instead of telling Trofim to back off and leave me alone in a soul-shuddering baritone, my father whispered in my ear, which was still ringing from Trofim's slap, might I add, to keep my head down and make him happy. In my father's eyes, that's all I am, a tool for others' happiness. Not mine. No, don't be ridiculous. Never mine. I, Viviana Giordano, exist for his happiness. Whoever he may be in any given scenario. My father's, Trophim's, any other man whose alliance might be of some value. To my father, I'm a bartering chip who just so happens to have the blood of the Giordano Mafia running through my veins. And Trophim, by very specific design on my father's part, just so happens to be the eldest son of the Novikov Bratva's Pakhan. Tomorrow is the crime world's equivalent of a royal wedding. Lighter on the fascinators, heavier on the bloodshed. But if Trophim gets his way, the bloodshed portion of the event is going to start tonight. Trophim laughs. The sharp, grating sound skitters down my spine. I flinch away from him, but he fists his hand in the back of my robe again. The sleeves are halfway down my arms now. I'm one gentle tug away from standing here in nothing but my silk and lace nightie, and Trophim is anything but gentle.
What's hers is mine,
he sneers.
None till tomorrow,
the deep voice barks again.
And not ever, unless you let her go. Now. Or what?
Trophim challenges. He's the son of a Pakhan. Unless it's his father standing in front of us, which I know it isn't, since the elder Novikov is just as bad as Trophim. There's nothing anyone can say to scare Trophim. He always has the upper hand, and the backhand, as my poor cheek can attest. There's a brief pause.
Or I'll have no choice but to kill you, brother.
Brother? Before I can stop myself, I look up. Trophim has 2 brothers, and if you'd asked me 3 seconds ago, I would have put all of my money on it being Anatoly in the doorway. The man is a golden retriever in human form. If anyone would have a soft spot for a battered woman, it would be him. But it's not Anatoly in the doorway. It's the brooding, mysterious, never met a smile he wanted to try on youngest brother standing in the doorway. It's Mikhail Novikov. Mikhail hasn't so much as glanced in my direction since I first saw him at mine and Trophim's engagement party. And now he's standing here, in my bridal suite, threatening to murder his own blood brother to save me. What in the ever-loving fuck is going on?
You'd kill me over her?
Trophim shoves me forward, but his hand is still fisted in my robe, so the material slides off my arms, and I flop onto the floor between the brothers like a dead fish. A dead fish in very tiny, very revealing pajamas. I glance up at Mikhail Novikov from my knees. He's staring down at me. Face as unreadable as ever. It's the same blank expression he gave me the first day we met. It was my engagement party. As the bride-to-be, I was the reluctant star of the show. Terrible as my groom was, I'm a Sagittarius through and through. I love a good party, and the Novikovs throw great parties. Incredible parties, truthfully. Ice sculptures, champagne fountains, and canapes abounded. With a smoked salmon cracker in one hand and 3 flutes worth of champagne fizzing in my veins, I marched up to Mikhail in the corner and hit him with my most dazzling smile. Hello there, I'm Viviana, your new sister. Pause for polite laughter. But crickets. Mikhail didn't smile, didn't smirk. He didn't even bother giving me a disapproving once-over. No, he simply took a sip of his drink and walked away. Like I was nothing. No one. Like I didn't matter. Now I'm sprawled half-naked on the floor in front of him. Well, he is trying to save me from his abusive older brother, no less. And I still get absolutely nothing from him. Mikhail sighs and meets his brother's eyes.
I'd kill you for almost anyone, Trophim. Fucking give me a reason.
I start to lift myself up. Maybe I can slink away while the brothers duke it out. But Trophim's foot lands in the middle of my back. He presses me down to the floor, stealing the air from my lungs. Mikhail takes a half-step towards us, but he stops. I can't see his face from my new vantage point, literally under Trophim's heel, but his voice shakes with rage when he says,
final warning.
Trophim laughs.
I gave you a reason the moment I was born, little brother. Do you think marrying Giordano's daughter will secure you the Bratva? I'll inherit the title of Pahan, whether I marry this bitch or not. This isn't about her,
Mihail snarls.
This is about you. You're unfit. Unfit to what?
Trophim slurs. Mihail moves closer.
Unfit to lead and to marry Viviana.
I should be fighting for breath, but I'm too busy being shocked Mihail even knows my name. Why does he care who I marry? What does it matter to him if his brother is an abusive asshole?
Oh, wait a minute. Is this... Are you trying to make up for past mistakes?
Trophim chuckles.
Holy fuck. I mean, come on, Mihail. It's funny, isn't it? You standing here talking about me being unfit. If anyone is unfit to marry, it's you. Look at what happened to...
Air whooshes out of Trophim's lungs at the same time it returns to mine. Because between 1 second and the next, Mihail launches himself at Trophim and knocks him off of me. I scramble across the floor as the glass coffee table shatters under their weight. Shards of glass skitter across the hardwood floor. The door is right in front of me. It's unlocked. I could run. But run where? I'm in a nightgown that barely covers my ass, and my father is right down the hall. He'll never let me escape. I know all too well what happens when I poke that bear. Daddy doesn't like when his pawns talk back. So I just stand here, stranded between one nightmare and the next. I press myself against the wall and watch Mihail pummel his older brother into the floor. Trophim doesn't stand a chance. He can hold his own against a woman half his size, sure, but he can't keep up with the speed of Mihail's punches. Blood and spit and broken teeth fly as Trophim's neck snaps one way and then the other. Mihail is going to win. He's going to overpower Trophim, and then... Before I can sort through the stew of terrible options in front of me, Mihail wraps his hand around his brother's throat and drives a knee into his chest. He pins him to the floor.
Stop fighting if you want to live,
he growls. It isn't much of a choice. Trophim is panting, exhausted from just that little bit of fighting. He couldn't throw Mihail off him if he wanted to, and he really wants to.
What? He pants. You want her? Fucking take her then.
I shrink back against the wall, but Mihail doesn't look at me. Instead, he snatches Trophim's hand off the floor. The two thrash around for just a moment before Mihail gets whatever he's after and lets his brother's arm flop back down.
Leave.
He stands back, power rippling off of him like a force field. Goosebumps bloom across my chest.
You so much as set foot on the same continent as me ever again. You're dead.
Trophim works his jaw back and forth.
Exile. It's a better option than death. Take it.
I think he might lunge at Mihail again, argue. Instead, Trophim stands up, wipes blood from his split bottom lip, and stomps out of the room without even looking at me. I don't move, don't breathe. Everything is happening so fast, and I don't have time to think about where it leaves me. Until Mihail turns to me. Whatever he's feeling, it's still elusive. But slowly, he lifts his hand and slides something onto his finger. The gaudy ring that cracked across my face less than 10 minutes ago settles on his right hand like it's always been there, like it belongs. I look from the family signet ring to its new owner. The Novikov Bratva just got a new heir, and his sights are set on me. Chapter 2. Viviana.
What are you still doing here?
Mihail asks. The words of my savior, everyone. I'm naked, I blurt. The words of the socially illiterate, everyone. I'm usually much more eloquent, but word vomit must be a nasty side effect of cranial and/or emotional whiplash. Not to mention, Mihail is handsome. Stunningly, stomach-twistingly handsome. It's the reason I walked over to him at my engagement party in the first place. Sure, I was there to marry his brother, but being betrothed didn't make me blind. Mihail was leaning against the wall with a diamond-cut jaw and a curl of golden brown hair that fell perfectly across his forehead. I wanted to see what he was about. Could the inside possibly match the outside? I thought the answer was a definite no, but now he saved me. Does that change things? Now I'm seeing him up close and in better lighting. Does that change things? The same strand of hair sweeps slightly lower over one of his cold blue eyes now. Eyes that are wholly fixed on me. I shake my head to clear away the lusty cobwebs. Well, not naked, I correct quickly. I'm almost naked, barely clothed. I'm in pajamas. Mihail looks pointedly at the skewed scrap of lace covering my lady bits and little else.
You wore that for him.
Mihail's upper lip curls in disgust. It's the first easily readable emotion I've seen on him. I didn't wear anything for him. It's for me. I cross my arms over my chest, which only serves to put my cleavage even more on display. I quickly uncross them. I think it's pretty. Trophim may have been a monster, but he had great taste in lingerie. Well, really, whatever poor maid he got to order me the present had great taste, is more like it. Silk triangles cover my breasts, but the rest of the nightie is intricate lace. It flutters over my midsection and brushes against the very tops of my thighs. If I turn around, Mihail would get an eyeful of the matching silk thong. I press my bare ass more firmly against the wallpaper so that doesn't happen.
You should leave while you still can.
I frown. I didn't realize my salvation came with an expiration date. Mihail roots through the mini bar fridge, grumbling when there's nothing but champagne inside. He pops the bottle and crunches over the remains of a shattered vase and haphazardly spread rose petals to find a glass. The fact that we're in what would have been mine and Trophim's honeymoon suite tomorrow night is becoming hard to ignore. For me, at least. Mihail still won't look at me. Why are you here? I demand. His throat bobs as he swallows down champagne before pouring himself another glass.
Were you not listening? I already explained myself. My brother was unfit.
Unfit to lead and to marry Viviana. I'm about to hand over the last of my dignity to ask which one he's referring to now. Instead, I nod. He was, but he was unfit yesterday, last week, 6 months ago. Why did you decide to finally do something about it tonight? I didn't ask the question with an answer in mind, but I suddenly find myself hoping Mihail will turn and look at me. I let myself imagine his icy blue eyes burning with passion. For me. You, Viviana. Since the moment we met, I've wanted you. I couldn't stand it for another second. Or, something along those lines. Mihail does turn to me, but there's nothing but an icy chill when he looks at me. His eyes scrape over my skin. I swear he can read every thought bouncing around my funhouse of a brain. It's confirmed when he tilts his head to the side.
Do you think I'm here for you?
What? No. I cross my arms again. Mihail's eyes drop to my chest. I don't uncross my arms this time. He takes a step closer.
This has nothing to do with you, Viviana.
Heat coils low in my belly at the way he says my name. Why should I believe that? I'm the woman promised to the heir of the Novikov Bratva. I gesture to the ring on his finger. That's you now, isn't it? Some people would argue we still have a binding agreement. My father would be among the loudest of those people. I, however, should probably have shut my big, dumb mouth. In a flash, Mihail crosses the distance between us and cages me in. His palm is flat against the wall next to my head. He holds his body stubbornly away from mine, but he might as well be smothering me. I feel him everywhere. Heat pours off of him and tingles across my skin. He smells like mint and champagne as he dips his chin and whispers in my ear.
Do you want me to make good on that agreement, Viviana? Is that why you're still here?
Truth be told, I don't know why I'm still here. Fear? Habit? Curiosity? I wrote Mikhail Novikov off the first night we met. I assumed he was a pompous asshole and never thought of him again, no matter how much I enjoyed the sight of him at functions Trofim dragged me along to. No woman dared get close to him. Mikhail didn't deign to talk to anyone else. He was a shadow on the edge of the room. But now, he's revealing himself to be something else entirely. I want to find out what. I'm still here because... I duck under his arm and walk across the suite. I'm still here because helping clean up some of this mess is the least I can do for the man who saved me. I bend over and scoop a handful of glass shards into my palm. It's only when I turn around to find the trash can that I remember what I'm wearing, or what I'm not wearing. Full coverage underwear, for one. Mikhail is standing rigid against the wall, and he isn't the only one. There's a noticeable bulge at the front of his pants. A large, noticeable bulge. My gaze drops down, back up, down again, and finally back up to the dark holes where his eyes once were. His pupils are blown wide. Mikhail Novikov may be difficult to read, but I know desire when I see it. He blinks a few times and seems to snap himself out of it. His mouth twists down into a scowl.
Me being here has nothing to do with saving you.
Really? You had me fooled.
Touch her again and I'll kill you,
I say in a terrible impression of his voice. Seems like it had at least a little to do with saving me.
You think I came to save you? Is that why you're putting on this little show for me?
He crosses the distance between us and swats the glass shards out of my hand. They rain down over my bare feet, but I barely feel it. Not when Mikhail is staring into my soul.
Am I to collect my reward now?
My cheeks burn. I'm not putting on a show. I'm cleaning up the mess you and your brother made.
This is why you're not the right fit for this world, he says almost to himself. Someone does one nice thing for you and you're throwing away your chance at freedom. You don't owe me anything, Viviana. I didn't come here to save you.
If he keeps saying that, I might start to believe him. Maybe that wouldn't be such a bad thing, though. As it is, my heart is doing an interesting little dubstep in my chest. You said Trofim wasn't a good fit for this world.
He wasn't.
But now I'm not a good fit either? Why not? It doesn't matter. I shouldn't care. I don't care, actually. Still, I find myself adding, is that why I've never seen you with a woman before? Because no one is good enough for you? He's silent for a moment. His breath rasps in his chest, his throat, past his lips in plumes of mint and champagne. Then he sighs.
Leave,
he snarls, even as he shifts closer to me. My hip brushes against his leg. I stretch onto my toes. You don't want to honor the deal our fathers made because you think you're better than me. The words are barely out of my mouth when Mikhail's hand grips my neck. His thumb works into my pulse point as he tilts my head back so he's towering over me.
This has nothing to do with me being better than you.
I swallow, my neck bobbing against his fingers. Then what's it about? He dips his head. More mint and sweet champagne wash over me as he whispers.
It's about me being the worst possible thing for you.
Who could be worse than Trofim? Mikhail seems to see the question in my frown. He slides closer. His erection pushes against the lace of my nightgown and my eyes flare wide.
My brother wanted you for a wife. He wanted an alliance. I couldn't care less about that. Fuck the deal our fathers made.
His thumb strokes possessively along the column of my neck.
There's only one thing I want from you, Viviana.
Take it, I breathe. It's out of me before I can stop myself. Mihail shakes his head and walks me backwards. His long legs brush against mine until I fall back onto the bed.
You shouldn't let yourself be someone's pawn. Not in this world.
He looks down at me for a second before he wraps his big hands around my hips and jerks me to the edge of the bed.
I'm going to teach you why.
Chapter 3. Viviana.
Trofim didn't deserve this,
he muses as he strokes the outer curve of my ass, discovering an erogenous zone I didn't know existed 5 seconds ago. Didn't deserve me? No, he must mean sex in general. I tend to agree. For the sake of the human race and future generations, Trofim and his evil seed shouldn't be allowed near any vaginas. Trofim and I we didn't. It was part of the arrangement. He never even came to my apartment. I don't know why I feel the need to explain, but I do. As soon as Yakov Novikov informed his son he couldn't touch me until we were married, I expected Trofim to throw a temper tantrum. Our engagement was planned by our respective paternal overlords to be just over 6 months long. That kind of celibacy was a lot to ask, even for me. Not that I had any desire to do the dirty with Trofim, but the only desire Trofim had was to knock me around.
You were together for 6 months.
Mihail sounds confused, like that math isn't even close to mathing. 6 months with no sex? Impossible. I can practically hear his thoughts now. What's the point of living if I can't rip off my shirt and ravage maidens on the daily? To be fair, as a maiden about to be ravaged, I get it. The promise of seeing what's going on beneath Mihail's shirt is the current singular focus of my life. I'm sure 6 months without sex is like a lifetime for you, I drawl.
Only the last 6 months.
I don't have time to understand what that means before he strokes his thumb over the soaked front of my panties. He groans a single time, just one deep sound, low in his throat, before he slips his thumb under the lace. He plays in my wetness, dragging it up and down until I'm covered in myself. When the calloused pad of his thumb brushes over my clit, I jerk off the bed. Mihail arches a brow like I'm an interesting puzzle and does it again. I want him to say something. I want him to talk dirty. Tell me I'm beautiful. Hell, call me a dirty slut. Just give me something. But he is the same stoic, detached Mihail I've seen only in passing for the last 6 months. Except now, he's sliding his thick middle finger inside of me. Oh my God. I arch my back, my head lolling against the mattress. Mihail is working his finger into me with an aloof professionalism that I am not in any way matching. He's calm, cool, and collected. I'm an absolute fucking mess. I moan, rolling my hips to take more of him. I need more. I reach down and grab his wrist. I'm prepared to fuck myself with his finger if I have to. But before I can, he pulls out of me. I start to sit up, my body pulsing helplessly around nothing, my mind whirring as I try to come up with the world's least prepared, most convincing argument for why he should always be inside of me, starting like right fucking now. Then Mihail takes my wrist and pins my arm to the mattress above my head. Belatedly, I register that he has unzipped his pants. That's probably why he let go of my wrist. To get himself ready. Then my logistical thoughts burn up like space junk entering the atmosphere as Mihail enters me. He presses his cock to my throbbing pussy and slides in. Big, I gasp. Sometime in the last 6 months, I must have lost my filter. Sometime in the last 6 seconds, I lost the power of speech. But I'm not wrong. Just the head of him feels like too much. also weirdly not enough. His fingers dig into the soft curves of my hips as he braces me. He holds me still as he fills me in a relentless, heady stroke.
"Better than I imagined,"
he rasps, sliding deeper inside of me. Somewhere in the distance, a record scratches. Mihail imagined this? Me? Us? I don't have the neurons to process that. Not when I'm already at the brink of physical overwhelm, processing the way he's stretching me. The way I've never been this full. The way people write songs about sex like this, and here I am having it with Mihail Novikov, the brother of the man I was supposed to marry. This is not the way I thought tonight was going to go. I lift my hips and we fall together at a new angle. I clamp down around him, and Mihail grunts. My vision is blurring, but I look up at him. He's over top of me, granite jaw clenched. His lower lip is curled between his teeth. His brow is furrowed. Testing a theory, I tighten around Mihail again. He growls and drives into me harder. His hand is wrapped so tightly around my wrist that my fingers are going numb. I send a silent thanks out to the editors of Cosmo for being a girl's best friend and encouraging me to add in a few sets of Kegels after yoga. Then I do it again.
"Don't,"
he warns. He's looking at me. The ice in his eyes is everywhere now. It's spreading. His entire expression is frigid despite how hot he is between my legs. My body flutters around him. Seeing Mihail Novikov hovering over top of me is almost enough to push me over the edge. "Don't, what?" I gasp. He slams into me, his weight pressing against my clit.
"Don't move."
"I'm not." He fixes me with a look that says he knows better. He knows what I'm up to. Mihail is a man who likes to be in control. Color me shocked. "You're the one who told me I shouldn't be anyone's pawn," I remind him. Then I clench around him again. I'm still holding tight when he jerks out of me. Before I can react or beg for forgiveness, Mihail shoves my thighs wide and drops to his knees. The moment his tongue delves into me, I realize the dangerous position I'm in. He could leave me like this, aching and needy. I'd probably go mad with wanting him. God, I bet he'd love that. Sick, cruel bastard. "Is this your kink?" I rasp, grabbing a fistful of his hair. "Are you into edging until I combust?" He doesn't respond. It's probably hard to talk with his lips wrapped around my clit, his tongue flicking at every sensitive part of me until I'm grinding against his mouth. This sure doesn't feel like edging. He drives a finger into me again, and I cry out, "Mihail!" He growls in response, and that vibration is all it takes. I explode in a mess of gushing tremors that I'm way too far gone to be embarrassed about. I pull on his hair and drive my heels into his back as an orgasm more powerful than anything I've ever felt tilts my planet off its axis. His tongue slows, lapping at me as my legs tremble over his shoulders. When he pulls back, his lips are slick. His hair is sticking up where I dug my fingers in. He is gloriously disheveled, and I can't even bear to look at him. I stare at the ceiling instead. Was that my punishment? No. He pushes my legs aside, and they fall open around his waist. His erection pushes against my opening.
"I wanted to know what you taste like before I fill you with my cum."
I'm drained, spent, used up and discarded. Then he slides in me to the hilt, and I'm back. When he presses his thumb to my clit, I might as well be one of those emergency flashlights with the hand cranks. Every time Mihail touches me, I light up. My lust could power a lighthouse, a beacon, one of those spotlights outside of the circus. Come one and all and witness never-before-seen heights of sexual arousal. This can't be real. I lift my arms over my head because I'm not sure what to do with them otherwise. I'm fully out of my body. Until Mihail uses his other hand to gather up my wrists. He holds them firmly while he fucks me. Please, I whimper. I don't even know what I'm asking for. He shakes his head. Not yet. Tears are forming in the corners of my eyes. I need to come right now. What could he possibly be waiting for? What could possibly feel better than this? I'm not sure if I said all of that out loud, or if Mihail is as deep in my head as he is my pussy, but he responds. I want to finish on your chest, your stomach, your ass. I want to paint you like you're mine. He growls again, slams home in me again and again. But you're so fucking tight. I clench around him, the rumblings of another orgasm taking hold. I drag my hand down the flat plane of his stomach. Later. Do it later. Next time. We'll do this again, won't we? Several more times. We have to. This can't be it. Even if this is it, I want what he promised. I want him to finish inside of me. I don't want him to pull away. He tips his head back, the long column of his throat strained as he drives in and out of me again and again. I fist the front of his shirt. I'm low-key dying a little bit at the fact that this is the best sex I've ever had in my life, and he didn't even take off his shirt. There, Mihail, right, don't stop. He looks down at me, and for one fleeting second I see him, the real him, the heat in his eyes, the fire burning beneath the surface. The Iceman has an inferno raging inside of him. In a flash, it consumes us both. I cry out as Mihail roars, twitching out a release deep inside of me. Distantly, I recognize what he's saying, the name he's calling out again and again. My name, Viviana. We come down together, panting and slicked with sweat. Mihail collapses on top of me, his heavy weight pressing me comfortably into the mattress. Then he rolls away, tucks himself back into his pants, and stares up at the ceiling. I want to know if he's thinking the same things I am, but I actually don't know what I'm thinking. My mind is a mess. Will Trofim come back for me? Am I going to marry Mihail? If I do, will my father approve? I know far too well what happens when he doesn't. Questions and possibilities chase each other around in my head, circling until the warmth has leached out of my limbs and I'm shivering and sore. I look over and Mihail is still next to me, his eyes closed. His breathing is deep and even. Sleeping. Fuck knows he earned a nap. So have I, but what happens when we wake up? I hear Mihail's voice in my head. You should leave while you still can. Carefully, I slide off of the bed. Evidence of what we did is sticky between my legs, sliding down my inner thighs as I tug on a pair of jeans. There's no time to clean up, no time to make myself presentable. If I want to go, I have to go now. So why do I stop in the doorway and look back? Mihail's long legs are draped over the side of the bed. One hand is resting across his stomach. Regret pangs through me so painfully my breath catches. This is the danger of Mihail Novikov. There's a reason he lurks on the edges. There's a reason he shields himself with an icy, indifferent mask. He reveals nothing because all it takes is one tiny sliver of him, and you're hooked. I close my eyes before I turn away. Then, without looking back, I slip into the hallway and run like hell.
Chapter 4. Mihail. I should feel like a piece of shit. Not for fucking my brother's girl. I would have gladly busted into the suite in the middle of Trofim's wedding night and fucked his new bride first just to spite him. But Viviana never belonged to him. Not in any way that mattered. No, I should feel like a piece of shit because I wanted her at all. Since the day we met, actually. The only reason I was at their engagement party is because my father demanded it. "Family unity is important, Mikhail," he snarled when I suggested staying home. "You need to show your loyalty to your brother. You need to remind people that you're still here." Still here after my world shattered. Still here after they took everything from me. Plus, he added, Helen will be there. It would have been physically impossible for me to care any less about Helen Drakos, the Greek mafia princess. My father didn't care about her either, not really. Then, and always, my father's goal was to make sure everyone knew the full might of the Novikov Bratva. He didn't want there to be any more questions about whose horse the family name was being hitched to. Before my father announced Trofim as his official heir, there were whispers it would be me, that it should be me. I don't mind answering those questions with an obvious truth. It should have been. But I played the dutiful spare and watched Trofim parade his new pet around their engagement party without ever really looking at the spectacle. She was a nameless, faceless woman in a green dress, my sadistic brother's trophy. Then Viviana came over to me. I felt her watching me as the party dragged on. It was a prickling awareness, an itch down my neck, the same kind I feel when I'm being approached from behind, a vulnerability I can't ignore. She hadn't tried to talk to me all night. There was no time. Not when Trofim needed everyone to see the woman he would impregnate and then spend the next lifetime cheating on with a revolving door of mistresses. I couldn't even blame him. Well, not for that, anyway. It's what our father did. His father before him, a real noble lineage of Novikov Pachans fucking anything with a heartbeat, wedding vows be damned. I was the freak who broke the mold. Alona and I were only 23 when we got married, and I never once even thought of straying from her. But during a break in the parade, Viviana slipped away. Trofim was caught up in a financial circle jerk with a group of businessmen desperate to strike deals with our family and too afraid to approach our father. He didn't see his little wifey-to-be cross the room. He didn't see her walk towards me. But I saw. I noticed all of it without noticing the one thing that was truly important. I wanted her. That realization rang loud and clear only once she was standing in front of me, the moment she curled her honey gold hair behind her ear and smiled. It wasn't some fate bullshit or love at first sight. Life has kicked me when I'm down enough times for me to know that there's no reason to roll over and show it to your soft underbelly. No, it was that my brother's fiancée had fuck-me lips and an ass I wanted to take a bite out of. The second thought quickly chased the tail of the first. I should feel like a piece of shit. But I didn't. I still don't. Viviana Giordano is the first woman I've wanted, the first woman I've fucked, since I lost Alona 3 years ago. And I still don't feel one shred of guilt. I spread my arms out across the bed in a long stretch. It's empty, thank fuck. Viviana must have made the right choice and ran. No matter how glad I am, I finally got to feel her tighten around my cock. It wouldn't have been worth it if she'd tried to stick around afterward. The last thing I need is some lovesick damsel in distress pining after me. I meant what I told her last night. I didn't walk into this suite last night to save her. I was on this path long before she made her dirty deal with my brother. The moment I lost Alona and our daughter, I knew I was done being the spare to my brother's heir. I was done waiting in the shadows while someone else called the shots. I was never going to let anyone else have the power to hold my family's fate in their hands. I swore that much as I stood over my family's graves, even as I swore I'd never have another family again. And swore sworn bachelorhood to the long list of reasons why I have no interest in taking Trophim's place at the altar today. I pledged my love till death do us part. Then death parted us and took my wife and daughter with it. One pretty woman moaning my name is not going to change my mind about the things I vowed while I stood over the corpses of my wife and daughter. Even if I go to my grave thinking about the way Viviana milked my orgasm out of me, I'm sure 6 months without sex is like a lifetime for you. It wasn't. I did just fine for 2.5 years. The last 6 months, however, have dragged. Hell, maybe I solved 2 problems last night. Trophim is out of the line of succession, and Viviana should be out of my system. I told her I only wanted one thing from her, the only thing I've wanted for 6 months, the thing I imagined every time I wrapped my hand around my cock. So I took it. Now it's time to claim the rest of what is mine. My father is sitting behind his desk when I walk through the door. It's barely dawn, but he's in a white button-down and an undone tuxedo tie. The suit jacket he's planning to wear to the wedding I just canceled is hanging from a hook behind him. He doesn't look up from the letter he's writing as I enter. Someone probably warned him I was heading this way already. He knows it's me, he just doesn't care. Until I drop Trophim's signet ring on his desk. He stops mid-sentence, stares down at it, sits back. Then he carefully picks up the ring with liver-spotted fingers that have grown shakier over the years and holds it to the lamplight. A spot of blood I didn't notice is dried into the grooves of the Novikov family crest. It was hard to inspect the ring too closely while it was deep inside of Viviana. I bite back a rare smile when I realize I finger-fucked my brother's fiancée with the ring I won from him. It's almost poetic. My father leans back in his chair and looks at me for the first time. He sighs, tired. Is he dead? As far as you're concerned, he might as well be. You're never going to see him again. Yakov rolls his lips together and places the ring in the center of his desk. What's the plan now? Are you going to kill me too? The question is layered there, unspoken. I could. It's been done before. A hostile takeover from within is a kind of patricidal shit that happens when power is passed to the person who happened to be born first, rather than the person who is more qualified to wear the crown. I overpowered Trophim. I strip the ring off of his finger. His position is mine. I'm going to wear that ring and become the next Pachan. He nods. And when will that be? My death? He's speaking evenly, staying calm. He's hiding it well, but he's terrified. Yet another sign that the sun is setting on his leadership. The blood-stained legend who has run this Bratva for the last 3 decades wouldn't sit there and ask when he was going to die. He'd stand up and fight. But my father doesn't even bother calling for the guards I know are stationed nearby. He sees the writing on the wall clear as day. I'm not going to kill you unless I have to. His shoulders ease down from around his ears. If he's sad about his oldest son's fate, he doesn't show it. For 31 years, my father prepared the way for Trophim. He poured everything he had into making him a great leader. Now he doesn't even shed a tear. I never expected him to. Death is a cruel fact of our world. If you're powerful enough to avoid it yourself, then you'll live long enough to see everyone you care about die. One way or another, it takes everything from you. I didn't even have to fight him, I add. He was too busy beating his fiancée to see me coming and too drunk to resist. I exiled him, with the promise to kill him if he ever returns. He arches a graying brow. I'm surprised you didn't kill him for hitting Viviana. You've always had a tender spot for that kind of thing. You're confusing me with Anatoly. My father snorts. I wouldn't insult you like that. It's always been you and Trofim. Now, I suppose it's just you. That's what it takes to earn my father's respect. Don't be born a bastard like Anatoly, and don't be overthrown like Trofim. Who knew a father's love could be so fickle? You're right. It is just me, which is why you are going to begin the process of handing over power to me. You think you're ready? It's a statement, not a question, but I hear the doubt in his voice. I'm ready to take the Bratva to new heights. I'm ready to demand respect. That's what we've been doing for, not with fucking pageantry and politics, but with strength, raw power. He leans back in his chair, hands folded over his stomach. How will you do that? If there was any chance my father could wrench power away from me and keep control, I wouldn't say a word. But he knows it's already over. I've won. I'm going to consolidate the entire North American gun-running market under our control. His cool mask cracks under his surprise. How? I'll worry about how, I snap. The only thing you need to know is that I'm going to make our family richer than you ever have. If you keep things peaceful, I'll make sure you're taken care of. If not, I don't need to finish the rest. This is his best option. He knows it. I know it. The only alternative is that I kill him now. So he nods. Things will need to be arranged. Plans unmade. I assume I'm not going to a wedding this afternoon. It's been cancelled, I confirm. He starts to unbutton his sleeves. What happened to the girl then, the bride? Does he even know her name? My father was ready to sign Viviana up for a lifetime of suffering with Trofim, and he doesn't even bother with her name. The realization chafes, but I ignore it. It doesn't matter. She doesn't matter. She's dead. In every way that matters, Viviana is dead. That's all my father needs to know. That's just as well, he sighs. One less thing. Exactly. One less thing. Is there a body to dispose of? Raoul asks the moment I step out of my father's office. He isn't smiling, he never is, but I see the hopeful gleam in his dark eyes. Don't be ridiculous. Mikhail wouldn't have killed Dad without me. Anatoly elbows him in the side. Then doubt flickers across his face. He turns to me. Right? Please tell me you didn't kill him, Mikhail. Not yet, he sighs. Good. I want to watch. I'd hate my father a lot more for acting like Anatoly isn't his son, if Anatoly didn't hate him so much. The only thing he ever felt toward the man who fathered us both is resigned loyalty. The kind of loyalty that bides its time, waiting for the moment it can turn. When that day comes, all the training Anatoly has gathered will be aimed directly at our father. It'll be well earned. Our father all but fed Anatoly's mother to Trofim. He let Trofim kill her to secure his own ascendancy. Those kind of twisted family dynamics can really fuck a guy up. I'm just glad that guy in question is on my side. The moment Trofim killed Anatoly's mom, my allegiances were set. For my father, there's only me. For me, there's Anatoly and Raoul. I walk past them down the hall, and they fall into line behind me. Where's Trofim? I ask over my shoulder. Airport, last time we saw him, Raoul says. He booked the first flight out to Moscow. Anatoly snorts. Our guard saw him arguing with the desk to upgrade him to first class. Poor baby's exiled to the tundra for the rest of his days, but God forbid he fly coach. I would have lent him the private jet. So long as he's gone, I don't care. He's gone. Dad is out of the way. Anatoly slings an arm over my shoulders. Who would have thought a bastard like me would be the right-hand man to the Pakhan? I'm not the Pakhan yet. Good as, Raoul says quietly. You've always been Pakhan to me. Not always. But since the moment Raoul and I met 3 years ago, he's looked up to me. It has a lot to do with me not killing him on sight. Like Anatoly, Raoul was born a bastard. but he hails from the Falcao cartel in Colombia. He was never supposed to be in the line of succession, bastards being barred from inheriting the family name and all that. But when the war between my family and his escalated, Raul was the only surviving offspring. His father offered him up as a sacrifice, a peace offering to save his own life and assure us the cartel had no plans to continue operating in our territory. My father then gave Raul to me as some kind of twisted consolation, as if killing Raul might erase the fact that his family killed mine. But one death would never satisfy my rage. Anyway, it felt like a waste of his talents. Instead of killing him, I gave him a job. I fall back a step, so I'm walking between Raul and Anatoly. Good. Then your new position as my second shouldn't chafe too badly. Raul's mouth twitches. It's the closest I've ever seen him to a smile. Anatoly reaches around me to clap Raul on the back. Look at us! Who would have thought a bastard and a slave would be the two right-hand men to the Pakhan? If Raul doesn't like being called a slave, he doesn't show it. He just mutters. You can't have two right hands. Anatoly hums thoughtfully. You're right. Someone's got to be left. Should we solve this in the ring? I was hoping for a bit more of a fight from Trofim. I have some energy to burn off. I wave at them to stand down. No fighting. I need you conscious and walking. I'll be conscious and walking, Anatoly mutters. Both of you, I amend. You all don't know when to quit. We don't have time for a hospital stay. Boo! You're no fun now that you're the boss, Anatoly complains. Raul ignores him and steers us back to business. Did you tell your father about the plan? As much as he needs to know. Does he know you're planning to ally with the Greeks? Anatoly whistles. If you were sick of Helen before, she's gonna be all over you now. Maybe she'll convince you to break this pious monk act of yours. I scowl at Anatoly, who has the good sense to look apologetic. We don't talk about Alona. Directly, indirectly, it doesn't matter. Anatoly knows that, and he holds up his hands in surrender. As a nice bonus, his guilt keeps him from looking directly at me and noticing the half-mast hard-on tinting my pants at the thought of just how thoroughly I broke my pious monk act last night. I readjust discreetly. Helen can't convince me of anything, least of all that. Viviana, on the other hand, the way her lips wrapped around my name when she came. Fuck, those lips would have looked good around my cock. I should have stayed, should have dragged the night into the morning. No one would be calling me a monk if they knew the thoughts swirling around my head. Where is Viviana? Raul asks suddenly. It jerks me out of my regrets. For a second, I think he knows about what we did last night. Then he adds softly, I heard you tell your father. Is she really dead? She might as well be. I shove every thought of her down deep. If I don't give them air, they'll suffocate. They'll disappear, and she'll be gone for good. We're never going to see her again.
Chapter 5. Viviana. 6 years later. I don't sound frazzled because I'm not frazzled, I insist, phone wedged between my ear and my shoulder. I slide a pair of socks and a sticky bowl of half-eaten yogurt to the end of the counter, but still no keys. If this shoebox-sized apartment had an entryway, I'd have a little table by the door to keep my keys. I guess I could install a hook, but that would require knowing how to install a hook. Better yet, I'll have my keys surgically stapled to my hand. Maybe then I wouldn't lose them every single day. I can call you later if you're busy. You don't have to do this now. I'm not busy, Bianca. I'm just... Fuck! My pinky toe makes direct contact with the wooden leg of a bar stool and, call me dramatic, but I swear there's never been pain this intense in all of human history. I kick out at the bar stool again with my other foot. More pain is worth teaching it a lesson. You can call me later when you... Oh, fine. I shove the chair into the counter more aggressively than necessary for an inanimate object and take a deep breath. I stubbed my toe, but I'm fine. I'm fine, and everything is fine, and I can chat right now. I'm running late for work. I can't find the keys to my front door, and there's a pile of dishes in my sink that, given another day or two, could become a biohazard. But I'm fine. Everything is fine. It has to be. Are you sure? Bianca asks. I can imagine her chewing her nail polish off right about now. She hates conflict, which is making this phone call absolute hell for her, I'm sure. I decide if I can't ease my own burdens, I can at least ease hers. This is about Friday, right? I ask. You're busy, and that's totally fine. Don't worry about it. But you have that gala for work. I know, and I'll figure something else out. Like staying home and watching Gilmore Girls until I pass out on the couch in a sugared-up coma. That sounds better than squeezing into a fancy dress just so I can still be the administrative assistant to the CEO of Cerberus Industries, but in much less comfortable shoes. These kinds of industry-wide networking events inevitably have me sprinting all over the ballroom, passing notes from my boss to people stationed in every far corner of the room. Have a drink, they say. Enjoy yourself, they say. But they don't mean it. I'm never off the clock, unless I call in sick. Really, calling in sick is the superior option anyway. Bianca is doing me a favor. Did you already have a date? Bianca asks. Because I can reschedule my thing if— Yes! I snatch my keys out of the pantry where they are wedged between a box of off-brand Lucky Charms and a half-eaten Rice Krispie treat. So, you do want me to reschedule? Bianca asks. What? No, I found my keys. I do a small victory dance and then place the keys securely in the absurdly small pocket of my trousers. You can't reschedule your thing. Your thing is emergency wisdom tooth surgery. Yeah, but it's not a real emergency. I'm on pain meds. I can push it to Monday if you have plans. I snort. I haven't had plans in 6 years, Bianca. Mikhail Novikov's face rises up in my mind. The ghost of unbelievable, life-changing sex. He pops up a lot more than I wish he did. But for good reason. He changed my life that night. I drop down into the traitorous bar stool. 6 years. I can't believe it's been 6 years. Is that too long to go without a date? It feels like too long. Oh, I don't know, Bianca stammers. I'm not— I groan. Ignore me, Bianca. It's early and apparently I'm inappropriate before I've had coffee. I'd stop at the coffee stand down the block, but there won't be time. Toxic brown sludge from the break room at work it is. It's okay. I wish it was, but it's not. I pay you to be my babysitter, not my therapist. Suddenly, a golden brown head of hair pops around the corner, a red and blue felt superhero mask strapped to his eyes. Terrible morning aside, I can't help but smile. Dante has that effect on people. Me, most of all. Is that Bianca? He asks. I nod and hold out my phone. Hi, Bianca! He shrieks. Bianca laughs and says hi, but Dante is already darting off back to his bedroom, making vroom noises like he's flying through the air. 5-year-olds are a trip, I'm telling you. You sure it's okay that I cancel on you tomorrow? She asks again. Unless you want to chase Dante around the apartment while you have ice packs strapped to your swollen cheeks, then yes, it is absolutely okay for you to cancel. Well, I mean, I could do that. Maybe if I put on a movie for him, I could stay on the couch and— No, rest up, eat boatloads of ice cream, and I'll see you when you're 4 teeth less wise, okay? Bianca chuckles. Okay, thanks, Margaret. I wince. It's been 6 years, but the fake name still stings. I should have gone for something more original, like, I don't know, Athena or Aphrodite. Then again, being the goddess of warfare or love would definitely stand out in a crowd, which would have made the name change counterproductive. I'm in hiding, after all. A life lived undercover is one where you attract as little attention as possible. No social media, no friends, and definitely no dates. no matter how many times I'm forced to replace the vibrator in my bedside drawer. The closest thing I've had to a friend is Bianca, and she only comes around when I pay her. So we aren't close, and I definitely shouldn't be confessing to her that I haven't been out with a man since the night I got pregnant. I've been too busy running to be with anyone else. Even if I wasn't, I'd never be able to relax enough to trust them anyway. No matter how many years pass, I always catch myself looking over my shoulder. I expect to see Mikhail Novikov walking right towards me. "I've been looking for you, Viviana," he'd purr in that darkly delicious voice of his. Some days, it's a nightmare. Other days, mostly nights, it's a fantasy. But this morning, I look over my shoulder and see Dante padding down the hall in bright yellow rain boots, a fuzzy bear sweatshirt, and a superhero mask. He grins. "I picked out my own clothes." "You're kidding? You put together this fabulous outfit?" I reach for his hand and twirl him around until he giggles. "This look could be on a runway somewhere." "What's a runway?" he asks, adorable face squished in a frown. I hustle him towards the door. "I'll tell you on the walk. We're late." He forgets the question the moment we're in the hall because he's too absorbed in racing me down the 4 flights of stairs to our apartment lobby. His boots clomp gracelessly down the steps while I lock up. "Don't open the front door!" I yell after him. "Wait for me at the mailboxes." When we first moved to New York, Dante was an infant. I kept him strapped to my chest, tucked away neatly in a stroller I got secondhand from some hooded man in a back alley. For months and months, he was never out of arm's reach. Now, the only time he wants to be within arm's reach of me is when I'm pretending to be Mrs. Ticklepuss, an 8-armed octopus who likes to tickle him before bedtime. I've had to learn to give him space, to let him explore. It wasn't an easy process. It helps that even my father doesn't know where we live. In a city of over 8 million people, we might as well be invisible. I can afford to loosen his leash. A little. "There she is," a deep voice says from behind me. I jolt in surprise, dropping my keys to the cracked tile floor. My neighbor Tommy hurries across our narrow landing to pick it up for me. "Sorry, neighbor. I was just happy to see you. It's been a hot minute." "A few hot minutes," I say, smiling as he hands me my key. "How's it going?" His hand lingers on the other end of the key a bit longer than necessary. "Better now." Tommy is nice. Cute, too, in a buttoned-up, door-to-door Bible salesman kind of way. He has bright blonde hair, a friendly face, and the personality to match. The day he moved in 3 years ago, he gave everyone in the building a plate of cookies. "Mama, I'm gonna beat you!" Dante's voice echoes up the stairwell. Tommy shoves his hands in his pockets. "Sounds like I interrupted your race." "You did. I would have absolutely crushed him if you hadn't gotten in my way." Tommy laughs and runs a nervous hand through his hair. I know what's coming next. "So, I better—" I hitch a thumb towards the stairs. "Before he escapes." "Oh, right, yeah. I'll walk you down." Shoot. A stairwell is not the best place to ditch someone. Unless he's headed to the rooftop at 7:30 in the morning, there's only one direction Tommy could be going. We walk in silence for 3 floors. Silent, that is, except for the sound of Dante playing drums on the metal mailboxes in the lobby. God, my neighbors must love me. But as we approach the 2nd floor landing, Tommy grabs my arm. "Just real quick, Margaret." He gives me a tight smile and blows out a breath. "I was wondering if you... I know you said it wasn't a good time, but that was 6 months ago. Not that I've been counting. I mean, I have, but... So I thought I'd try again. That is, I thought I'd ask you out. So that's what I'm doing, asking you out. Do you want to go out?" He grimaces before I can even respond. That wasn't as smooth as I hoped it would be. "I thought it was great," I lie. It wasn't great, but it was endearing. I almost feel bad for turning him down over and over and over again for the last 3 years. "Yeah?" he asks, hopeful. "Because as much as I love our meetings in the stairwell, and that one time I ran into you at the bodega,
I'd love to actually sit down and talk to you. Over a bottle of wine, maybe.
That would be nice.
His eyes go wide. Really?
Of course it would, but... His face falls, and I hate myself for doing this to him. It's not you, it's me, I want to say. But it's too cliché, no matter how true it is. This is my fault. The reason I can't have friends or take Tommy on playdates or go on dates myself is because it isn't safe. Sure, it's been 6 years without incident. Mihail hasn't even sent us a mysterious letter, let alone shown up on our doorstep demanding to know his son. But it could happen. Dante could also fall through a subway grate and be kidnapped by mole people, I argue with myself. That's no reason to hide in your apartment all day. It's no reason to stop living. You can't live like this forever, Viviana. Tommy sighs.
It's okay. I know it was a long shot. I just thought...
I think I'm free next week,
I blurt before I can think better of it. Tommy's mouth falls open. You're free to see me next week?
Or the week after. If you're busy, then
I'll clear my schedule and make space for you, he says, a wide smile spreading across his face. I'll make myself free.
He's nice.
He's cute. Does he send flutters of sexual awakening straight to my lady bits? No. Does just the memory of the sound of his voice have my hand slipping between my sheets late at night? Definitely no. But men who cause reactions like that are why women like me end up as single mothers under assumed names. They scramble your brains. They force you to think of them every day for the rest of your life when you see the light of your world toddling towards you in rain boots and a superhero mask. So, Tommy and I part with him promising to pull together some options and get back to me. I wave and pray I'm not making a mistake.
I beat you,
Dante proclaims, wrapping his little arms around my legs.
I'm the fastest in the whole world.
I scan the sidewalk outside the building before I hold open the door. Is that right? Dante tromps out in his boots.
The fastest, strongest, smartest, biggest in the world.
He deserves everything, not just this little life I can give him. He deserves 2 parents and a world of opportunities and real friends that can come to his house for birthday parties and playdates. I agree, I say. But I'd add cutest, sweetest, and funniest. Dante wrinkles his nose.
None of that helps in a race.
I bend down and kiss his rumpled hair. No, but it still makes you pretty cool. He seems pleased with that and spins like a top down the sidewalk. I can't just step out of my comfort zone. I'll have to inch out of it. If we're doing metaphors, then my comfort zone is a hammock, and I'm wearing one of those inflatable sumo suits. But I'm prepared to wrestle my way out of it so we can have some semblance of a community. I'll do anything for that boy. Absolutely anything. I'll even forget about Mihail. Chapter 6. Viviana. I practice my speech to Mr. Friedrichsen on my walk from the train to work, but I don't get any further than, I know I'm late, but please don't fire me. Think of the children, before I walk through the front doors. Cerberus Industries shares the building with 3 other businesses. I have no idea what the other ones are, but the first floor is a catch-all lobby space. Jackie waves from behind the front desk. She's been the main lobby receptionist as long as I've worked here. She technically doesn't work for any of the companies that lease space. She's also on the building's payroll as a member of security, even though she's 5'0" and can barely see over her own desk. Not exactly reassuring to the paranoid among us, aka me. I wave back, but Jackie stands up and flags me down. Her eyes are wide. My boss must have called down to ask if I was in the lobby yet. I know, I'm late, I say before she can. I'm going to appeal to Mr. Friedrichsen's compassion. If that doesn't work, I'll appeal to his laziness. No way he wants to find a new personal assistant right now.
Based on what I'm hearing, he doesn't need a personal assistant anymore,
she whispers.
He's gone.
Like, dead? I gasp.
I'm definitely going straight to hell because a small part of me thinks, at least he'll never find out I was late again. Jackie shakes her head, leaning in closer.
He's out as CEO. All the executives are out. The entire board of directors has been replaced.
I look around the lobby and notice that there are a lot more worried faces down here than usual. The men in suits typically march through the lobby straight for the elevators. They're too important to waste time smiling or waving. No, business must be done. Industrial metals must be sold. But today, they're huddled together talking in low voices. Cerberus? I double-check. That's where I work. That's what you're talking about?
I know where you work, Margaret. 5 years you've been here. You think I don't know you better than that?
You'd be surprised. That can't be right. I insist anyway. They would have sent an email or something.
There was no one left to send an email. They were all fired.
She says it slowly like it might help me process what is happening.
Security had to drag the CFO away from the doors at midnight last night. He was trying to get in to clean up his office, but he doesn't have access.
Paul? I wrinkle my nose. God only knows what he kept on his desktop. Losing his job will be the least of his worries if they decide to go through his search history. Jackie snorts with laughter and then quickly swallows it down when she gets a nasty look from a passing suit. Today is a somber day.
I'm sure your job will be safe, she whispers. There's no reason to fire everyone. It would make too much work. They need people who know how this place actually runs. That's definitely you.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right, I say, smiling weakly. But by the time the elevator doors close, my smile is gone and a full-on panic has set in. I can't afford to lose this job. Financially, obviously. I have bills to pay and a growing mouth to feed. Dante goes through snacks like a bear bulking up for winter. The amount of food he can put in his 40-pound body is shocking. But also, I got this job under a false name. A false name I legitimized with very expensive fake documents that I only got by making a deal with the devil himself, my dad. But that was under duress. After I left Mihail asleep in that hotel suite 6 years ago, I went on the run. Which mostly meant I stayed in motels that didn't charge my card until after I was checked out. It was a simple plan that made it hard to track me. It also fell apart the moment the exhaustion and morning sickness set in. One day, a couple months after my great escape, I was too busy hurling my guts into a barely sanitized motel toilet to pack up and hustle off before checkout time. The motel charged my card, and dear old Dad was on my doorstep within a half hour. He saw me hunched over the toilet. He saw the pregnancy test in the trash. I literally watched my worth dwindle in his eyes as he understood what was happening. I was pregnant. No one would touch me now. He couldn't marry me off to the highest bidder if I was knocked up with someone else's baby.
"You're getting an abortion,"
he announced.
"Now get up. We're leaving."
"I can't." He grabbed me hard around the elbow.
"Then don't stand. I'll drag you if I have to."
I shook him off. "I can stand, but I can't get an abortion."
"Why not?"
he growled. In that split second, I had a decision to make. The most important decision of my life. Also the easiest. I was going to do whatever it took to save my baby. Trofim may be exiled, but I have another connection to the Novikov Bratva. I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand and then pointed down to my stomach. This baby belongs to Mihail Novikov. Just like that, I was in my father's good graces again. Mihail was still young, untested. His takeover of the Novikov Bratva was anything but certain. Yakov seemed to be rolling over for his son, but there was no way to be sure Mihail's mini-mutiny would finish successfully. Not yet. Besides, my father was happy to have me up his sleeve. A trick card he could whip out when he needed it. At least, that's what he muttered as he paced back and forth across my room while I tried to keep some water down. You said Trophime is exiled? He asked, changing trains of thought too fast for me to follow. Yeah, Mihail gave him an out. He didn't kill him. My father resumed his pacing, muttering something about liabilities and assurances. Then he turned to me, a wicked smile on his face. How much is your freedom worth, Viviana? I can tell you right now, it was worth enough that I don't want to pay that price again. If I lose this job and have to start over, I don't know what I'll do. The ghosts of my past are swirling around my foggy head as the elevator doors open and I step into the office proper of Cerberus Industries. Twisted metal sculptures line the main hallway, showcasing the kind of quality metals you can expect from Cerberus. No one likes when you point out that we rarely receive quotes for art installations. Our money comes from the perpetual construction all over the city that everyone always complains about. Stainless steel for new builds is our primary moneymaker. Then there's aluminum for vehicle manufacturing, magnesium alloy for aerospace, and copper for... Oh God, what am I going to do with all of this useless information once I'm laid off? There's an unnatural hush in the hallways. No footsteps clicking across the tile floors. No catching up on last night's shows while people wait for the machine to spew out their single cup of burnt instant coffee. I'm too deep in my own head to think about where everyone else is. I'm too busy wondering if I'm going to turn the corner and find my desk packed into a box with my name scribbled on the side. I've never been fired before, but I've seen it in movies. That's how it usually goes. I'm so worried about what's ahead of me that, for the first time in years, I'm not thinking about what's behind me. Until a voice I'll never forget calls down the hall. Finally, I've been waiting for you. No. This is a nightmare. A waking nightmare. I'm hallucinating under the stress. That's the only explanation why he would be here. You're the PA, aren't you? You're late. I don't move. The wall of windows in front of me looks tempting. I'll throw myself out of them. Dante. Oh shit, Dante. I can't jump. I can't run. There's no way out. No escape. I don't have a choice. Slowly, I turn around. I already know who I'm going to see, but the sight of him still knocks me back. His name rushes out of me in a single breath. Mihail.
Chapter 7. Mihail. Finally, I say down the long hallway. I've been waiting for you. This entire fucking building is full of people who don't know a damn thing. Every employee I've spoken to all morning has pointed a trembling finger in the direction of the empty desk outside my new office. Margaret will be able to help when she gets here, they said before fleeing into nearby offices and locking the doors behind them, as if I couldn't get in by myself if I wanted to. I own them all now. Cerberus Industries, this building, all of it. The problem is this Margaret, who is apparently the only useful person in this entire company, is also the only person in the office who hadn't shown her face yet, until now. If her co-workers are to be believed, Margaret runs this place. Margaret knows where the keys to the conference room are. Margaret is the holder of the passwords and the keeper of the schedule. By the looks of it, there isn't a single thing that takes place under this roof that doesn't go through Margaret. Maybe that's why Margaret, my new personal assistant, feels fine rolling into work 25 minutes late. Her heels click down the hallway in front of me, a pair of high-waisted trousers hugging the generous swell of her ass. It crosses my mind that Margaret might get away with showing up late because she looks so fucking good doing it. You're the PA, aren't you? I call. She stops dead in the center of the hallway. Her hips go still, but her wavy honey-blonde hair swishes back and forth across her stiffened spine. I can't stop myself from tracing the curve of her hips, from noting the cinch of her waist. I catalog her the way I cataloged the rest of Cerberus Industries' assets. I may only be taking over the business as a way to launder money from my much more profitable gun-running ventures, but that doesn't mean I won't trim the fat around here, or, in the case of Queen fucking Margaret, tear it off with my teeth. It's been a long time since I've been even vaguely interested in a woman. There hasn't been time. But now that I'm finalizing things, there's no reason I couldn't have a little fun before I fire her. You're late. I'm only a few steps behind her when she finally turns around. Her eyes are emerald green in the fluorescence. I have a good view of them because they are as wide as saucers. Her skin is pale white. She wobbles on her heels like she might fall backward. I want her. The familiar thought pangs through me the same way it has only 2 other times in my life. Both times, as it turns out, for the exact same woman, Viviana Giordano. She exhales a single word. Mikhail. Her full lips wrap around my name exactly the way I remember. She shouldn't be here. She's gone. I know because I've paid a fuck ton of money to make sure of it. I've had a private investigator on my personal payroll for the last 6 years trying to track down where this woman went, and they found nothing. Part of me was proud. I told Viviana to leave while she had the chance, and she actually listened. Another part of me has always wondered if the fact that I couldn't find her is why she pops up in my thoughts so often. I'm used to getting exactly what I want in life. Not being able to find her was unusual. Humans long for what they can't have. That's all it is. That's what I told myself on those endless, sleepless nights. But here she is in front of me, and I still want her. What are you doing here? Her eyes dart around like she's looking for the eject button. Her hands are knotted into fists at her side. The last time we saw each other was a little unconventional, but she shouldn't be this nervous. I never hurt her. Quite the opposite, actually. I take a step closer. Viviana, what? Suddenly she shoves her hand at me, a paper-thin smile plastered on her face. Margaret, I'm Margaret. Nice to meet you. My gaze flicks from her hand to her face. There's a sheen of sweat on her forehead and her hand is shaking. She's lying. I know she's lying. But I don't know why. Trophime is gone. She isn't in any danger from me. What does she have to hide? I grab her hand and hold it, running my thumb over the soft inside of her wrist. Her throat bobs, and I remember what it felt like under my palm, the way her pulse fluttered in my hand. I bet her heart is pounding just as hard now as it did the last time I touched her 6 years ago. I know who you really are, Viviana, my thumb says, stroking over her silky skin. You can't hide from me. Good, you've met Margaret. Viviana jerks her hand away as a dumpy man in a wrinkled suit walks over. He steps too close to her, the tip of his scuffed dress shoe covering the toe of her heel. Mr. Novikov is looking for the keys to the kingdom, Marge. Passwords, keys, all that good stuff. Marge? Give me a fucking break. I slide closer, forcing the imbecile back and wedging myself between them. Viviana doesn't want to look at me, but she doesn't have a choice. Not unless she wants to raise more eyebrows than mine. I've been looking for you for a long time, I murmur. She swallows and spins away. I have a file with all of the security information on my laptop, sir. I'll get it for you. I wave rumpled suit away and drum my fingers on Viviana's desk. She mistypes her password 3 times before her computer dings with recognition. You're a hard woman to find. She looks around, but we're alone. My new office is at the back of the 3rd floor. Her desk is stationed just outside my door, close enough to touch. Sorry, I was running late this morning. I would have been on time if I'd known I was going to meet my new boss. I have a feeling she wouldn't be here at all if she knew I'd be waiting for her inside, which begs the question, why? Why have I been looking for her while she wants nothing more than to sprint in the opposite direction? I lean on my elbows only a few inches away. She smells like vanilla and honey, sweet and warm, the same way she tastes. Are we going to pretend we haven't met before? She turns her hazel eyes on me. She's fighting to stay calm, but she's practically buzzing out of her skin. What's your email? Is it the same as Mr. Fredrickson's old account, or do you have a new one set up? How long have you been here? I ask. If she's been here this entire time, I'm going to make sure Keenan never works another day as a PI. He'll be strip-mining glaciers in Siberia by the time I'm done with him. Alternatively, I could send him a thank you bonus for being absolute shit at his job. Viviana has been back in my life for 5 minutes, and she's already proving to be a distraction. Tracking her down could have thrown everything off course. A distraction like her is the last thing I need, as I'm finalizing things I set in motion 6 fucking years ago. She tugs on her lower lip and turns back to the screen. I can set up a new account for you. I'll send the file there, then you'll have everything you need. Don't bother. I already have what I want. You're being inappropriate. Viviana jerks her hand away and spins her chair to face me. There she is. Then maybe I shouldn't tell you that you look fucking delicious. Maybe not. Her jaw twitches. I don't know how things usually operate under your control, but actually I think you have an intimate understanding of what it's like to be under my control, Viviana. Her face flushes red before she stands up. Her rolling chair slams back against the wall. Mr. Novikov, I don't know who you think I am, or who you think you are, for that matter, but you can't talk to your employees like this. Mr. Novikov. Raoul looks sorry to have interrupted, but that doesn't stop him from surveying the scene. How close we're standing, her eyes narrowed in defiance. What, Raoul? I growl, turning back to Viviana. I feel like she'll disappear if I look away. The shareholders are here to sign the final documents, he reminds me. They're in the boardroom. 10 minutes ago, we didn't have a key for the boardroom, which is why I went looking for Margaret in the first place. I'm guessing Anatoly got bored with waiting and put his shoulder through the door. I'll be annoyed with him for that later. Right now, I'm too busy paying attention to the flash of recognition in Margaret's eyes. She knows these people, their names. She's met them all before. All right, I wave Raoul off. Go ahead, I'll follow you. If it was Anatoly, he'd resist. He'd want to stay and watch the show, but Raoul strides away without hesitation, leaving us alone again. I turn toward the door and Viviana sags in relief, only to go rigid again once I snap my fingers. Come along, Margaret. I've waited long enough for you. Don't waste any more of my time. She blinks. But I don't go to these meetings. The disappointment on her face tells me all I need to know. Viviana wants to escape. But until I understand why this side of me has her running for the hills, I'm not letting her out of my sight. You do now. I swipe her purse off of her desk and offer her an elbow. I want to keep you close.
Chapter 8. Viviana. I have to get out of here. Years ago, when I first brought Dante to the city, I had an escape plan. There was a go bag permanently stationed by the front door and a roll of cash in the freezer. Then Dante learned to crawl, and his favorite activity was unpacking the go bag and wedging the contents between the cushions of the couch. The roll of money in the freezer lasted a little longer, but last year he needed tubes in his ears to stop the onslaught of non-stop ear infections, and I had to buy a new window AC when the landlord refused to replace our old one during a heat wave. Now, I have nothing except a deep-seated instinct to run and a 5-year-old who loves his school and his friends and the glow-in-the-dark stars on his ceiling. He's going to hate me for ripping us away from his life. My horoscope today told me to be decisive and confident. What it failed to mention is that a person from my past was coming to royally fuck my shit up. A sharp elbow in my side sends me jolting like I've been electrocuted. Water glasses around the table slosh, and every single set of eyes are locked on me. I grimace my apology to the shareholders, avoiding eye contact with the broad-shouldered devil stationed next to the door. Mihail's position right by the only exit is not an accident, I'm sure. Instead of looking his way, I force my attention to Steve, the owner of the elbow. "Yes?" I whisper, glaring at him. How dare he and his halitosis draw attention to me, as if a set of ice-blue eyes haven't already been drilling into my skull for the last hour. He draws out. His onion breath might as well be a green cloud around us. "Mr. Novikov is talking to you." I frown. "What?" "Mr. Novikov," he speaks slowly. "He said your name." "No, he didn't. I know what it sounds like when he says my name. I've had countless dirty dreams of nothing but him saying my name. I would know if he'd said, "Margaret." Mihail taps his pen on the table like he's trying to get the attention of an easily distracted cat. "Can you hear me, Margaret?" Oh, he didn't buy the fake name before. He definitely won't buy it now. I smile politely at him, my cheeks practically cracking under the strain. "Yes?" "Do these evaluations look right to you?" God, he's gorgeous. Mihail arches a brow, highlighting the angular slant of his cheekbones and the square line of his jaw. This man might as well be carved from marble. How am I supposed to think about any numbers with this face in front of me? How am I supposed to think about these numbers when the only number running through my head is the very small one in my bank account? I can't afford to run, but I don't have a choice. I have to. "Margaret." He cracks the fake name like a whip, and I jump to my feet. "I'm not feeling well," I blurt. Then I sprint out of the room. As far as exits go, no one would call that smooth. But once I'm in the hallway, I don't care. I can breathe again. I fill and empty my lungs in deep, even breaths. Decisive and confident. I need to be decisive and confident. I decisively, confidently swipe my phone off of my desk and make a confident decision to flee this building. The rest of the decisions I'll make on the train. Confidently. But I'm only halfway to the bank of elevators when the door to the boardroom opens. Mihail thunders towards me like a storm cloud, a force of nature. He doesn't hesitate, doesn't falter. Before I can even consider dodging him, he grabs my arm and yanks me into his office. It still smells like Mr. Friedrichsen, like cheap aftershave and the honey mustard pretzels he kept stashed in his bottom drawer for a mid-afternoon snack. Then the door closes, and Mihail is in front of me, close enough that all I smell is cedar and mint. All I can see is the broad expanse of his chest, and all I can think is, I'll never be free of him. "Where were you going?" he demands coolly. "I told you I don't feel well." "We were in a meeting." "If you'd like me to go back and throw up on the shareholders, say the word," I snap. "I'll be sure to make note of violent puking in the minutes." Mihail almost looks amused, but his face is incapable of joy. There is only scrutiny and self-assuredness. "You don't look like you're going to be sick. How do I know you're not lying about this, too?" "Mr. Friedrichsen trusted me." That's not true. He demanded a different doctor's note every single day when I had the flu last year. "That's because he didn't know who you really are." Mihail towers over me. "Viviana." My stomach flutters. I might actually be sick. My body isn't sure how to handle my worst nightmare and most frequent fantasy coming true at the same time. "My name is Margaret." He growls low in his chest. "I know who you are. I could never forget." He barely even spoke to me that night. I don't know this man, and yet, he's right. I never forgot the sound of his voice, his smell, This thing between us is primal. It's pheromones or chemistry. Every time I see Mihail, my body goes into fight, flight, or fuck mode. I turn away from him long enough to see a large bouquet on his desk. 24 red roses. A card with a heart scribbled in the corner is tied to the neck of the vase. "Who are the flowers from?" I blurt.
Don't change the subject.
I'm not. I'm just curious. Yes, curiosity. That's what this pit yawning open in the bottom of my stomach is. Simple, innocent curiosity. "Are they from your wife?" He snorts.
Jealous, Viviana.
I wish he'd stopped saying my name. It's been too long since I heard it. It's doing things to me. "My name is Margaret," I repeat with as much conviction as I can muster. I have no reason to be jealous of my boss's wife sending him flowers. I think it's sweet. He takes another step towards me.
I think you're lying.
I'm not. I meant it. I think it's sweet that some woman out there has seen him without his shirt on and gets to kiss his mouth whenever she wants. Maybe he even has kids with her by now, and I'm happy for them, too. I'm thrilled that they get a father while Dante just has me. I'm over the moon about it. Super fucking thrilled. Couldn't be happier if I tried.
I can see it written all over your face. The lies, the fear.
He dips his head low, his breath hot on my cheek.
I can fucking smell it on you, Viviana.
I swallow and stare at some point just past his ear. I can't bring myself to look at him. I don't know what you're talking about. He hooks a finger under my chin and lifts my face to his.
Look at me.
Hell no. Looking at you is how I got into this mess in the first place. No.
Why not?
He grits out. Because you keep calling me by someone else's name, and because you're my boss. It's inappropriate for us to... Mihail's hand bands around my neck, and he's kissing me. Between 1 second and the next, I'm transported. Back to that bridal suite. To the night Mihail saved me from a lifetime of being someone else's pawn. To the night he gave me the greatest gift I've ever received. I should push him away. But 6 years' worth of unspoken gratitude and pent-up sexual frustration pour out of me instead. Between fight, flight, or fuck, I've made my choice. I hook my hands over his shoulders and hold him close. Everything about Mihail is hard, but his lips are soft. His tongue slips confidently between my teeth. He tilts my jaw and claims my mouth in hot strokes. I moan when his hand slips around my thigh, hooking my knee over his hip. Holy hell, it has been a long time. Too long. When Mihail pulls away, I chase after him, my lips parted. He presses his forehead to mine, breathing heavily.
I'd never forget that taste. I know it's you, Viviana.
His words are the equivalent of an ice-cold shower. They snap me out of my lust-filled delirium, and I slam my palms against his chest. He doesn't even flinch, so I slide away from him, edging around the office towards the door. Don't touch me.
Is that what the moan meant?
My legs are trembling. I really would have let him take me on Mr. Friedrichsen's desk. What in the hell is wrong with me? Stay away from me, I warn again, a little redundantly. Then I yank the office door open and run.
Chapter 9. Mihail. Anatoly and Raoul popped their heads into the doorway Viviana just sprinted through. Nice reunion? Anatoly smirks, glancing down at my painfully obvious erection. I scowl at him and adjust my pants. Raoul at least has the decency to hide his amusement and focus on the task at hand. Should I follow her? Don't let her out of your sight, I order. Raoul nods and disappears down the hall. I balance on the edge of the desk while Anatoly crosses his arms and pouts. I could have followed her. I thought it might be hard to do your job when you're so busy being a smug bastard. You're right, I am busy being a smug bastard. He drops into the chair in the corner. Am I right to assume the flowers from your Greek princess aren't what has your tent pitched? The roses from Helen are sitting on the corner of my desk. I don't need to reread the card to remember what it said. All the pieces are falling into place. Congratulations. XO, Helen. Helen is right. All of the pieces are falling into place. My alliance with the Greeks will be solidified soon, giving me access to their ports all along the eastern seaboard. I'll control imports of millions of dollars worth of illegal weapons, utilize the Bratva's already robust cross-country shipping infrastructure, and then launder the profits through Cerberus. I'm going to own every part of the process from top to bottom. The puzzle is almost complete. But now there's Viviana, a rogue puzzle piece I didn't expect and can't seem to place. She's lying about her name, I tell him. She's calling herself Margaret now. Anatoly frowns. Sounds like a cat lady. Doesn't suit her. No, it doesn't. It also doesn't make any sense. Trofim hasn't poked his head out even once since I exiled him. She has no reason to be afraid. Maybe she's not running from Trofim. Me? I ask in shock. Or maybe this has nothing to do with you. Maybe she's running from her father. He guesses. Don Giordano is a hard-ass. I mean, he did sign her up to marry Trofim in the first place. He's not winning any Dad of the Year awards. Maybe she's trying to hide from him. If it had nothing to do with me, then why wouldn't she just tell me that? She knows I know who she is, but she's still lying. Why do I even fucking care? That's the real question. Why do you even fucking care? Anatoly asks, reading my mind. Because it's my job to know what is going on around here. If someone is lying to me, there's probably a good reason. I want to know what it is. He holds up his hands in surrender. You haven't seen this girl in what, 4, 5 years? 6. Okay, 6 years, he amends. I just don't see how she could be relevant to anything we have going on. That's what I've told myself for the last 6 years. Viviana doesn't matter. I fucked her out of my system. I dealt with her. Except I didn't. She's still lodged in my chest like a piece of shrapnel I can't claw out. I want to know why. Anatoly leans forward, elbows on his knees. Is this about Helen? What does Helen have to do with anything? I snap. Well, she's your fiancée, but your balls are blue over some other woman. Call me crazy, but that doesn't sound like things are healthy at home. Helen and I don't live together. Yet, he agrees. But you will, soon. All the pieces are falling into place. For me, that's the ports and Cerberus. For Helen, it's the engagement ring that fell onto her finger last week. It's a political move. The Greeks have the ports. I need the ports. Marrying Helen gets me the ports. But you hate her, he fills in. I don't hate her. I'd have to feel something for Helen in order to hate her. Unless someone else brings her up or she's standing in front of me, I don't think about her. I feel nothing for her, I clarify. It's a good thing. No feelings means things don't get messy. Suddenly, Anatoly gasps and jerks around. I drop my hand to the holster at my hip, ready to take on whatever threat is coming for us. Then Anatoly presses a hand to his heart and eases back in his chair. Sorry, bro. For a second there, I thought Trofim was in the room. You sounded just like him. I drop my hand and scowl in disgust. Watch your fucking mouth. He isn't wrong, though. I've caught myself wondering if I'm doing the right thing. I'd never hurt Helen the way Trofim hurt Viviana, but I'm never going to love her either. I'm not going to give her the dream of a happy marriage I see in her glazed-over eyes every time she looks at me. I'm not going to give her even a sliver of what I had with Alona and Anzelina. If Helen hasn't figured out what I'm offering by now, that's her problem. As Pakhan, I have bigger shit to worry about than feelings, hers or mine. My phone rings and Raul's name lights up my screen. You have eyes on her? I ask as soon as I answer. Yeah, I see her. Is she running? I don't... Raoul hesitates. I don't know. Anatoly leans in, frowning. What does that mean? How does he not know? I turn the speakerphone on and balance my phone on my knee. Is she packing bags, heading to a train station, booking an airline ticket? For fuck's sake, Raoul, give me something. She's at an elementary school. Maybe it's like a sanctuary situation? Anatoly shrugs. You know, like when people escape the law by hiding out in a church? I don't have the patience for Anatoly today, or any day, honestly. Last I checked, I'm not the law, and an elementary school isn't a fucking church. Just an idea, he mumbles. I roll my eyes. Can you see what she's doing, Raoul? Viviana asked if I was married. It's not crazy to think she might be. Sometime in the last 6 years, she settled down. Maybe her sweet, non-criminal husband is an elementary school teacher. I remember the way her leg felt wrapped around my hip and decide, I'll fight a teacher if I have to. No way he deserves all of that. No one does. No one but me. She went in a few minutes ago. I haven't seen anything else yet. I can go inside if you... Shit, there she is, he hisses. Is she wearing a disguise? Anatoly asks. Don't let her escape. I swat my brother away and grab the phone, pacing back and forth across the office. What's happening, Raoul? She almost saw me, but she's with... He takes a deep breath. I hear car horns blaring, scattered voices on the sidewalk. Raoul, I bark. What the fuck is going on? Sorry, but she's with a kid. Anatoly stands up. Like a hostage situation? No, they're holding hands. The kid is smiling. I think she's his mom. Anatoly turns to me, eyes wide. I never told him Viviana and I had sex, but he's always suspected. It's why I know exactly what inane theory is going to pour out of his mouth next. How old is the kid? Anatoly steals my phone away, talking directly into the speaker. How should I know? If you had a guess, Anatoly pushes. Raoul sighs. Probably 5, maybe 6. Anatoly points at me, eyes wide. Holy shit! Holy shit! I snatch my phone out of my brother's hand and turn off the speakerphone. Stay on them, Raoul. Let me know where they're headed and I'll meet you there. I pocket my phone, but Anatoly is still pointing at me. What? What could you possibly be thinking, Anatoly? There's no way I could ever guess what you're going to. It's your kid! He interrupts, grinning like a devil. That is your bastard kid! Shut the fuck up. No, it's not. I grab my wallet and head for the door. Stay here. Make sure all the necessary paperwork gets filed before the shareholders leave. Sure, yeah, don't worry about it, he calls after me. I'll hold down the fort here. For a second, I think he's going to leave it there. For a second, I have faith in my brother. Then he finishes the sentence. While you're gone meeting your son.
Chapter 10. Viviana. Mama, where are we going? Dante is literally vibrating with excitement, probably because I've never picked him up in the middle of the day before. His class was heading to lunch when he saw me walking down the hallway. He grinned ear to ear, and I had to bite back a sob. I need to get him something to eat before his good mood spirals into a hangry meltdown for the ages, but there isn't time. We have to leave. Now. Yesterday. Last week. At one point, I considered hiring an ex-detective or an investigator to keep an eye on Mikhail and the Novikov family. If they were coming for me, I wanted to know. Then I realized that Mikhail probably has a fleet of detectives who exist to catch people looking too closely at what their family is doing. Hiring someone to watch him would have put an even bigger target on my back. Worse, on Dante's back. Now, Mikhail is here, and there isn't time to rehash the past or figure out what I should have done differently. I need to get Dante the hell out of Dodge. Dante shakes my arm. Mama, you're not listening to me. I know, buddy, I'm sorry. I squeeze his hand as we walk through the double front doors of the school. There's no one waiting outside on the sidewalk, but I still expect Mikhail to pop out of a bush or parachute down from the sky and yank Dante from my arms. Heirs are important to men like him. Even if Mikhail has kids of his own, maybe with the woman who sent him the flowers, Dante will always have a blood connection to the Novikov Bratva. If they know Dante exists, they'll come for him. I scan the street, but no one seems to be paying any extra attention to us. Still, I eye them all suspiciously. Every dog walker, every stooped Hasidic grandmother, every hot dog vendor and pirated DVD salesman hawking their wares from the corners. When I came for enrollment in the spring, I liked that the school was close to a green space and the Hudson. I imagined picking Dante up and going for walks, buying ice cream. Now, everyone in Battery Park is a threat. Suddenly, Dante's hand tugs out of my grip. I spin around, heart in my throat and stomach on the ground. "Mama!" he shrieks, arms crossed and feet planted. "Where are we going?" I blow out a breath that does nothing to loosen the knot in my chest and kneel in front of him. I'm sorry, baby. Mama is distracted right now." "Where are we going?" he whines, his lower lip pouting out. We are entering the hangry danger zone faster than I expected. I paced on a smile. "We're going to grab lunch at a deli." "The one with the special drinks?" His ice blue eyes light up. I have to blink away the image of the man he shares them with. "The one with the special drinks," I confirm. It's amazing what a cardboard box of apple juice will do to a kid's mood. "Then we're going to go home and pack for an adventure." He gasps. "What adventure?" My heart cracks open. I look down, half expecting to see it puddling on the ground at my feet. He doesn't deserve this. I gently tap the end of his nose. "You'll find out when we get there." 5-year-olds aren't known for their patience, but the ham, egg, and cheese sandwich from the deli keeps him busy for most of the train ride and half of the walk back to our apartment. I pick at a bag of chips and try to keep up with his conversation, but it's hard to focus on anything except the way the walls are closing in. The adventure I'm currently hyping up to my child? Homelessness. My grand plan involves getting home, packing the necessities, and then the future stretches out in front of me like a black hole. Is there something on the other side? Will we be swallowed up forever? Only time will tell. "What kind of adventure will it be?" Dante bounces from one foot to the other while I unlock our apartment door. "You'll have to see." "Swimming?" he guesses. "Can I wear goggles?" "It's too cold for swimming. Grab your favorite jackets and your stuffies." I think about navigating the subway with Dante and multiple suitcases and correct myself. "One stuffy, your favorite." He frowns. "I don't have favorites. They're all my favorite." "We don't have space for more than one," I say as calmly as I can. "Pick the one you want to take with you. Do it fast. We need to leave." I'll grab the folder of important documents out of the kitchen junk drawer, pack some snacks and water bottles, and then a few changes of clothes. I'd like to get everything in one suitcase if I can. Pictures of Dante line the walls, dressed as an elephant for his first Halloween, squeezing my neck while he's riding a rainbow-colored unicorn on a carousel. They're glimpses of the life we've built. It's small and a little shabby, and not nearly as much as he deserves, but right now it's all I want. I don't want to start over. I don't want to keep running. "I'm not going," Dante declares. His eyes are watery. I reach for his hair, but he pulls away and crosses his arms. "I'm sorry," I breathe. "I wish we didn't have to go, but we do. We have to." "You said it was an adventure." It is. It is an adventure, but it's an adventure we have to go on, so I need you to— "I'm not going," he yells again, diving for the coat closet by the front door. "I'm staying here." The closet door slams closed, and I drop my face in my hands. It's not even noon, and this has already been the longest day of my life. I take a deep breath before I cross the room and lightly rap on the closet door. "I'm coming in, okay?" I crack the closet open, and Dante is curled in the very back. For a New York City apartment, the closet is surprisingly deep. I'd love to sit in the entryway and still be able to reach him, but he's too far back. I don't have a choice but to duck my head and crawl inside. Instantly, my chest tightens. Coats and rain jackets brush against my skin, and I can't breathe. It's the same ache I've felt in my chest all day, but worse, somehow. More imminent. "Get out of here before you suffocate," it says. I breathe through the claustrophobia and squeeze my son's knee. "Honey, I wish we didn't have to leave. I wish we could stay here and you could have all of your stuffies with you all the time."
"Then let's do it,"
he whimpers, swiping at his nose. "We can't. I'm sorry."
"This isn't an adventure. Adventures are supposed to be fun."
My throat is tight. My thoughts are scattered. I'm doing everything through a haze of panic I can't shove away. You're right. I wanted you to be excited, so I might have fibbed a little bit.
"You lied?"
he says in shock, eyes wide. I give him a tight smile. Mamas make mistakes too. This mama's mistakes in particular are starting to pile up. We're drowning in them.
"Are you sorry?"
he asks. I swallow down the lump in my throat. So sorry. Dante thinks about it for half a second and then wraps his arms around me.
"I forgive you."
Instantly, the weight on my chest lessens. I take a deep breath for the first time since I stepped through the door. What did I do to deserve this kid? I squeeze him back until he complains he can't breathe. Then I kiss his hair. "I love you, Dee. You're my favorite person in the world."
"I know,"
he says without an ounce of doubt in his voice.
"Do we still have to go?"
"Yeah, I'm sorry. I wish we didn't have to, but—"
"Clifford,"
he says, cutting me off.
"I've had him the longest, and he's the fluffiest. I'll take Clifford with me."
I crush him in another hug, plant a barrage of kisses on his cheeks, and finally let him go once he's giggling and squealing. He runs off to take care of Clifford while I throw anything I can't bear to part with in a bag. During the last sweep of the apartment, I pluck the picture of Dante and me at the carousel off of the wall and throw it on top of the bag. Then Dante meets me at the front door, his T-Rex backpack strapped to his shoulders and Clifford tucked under his arm. "You ready, bud?" I ask, tousling his hair. He ducks under my hand and grabs the doorknob.
"I'm gonna beat you down the stairs."
He doesn't know this is our last race down the stairs. He doesn't know we aren't coming back, that the landlord is going to put the rest of our stuff out on the curb for scavengers. I want to hug him in the doorway and weep, but that won't help anything. Dante needs me to be strong for him. He needs me to keep it together. I chuckle as he darts out the door onto the landing. "Okay, but make sure you wait for me at the mailbox." I see the figure out of the corner of my eye and reach for the tiny arm of Dante's T-Rex backpack. But I miss. Dante runs out of my reach and straight into the person standing at the top of our stairs.
"Oh,"
Dante squeaks, stumbling back. I grab my son and shove him behind me, but it's too late. It was too late the moment I heard Mihail's voice coming toward me down the hallway this morning. The last few hours have been nothing but a delusion. Mihail looks past me to the little boy peeking from behind my back. The boy with the same ice-blue eyes and golden-brown hair. Mihail looks past me to his son, and I see the truth light up in his eyes. He knows. Now, there is no place left to run. Chapter 11. Viviana. "That's my son," Mihail breathes. He says it softly like he's trying to convince himself, but it doesn't take much convincing. Not once you see Dante and Mihail in the same room.
"Mama?"
Dante grabs onto my leg. He's always been shy around new people, mostly because he hasn't met very many of them. I keep our circle small on purpose. I squat down next to him. He's taller than me like this, so I have to look up to see his eyes, though he keeps sneaking glances at Mihail. Does Dante see the resemblance too? Does he know? "Go back inside, okay?" I wrinkle my nose in a smile. "I'll come get you in a minute."
"Can I watch a show?"
I wordlessly swipe to his favorite show on my phone and hand it to him. Strict screen time rules can take a back seat, seeing as how life as we know it is on the brink of collapse. Dante sinks into the far end of the couch, Clifford sitting next to him. He smiles as the theme song plays. I pull the door closed behind me. Mihail is still standing on the top of the stairs. He's staring at the place where, a second ago, Dante was fidgeting next to me. If it's possible, he looks stunned. Listen, Mihail, I don't know what you want, but I just want to—
My son.
His gaze shifts to mine, hardens into steel.
That's my son.
Yes, of course it is. No, I shake my head. He's mine. We just want to leave. Whatever is happening here, I don't want any part in it. I've gotten good at hiding over the years, at giving people tiny snippets of me, but never the whole. Even with my own father, I had to hide. What I wanted, who I loved, was never good enough for him. I'm a pro at shape-shifting into who I need to be in any given situation. But with Mihail, there is no hiding. He stares at me, peeling me apart layer by layer until I'm flayed open in front of him.
He is why you lied about your name. He is why you disappeared.
You are why I disappeared, I snap. You told me to run while I had the chance. You told me I shouldn't let myself be anyone's pawn.
That's before I knew you were pregnant with my son.
He's in front of me in a second, pinning me against the door, roaring in my face. I want to go inside, but I don't want Dante to see this. I've hidden him from this world for 5 years. I'm not going to throw him into the middle of it now. Lower your voice. My kid is in there, I hiss. Mihail dips his head. We're in the same position we were back in Mr. Friedrichson's office, but this time, I'm ready to fight. I'll do anything to shield my son from this.
Are you trying to protect him from me, Viviana?
His voice is low and even, but there's a dangerous edge to it. Trofim had to yell and scream to show me how big and scary he was. Mihail simply needs to exist. He breathes, and I quiver. Simple as that. This has nothing to do with you, I lie. I'm protecting him from that entire world, yours and mine.
That's right. You have a foothold here, too. Does your son know his mom is a mafia princess?
Mihail starts to smirk, but a thought occurs to him.
Your father. He knows about your son.
It isn't a question, but I seal my lips together anyway. Mihail laughs bitterly.
I knew there was something strange about the way he supported me becoming Pachyan. I mean, I fucked over your little arrangement with Trofim. Augustino should have hated me. Turns out he had a good reason to want me in charge. A baby's even better than a marriage when it comes to alliances.
My son isn't some bartering chip. I jab him in the chest. Stay the hell away from him. Mihail snatches my wrist and pins it over my head. It thuds against the door, and I hear Dante inside. The show he's watching pauses.
Mama?
Mihail's breath is hot on my neck. I look into his cold eyes and try to keep my voice even as I talk through the door.
Sorry, bud. That was me. I'll be inside in a second.
Dante's show starts back up and Mihail leans in closer.
He's mine, Viviana. Admit it.
I shake my head. He traces my jawline with his thumb. I feel like I'm being circled by a predator.
Don't lie, he drawls. I'm sure you've noticed the resemblance.
Only every day for the last 5 years. I shrug. I don't see it. Maybe it's because the sight of Dante doesn't make me want to punch him in the face. Mihail leans away and sighs.
If you aren't going to cooperate, I don't have much choice. You know how these things are. I can't have my offspring running around the streets unaccounted for. If you won't give up what I need to know, I'll get it myself.
How? He starts to push me to the side, reaching for the doorknob.
I'll take the kid and get a paternity test done. It'll only take a couple hours. I'll bring him back when I'm done. Probably.
No! I slide between Mihail and the door. "Don't touch him!"
"Then tell me the truth,"
he snarls. Everything I've done since Dante was born has been to avoid this moment. Every sacrifice, every lonely night, every scraped-together bill paid to keep the lights on and food in our fridge. All of it was to keep Dante a secret from the man in front of me. Now, I don't have a choice. No matter what I do, I could lose Dante. Tears well in my eyes. When I look up at Mihail, they roll down my cheeks. "Please don't take him away from me. Please." It's as much confirmation as he's going to get. Turns out, it's as much as he needs. Mihail watches my tears with an unreadable expression. Then he tips his head towards the door. "I want to meet him." My instinct to shield Dante from the world rises up. I block the door. "He isn't ready. Give him time. Let me ease him into the idea, and then—"
"If you think I'm going to walk away and give you a chance to run again, you're wrong."
He breathes in a low rumble.
"The only reason I didn't find you for the last 6 years is because I wasn't looking very hard."
I didn't know he was looking for me at all. That's news.
"But,"
Mihail continues,
"if you run again, I'll raise heaven and hell to track you down and take my son back. You've stolen 5 years from me. I'm not going to give you another day. Open the door and introduce me to my son. Now."
"Okay, but—"
"You're not in a position to barter."
He looms large over me to highlight exactly which position I'm in, as if I need reminding. It's hard to forget you're in a snare while you're being dangled upside down by your ankle. "I'm not bartering for me," I argue. "It's for him. Being a father is a lot more than genetics. If you barge in there and announce yourself as his dad, you'll terrify him and scar him forever."
"What have you told him about his dad? Does he think I'm a flake? Dead?"
"He doesn't think anything," I admit. I told him our family was complete, just the two of us." It was a lie then, and it's a lie now. There was always something missing. I'm just not convinced that the missing piece is Mihail, but it's too late now. "Tell him your name and say you're my friend," I advise. "Don't overcomplicate it. He has a good eye for liars." As I open the door, Mihail mutters behind me,
"Apparently not."
Dante has one leg crossed over the other on the couch. Clifford has slipped sideways, his stuffed head resting against Dante's shoulder. He doesn't look up as we enter, too entranced by the crime-fighting dogs on the screen. But when Mihail clears his throat, Dante's eyes snap up.
"Who is that?"
he asks, not waiting for Mihail to introduce himself. The male role models in his life are slim pickings. I didn't even officially introduce him to Tommy until he'd lived in the building for 6 months. I didn't want Dante getting attached if he wasn't going to be a long-term tenant. Now, I'm introducing him to his actual biological father, a man I've spoken to for no more than 1 hour total in my life. "Dante, this is Mihail." Dante eyes him up and down. My stomach twists. I feel nauseous. My instincts are screaming at me to wrap my arms around my son and shield him from what's coming next. It's like a bomb is about to go off, except I'm the one pushing the button.
"Is he going on our adventure too?"
Dante asks. "Oh, well, I don't know if—"
"I'm taking you on your adventure,"
Mihail interrupts.
"You are?"
Dante looks at me to confirm, but I don't have the words. Mihail nods.
"Pack whatever you want. We're leaving soon."
He holds up Clifford.
"I already did. Mama said only one Stuffy could come with us. I chose Clifford."
Mihail takes a step forward, and I trail silently behind him, a ghost.
"Well, things have changed. Now you can take as many stuffed animals as you want."
Dante's eyes light up. This time he doesn't look at me as he asks,
"I can?"
"You can. Just do it fast. I need to get back to my castle."
If it was possible for a little boy's jaw to unhinge, Dante's would be on the floor right now.
You live in a castle?
Of course I do. All kings live in a castle.
You're a king?
Dante jumps up, a wide grin on his perfect face.
I didn't know kings were real life.
Mihail slides his hands in his pockets casually. He doesn't need them to rip my life up by the root. It comes easily for him, the same as everything else in his life. I'm real life, aren't I? Dante looks him over like he wants to pinch him to check. I share the instinct.
Yeah?
So there you go. Kings are real. Mihail waves him off. Go finish packing and you can come live in my castle. Dante is halfway down the hallway before he turns back.
If I can live in your castle, what does that make me?
I believe that would make you a prince, Dante. Mihail looks at me, amusement written in every line of his face. Wouldn't you agree? I'm going to be sick. Dante bounces to his room and I slump back against the door. My 6-year-long detour was for nothing. I'm right back where I started. Except this time, I took Dante down with me.
Chapter 12. Mihail. Dante takes one look at the mansion and yanks on his mother's arm. He whispers in Viviana's ear loudly enough that I can still hear him.
Is magic real life?
Mostly, no, but it's complicated. Everything is complicated. The sooner Dante learns that, the sooner my world will make sense to him. Viviana is still wearing the clothes she showed up to work in 6 hours ago. 6 hours. Is that all it's been? 6 years of searching for Viviana without a single hit. No sign of her, nothing. Now she's been back in my life for 6 hours, and she's moving into my house with our son. Life can really come at you fast.
Castles are from movies. Maybe other things from movies are real too. Like,
Dante squishes up his face in thought.
Can dogs talk?
No, Viviana answers patiently. Dogs can't talk.
What about cats?
He fires back. She shakes her head. Nope, not them either.
Birds?
God, this woman has the patience of a saint. I've never been around kids. I was barely a kid myself. Something about his innocence, his pursed lips, the seriousness on his face. It makes a dormant part of me stir. I shake it off and leave them behind. Stella is waiting in the entryway.
Mr. Novikov?
15 years of service to our family, and Stella still bows deeply when she greets me. I asked her once why she always bows, and she said that every time she sees me, she realizes she could be looking at Trophim instead. It leaves her overflowing with gratitude. Fair enough. I'm leaving them to you, Stella. Get them settled and give them whatever they need.
We weren't expecting guests, so the guest wing hasn't been aired out yet. I can have the maids speed up the process if you...
They'll stay in the family wing, I say dismissively. The last time this house was regularly occupied, every room in the family wing was full. The master bedroom and all 3 of the bedrooms, one for each of us boys. Now my son is going to occupy one of those rooms. Only so I can keep an eye on them, I remind myself coldly. Whichever room they want, I continue, but make sure they don't leave. Stella nods.
Understood.
I don't offer an explanation for why Viviana and Dante are coming to stay with me and can't leave, but Stella knows better than to ask for one. Viviana is still inching Dante up the stairs while answering every question he peppers her with. The conversation has shifted from magic to every crazy thing he's ever seen in a cartoon.
If the piano lands on your head, do you get squished flat like a pancake?
He glances up at the facade of the house like there might be a Steinway baby grand dangling from the balcony with ropes. Before Viviana can respond, I hear a soft gasp behind me. Stella is frozen in place, staring through the open door. She's watching Dante like he's impossible, like he's...
Yours?
She breathes, turning to me.
Is he?
Help them get settled and mind your own business, I snarl. My tone is a little overly aggressive, but it's been less than an hour since I learned he existed. I'm not ready to talk about it with anyone else. I don't even know what to say. Based on Stella's reaction, denying Dante won't be an option. I'm sorry, sir. I shouldn't have. She dips her chin. Understood. Viviana and Dante step into the entryway, necks craned back to take in the dual marble staircase that leads to the second-floor landing. I have work to do, I explain without meeting either of their gazes. But Stella will show you to your rooms. I get my own room? Dante asks in disbelief. At the same time, Viviana takes a step closer. You're leaving? I have work to do, I repeat. She frowns. Disappointment? I wonder. Frustration? Not that it matters. The only reason she's in my house is because of Dante. Because she kept my son from me for 5 years. If anyone has good reason to be disappointed or frustrated, it's me. What does she expect? A guided tour? After everything she's done, she should be grateful she's here at all. I could have grabbed Dante and ran. I pivot and toss back over my shoulder. Make yourselves at home. Dante doesn't hear. He's too busy asking his mom if he gets to wear a crown now that he's a prince. I walk straight to my office for 5 minutes of peace, but Raoul is waiting outside the door for me. No peace to be found here today, it seems. Not now, I tell him as I turn the key. I need 5 fucking minutes to myself before you and Anatoly jump on me. Anatoly is in the dungeon. Because he's smart enough to send you to do his dirty work, I surmise. If he wants to know more about Viviana, he's going to have to wait. Anatoly is going to lose his mind when he realizes he was right. He's unbearable enough as it is. The last thing he needs is a reason to gloat. Mikhail, this isn't about Viviana. His tone is sullen enough that I turn to face him. Then what is it about? He takes a breath before he says, It's about Trofim. Chapter 13. Mikhail. As I follow Raoul down to the dungeon, I don't ask the question burning through my mind. Where is Trofim? I can't. I don't have the energy for half-baked theories and possibilities. As a leader, they aren't useful. Questioning whether Trofim and Viviana showing back up on the same day after almost 6 years of radio silence is connected in any way isn't helpful. Wondering whether the mother of my child is in cahoots with the ex-fiancé I saved her from is a waste of energy. So I shove the thoughts deep down inside and descend the stairs into the dungeon. In reality, it's a glorified basement. Despite everything I said to Dante, I don't really think I'm a king who lives in a castle. But when you hold prisoners in your basement, calling it the dungeon is the natural next step. What can you do? Raoul unlocks a second door at the bottom of the staircase and lets me into the first soundproof interrogation room. A middle-aged man with a paunch is tied to a metal chair in the middle of the floor. His hands are bound behind his back. Definitely not Trofim. I told you everything I know. The man whines through a thick Russian accent. His bottom lip is split and blood dribbles down his chin. Anatoly wraps a length of tape around his bloody knuckles as he paces the concrete floor. I wish I could believe you, but you've said that already, twice now, and each time a little knock around shook some things loose. The man is trembling. I swear, I don't have anything else. I'm out of the game. It's why I moved here. Whoever you think I'm going to tell, I'm not. I don't have any more connections. Lucky you, Anatoly muses. If you did, I might have to kill you. As it is, you only managed to run your mouth to a few old drunks at the bar. Run his mouth about what? I ask. Anatoly turns to me, a wide grin on his face. I hear congratulations are... What did he run his mouth about? I repeat with a warning glare from my brother. He closes his mouth, but the amusement is hard to miss. After a few seconds of silence, Anatoly kicks the shaking man's chair. Well, my Pakhan asked you a question. Tell him what you ran your mouth about. I didn't run my mouth, the man starts.
Some men at the bar started asking questions about my work. I'm retired now. I haven't practiced in 4 years. But I told them about my work as a coroner. People find it interesting. They have questions. These guys, they wanted to know if I'd ever cremated anyone they would know, and I remember a case from a few years ago. There was a guy who...
Suddenly Anatoly's fist connects with the man's jaw. His head snaps to the side, blood spraying out of his mouth.
Anatoly, Raoul complains with a sigh. It was talking.
It was boring. Besides, I should be the one to deliver the news.
Anatoly shakes out his fist and walks closer. He meets my eyes, and for the first time in a long time, there is no joke.
Trofim is dead.
I thought Trofim might be plotting something. I half expected to find him strapped to a chair in the dungeon. But dead. How? I ask. Anatoly hitches a thumb over his shoulder to the bleeding man.
Long story short, I overheard this asshole running his mouth at a rival bar. He was talking about cremating the son of the Novikov Bratva in Moscow. I figured he was full of shit and just trying to get some clout with the bartender for free drinks, but he had a lot of information.
Descriptions, tattoos, and where Trofim was staying. Raoul lists off. It seems legit.
Trofim is dead. It's not so hard to wrap my head around. I haven't seen him since that night in the bridal suite. In a lot of ways, he's been dead to me since the moment I exiled him.
That's not all.
Anatoly spins around, kicking the man's chair again. The coroner is slumped down, but he blinks back to full awareness as we all stare at him.
Tell him the rest. I go to the call to take care of Trofim Novikov's body in the middle of the night. Usually these kinds of things can wait until morning, but there was a rush. Someone with more power than I have wanted the body cremated immediately. But when I got there, I noticed he was murdered.
Anatoly blurts. After a few seconds, he waves his hand at the coroner.
Go on, keep going.
The man sighs and carries on.
Someone suggested it was suicide, but it wasn't like any suicide I've ever seen. There were cuts and bruises all over his body. Most people don't brutalize themselves like that before they pull the trigger. It didn't make sense.
That's because you didn't know him, Anatoly drawls. To know Trofim was to want to kill him. I'm not surprised it happened. I'm just surprised we're only finding out about it now.
Did you hear anything about this, Raoul? He shakes his head.
Nothing. Trofim was staying in some tiny little town outside of Dzerzhinsk. I had eyes in the surrounding areas in case he ventured out, but he never did.
Because he was dead. I counted it a luxury that my older brother at least knew when to call it quits. I exiled him and he didn't fight back. He took his defeat on the chin. Or maybe not. Maybe someone killed him before he could scrabble together a comeback attempt. Is that all the information we have? I ask.
So far,
Anatoly confirms.
I'd like a few more minutes with our witness here, though. He doesn't like to cough it all up in one go.
The man whimpers, rightfully so, and Raoul and I head back upstairs to my office. Unlike Anatoly, Raoul knows when to give me space. He stands quietly against a wall as I pace the room back and forth, repeating these new facts in my head. Viviana is back, Dante is my son, and Trofim is dead. I don't believe in coincidences, especially not when I'm this fucking close to controlling the vast majority of shipping ports on the East Coast. I'm still pacing when Anatoly shoves through my office door. He drops into the leather chair across from my desk, panting and sticky with sweat.
The guy didn't know anything else.
It could be a distraction,
Raoul suggests now that the silence has been broken.
Someone wants to pull your mind away from finalizing the deal with the Greeks.
Trofim is dead. That's nothing but good news in my books.
Anatoly shrugs.
That son of a bitch got what he deserved. The only thing that's sad about it is that I wasn't there to witness it.
Anatoly never forgave Trofim for what he did to his mother. I don't blame him. If someone slaughtered my mother, I wouldn't have been able to breathe knowing they were still alive, especially if it was over some fucking Bratva title I never wanted. Yet Anatoly lived with Trofim for years. If Helen and I have other children someday, will Dante live the way Anatoly did? Will he be relegated to the sidelines simply because I'm not married to his mother? Will someone go after Viviana to make sure there's no chance Dante can ever be legitimate? My fists tighten into balls at the thought. Mental images of Viviana in her lacy bridal lingerie flicker through my head, and something else tightens as well. I shake my head to clear it all away. The problem isn't that Trofim is dead. The problem is that someone found him while he was exiled and murdered him. We need to know who it was to make sure they aren't a threat to what we're doing here.
I already have men looking into it, Raoul assures me. Should I alert Yakov to the development?
On one hand, my father deserves to know his eldest son is dead. On the other hand, knowledge is power. No, I decide. I don't want this getting out until we know more.
Which development are we talking about? Trofim's death or the new addition to the family?
A shit-eating grin spreads across my half-brother's face. Any chance at peace is gone now. Who told you? I growl. Anatoly hitches a thumb towards Raoul, who has the decency to duck down in shame. And who the fuck told you?
No one had to. I knew the second I saw him. He looks just like you, Mikhail.
I drop my head in my hands with a sigh.
Bastard or not, the Novikov genetics are strong with that one.
Anatoly chimes in. I snap my gaze back to his. Watch your fucking mouth.
Mea culpa?
He holds his hands up in surrender.
Where are they now?
Stella is getting them settled. Anatoly's eyebrows shoot up.
Settled? How long are they staying?
As long as I want them to stay.
Helen might have a few thoughts about that.
Hard to have thoughts about something she doesn't know exists. I fire back angrily. I don't want anyone breathing a word of this to anyone. I want a total information blackout until I understand what happened to Trofim.
You think it has something to do with Viviana?
Raoul asks. I throw up my hands. I don't know. What I do know is, Trofim or not, Viviana and the kid are going to be targets the moment this information gets out. I turn to Anatoly. You know I'm right. A shadow crosses over his face. Memories he's never been able to fight or drink or fuck away rising to the surface.
Yeah, they'll be targets.
So we keep them close and don't say a word. I pinch the bridge of my nose. The boy is in school, so he'll need a tutor. We can have them sign an NDA. Money is no object, obviously.
What about Viviana?
Raoul asks. What about her? He shrinks back slightly.
She's his mother. I assume she'll have feelings about his education and your plans. Does she know you're planning to keep them here long term?
Considering I didn't know my son existed until an hour ago, I don't give a fuck about what she knows, I growl. She's going to do whatever I tell her to do. An image of Viviana lying beneath me fills my head. Her legs spread wide. She looks exactly the same, but I want to see all of her. I want to see her body now that she's carried my child. I want to see the ways I changed her.
She might try to run again,
Raoul says. She's in even more danger now than she was before. She won't run. I won't let her. I push away from my desk and move to the bar cart. I pour myself a shot of vodka and toss it back. Viviana can't leave. I won't let Dante end up like Anatoly. He's going to have an inheritance. He's going to have a mother and a father. I'm going to do for him what my father should have done for Anatoly. When I turn back around, Raoul and Anatoly are looking at each other. They'll gossip about me later, I'm sure. Right now, I don't fucking care. Boys, I announce, I have a job for you.
Chapter 14. Viviana. Mihail may have lured Dante in with talk of castles and kings, but I know this world of shiny objects and dark underbellies too well to be fooled by it. I grew up in it. There aren't enough crystal chandeliers in the world to make me want to raise my child here. The plush carpets alone are sending me into a PTSD flare-up. Let me tell you, Priceless pieces of art and designer sofas don't make up for your parents leaving you alone on your birthday. Marble floors and fancy gardens don't make up for being made to play the piano for their rich friends again and again and again until your fingers cramp and bleed. Luxury can't replace love. But for Dante, it's all new and wonderful. It takes an extra hour to get him to bed, thanks in no small part to him gorging himself on Mihail's endless pantry. Even after bathing him in a tub big enough to require goggles and a snorkel, I swear he still has an orange smudge of chip dust behind his ear. But eventually, all the excitement dries up, and he falls asleep in my arms as I towel him dry. I put him in pajamas and tuck him into bed. He's softly snoring when I pull the door closed. Being away from him, even for a few minutes, leaves an ache in my chest. I'm used to him being just on the other side of a paper-thin wall. In this mansion, I could take a wrong turn and be several football fields away from him. Is he asleep? Stella is leaning against the wall next to the door. Her hands are tucked behind her back. She looks relaxed, but I know better. She's on patrol. Out like a light, I yawn, stretching my arms over my head for effect. I think I'm headed that way too. Already? Are you telling me every 30-something you know doesn't have a strict 8 o'clock bedtime? I joke. She laughs. Not unless I'm gearing up for a night out. Then I might take a power nap to recharge. Stella looks to be about my age, wearing a pair of wide-legged trousers and a gray tee with a French tuck. She is young and fashionable and, based on the way she has been Dante's personal wish-granting genie all day, friendly. She doesn't look like Mihail's secret police, but I know better. Well, no big night out for me. I'm going to need a solid 8 hours to recharge before the wild child is ready to raid the snack drawers again. Stella's smile doesn't falter, but her eyes narrow. Was today a big day? Oh, gee, let's see. There was a hostile takeover at my job. I ran into a one-night stand I thought I'd left in the dust. See also ex-fiancé's brother and father of my child. And now I've been kidnapped. So yeah, you could say it has been a big day. Something like that. She nods and gestures to the room across the hall. I've put your things in here. I can take you in and show you how to run the bath. It's great when you need to unwind. Don't tell on me, but I've used it a few times. Your secret's safe with me. I zip my finger across my lips. Thanks, but I can manage. Stella was already moving towards the door when I refused, so she had to pull back. The faucets in that bathroom are finicky. They're backwards and really touchy. It goes from boiling lava to glacial in half a second. I'll just go in and show you. That's okay, I say firmly. I tack on a smile at the end for good measure. I don't need to wash up tonight anyway. I'm going to go straight to sleep. I'm exhausted. Stella chews on her bottom lip like her religious beliefs involve showing me how to run a bath for myself. Like me refusing to let her teach me about shower faucets is blasphemy. Thanks for everything you did for us today. I edged towards the door, never turning my back on her. You made Dante feel right at home. He's such a sweet boy. You've done a great job with him. I can tell you two have a very special bond. Oh yeah, she's definitely Mihail's secret police. Probably the head of his secret police. This woman is responsible for war crimes somewhere, I'm sure. Only someone truly diabolical would say something like that to a mother. Stella wants to make me cry? She wants to soften me up and lower my guard. She'll have to try harder than that. You are so sweet. Thank you. I yawn again. I don't want to oversell it, but Stella has got to go. You're sure you don't need me to help you get settled? She asks one final time. I'm sure. You've done enough already. You're off tour guide duty for the day. I open the door and Stella looks past me into the room. I have no idea what she's looking for. Maybe a rope ladder and grappling hook on the bed? But I give her one final wave and slip into the room. Alone at last. I stand in the middle of the room, facing the door, for a full 90 seconds. When I don't hear any sounds coming from the hallway, I start throwing everything Stella unpacked for me into a pile on the bed. I'm not sure what Mihail's staff did with our suitcases. Probably mistook them for garbage and threw them away. I don't blame them. The wheels were all broken off, and mine was more duct tape than fabric. I actually found them originally propped up next to a dumpster. From trash they came, to trash they shall return. Unfortunately, that means my only option is to strip the queen-sized bed of its luxury sheets. I pile all of my things into the center and tie up the 4 Egyptian cotton corners around one of the wooden rods I ripped out of the walk-in closet. I give the rod a test swing. It could be a weapon in a pinch, but what I wouldn't give for the taser in my bedside table right about now. Once I have everything packed, I sit on the floor, the makeshift pack in my lap, and wait. Minutes crawl by. 1, 2, 10, 60, and then 60 more. I'm actually starting to see some of the upsides to meditation. My mind is empty, and I am all that is zen. Or at least, as zen as I can be while planning to flee into the night with my son and our scant belongings balanced on a stick bundle over my shoulder like a cartoon hobo, but I'll take it. Finally, just after midnight, I tiptoe to my door and crack it open. The hallway is dim, but not full dark. Most importantly, it's empty. From here, it's all simple. Grab Dante, run for the front door, don't stop running. It's a full moon tonight. It will make it harder to hide, but at least I won't be navigating my way around in the dark. Grab Dante, run for the front door, don't stop running. Chanting those words to myself, I step out of my room and creep across the hall. I grab his doorknob and start to turn it, just as a hand wraps around my elbow. I yelp and spin around, simultaneously throwing myself off balance and sending my closet rod/only weapon skittering off of my shoulder and thunking to the floor. Before I can even think about grabbing it, a large shape rises up in front of me. Where do you think you're going? Chapter 15. Viviana. Where do you think you're going? The overwhelming smell of mint and cedar hits me before my eyes adjust. Mihail is only a few inches away from my face, so I have to tip my head back to see all of him. He's wearing a black shirt that hugs his large biceps and gray sweatpants that somehow fit him better than the suit he's been wearing all day. And his face is sparkly? I might be hallucinating. Before my mind can spin off in some Twilight-esque vampire fantasy, I realize Mihail is sweating. Were you working out? I blurt. I was, until I saw a hobo lurking in the hallway outside Dante's room. He kicks at my makeshift stick and bedsheet suitcase. What in the hell is this? Someone hid my actual suitcase. Because you don't need it, he growls. You aren't going anywhere. Before I can argue, Mihail throws me over his shoulder and carries me back into my room. I pound his annoyingly muscular back with my fists. Put me down! No sooner than the words are out of my mouth, he drops me on the bed. I flop and flail like a fish for a few seconds before I get my land legs and scramble to the edge of the mattress, only to find a wall of hard, sweaty flesh there blocking my path. You can't keep us here, I snap, knowing full well he absolutely can and will. This is kidnapping. I think it's actually abduction. Same thing. On the eyes of the law, he says, his own eyes chilling me to the bone. I cross my arms. What kind of person knows those legal definitions? The kind who can get away with them, he retorts. You aren't going anywhere. I shove against his chest. You smug, cocky! In one move, Mihail grabs my arms, spins me onto my stomach, and the sound of his hand cracking against my ass steals the breath from my lungs, the thoughts from my head, and the what the hell from my are you doing? I snap my head around, eyes so wide I'm sure my face will be stuck like this forever. Permanent shock and horror for the rest of my days, like a gargoyle with a messy bun. Did you just spank me? I scream. Instead of answering my rhetorical question, he does it again. Pushes me down with the flat of one hand between my shoulder blades, rears back, crack! Hand meet ass, ass meet hand. Pain meet pleasure, pleasure meet pain. Get off of me! I wiggle to get free, but Mihail silently bends me over the edge of the mattress and spanks me a third time. The force drives me into the bed, grinding me against the edge of the mattress. Heat that has nothing at all to do with how much it stings blooms low in my belly. My back arches all on its own, that traitorous little bitch. When his palm slaps against me the next time, a soft moan forces its way out of my lips. Suddenly, Mihail backs away, panting. In an effort to look like I'm not the world's horniest masochist, I flip over and slide to a human puddle on the floor, only to find myself eye level with Mihail's gray sweatpants, which are doing absolutely nothing to hide the significant erection he's sporting. I gasp and look up at him. You liked that? Even from down here, his dark eyes shine with a light all their own. Am I supposed to deny it? You're supposed to pretend you're not a fucking psychopath, I hiss. You kidnapped, no, I'm sorry, abducted me, and now you're getting your rocks off by spanking me? Red fucking flag, Mihail. I guess I should have known. It runs in the family. In the blink of an eye, Mihail rips me off the floor and back on the bed. He stands between my spread legs, his hands on my thighs. His thumbs trace up my inner leg slowly, inching towards the pulsing ache at my center. God, it's been a long, long time. I could check and see if you liked it, Viviana. He spends time saying my name. He savors it like a decadent dessert. I'm sure I'll find you dripping for me. Don't think I didn't hear the way you moaned. I want to deny it. I want to stick my tongue out at him like a tantruming child and tell him I'm as dry as the fucking dust bowl. But there's no point. If I push him, he'll check. I know he will. Then he'll find the evidence of how much I liked him touching me. None of that is the problem. The problem is that he'll assume wanting him is the same as wanting to be with him. He'll assume I want this house and this world and this life. I don't. Not for me, or sure as hell not for my son. Sue me, I moaned, I admit. But touching isn't something we ever had trouble with. It's how we got into this mess in the first place, actually. It's everything else we struggle with. There is nothing else. I snort. Of course you'd say that. The man who kidnapped a woman and her child with less than 5 words spoken is bad at communicating? Who would have guessed? I didn't kidnap your child. I kidnapped mine. I sit up, my legs tightening around Mihail's hips, and jab him in the chest. He's mine, and nothing you can say is ever going to convince me to lie down and let you destroy his life. I'm not going to let you use him like some bartering chip. I'll never stop running, and I'll never stop fighting, and I'll get yourself killed, he snarls, interrupting. You want me to communicate? Fine. You are the mother of the one and only heir of the Novikov Bratva. It can be a position of power if you accept it. If not, it's a liability. I know how this world works, so I know just how right he is. Women have been killed for getting in the way of their children inheriting their birthright. I've heard stories about it. Girls who ran off with their secret heirs only to turn up dead once the father found out. Those stories have been haunting me to sleep every night for the last 5 years. You'll kill me? I challenge. Mihail's jaw clicks. Dante loves you. You're his whole world. I would never do anything to harm him. Except rip him out of his school and his house and his routine, I fire back. Sorry, but you've been in his life for an afternoon and your track record is already shit. I'm his father. I want to take care of him. That's what my father said before he literally sold me to a madman, but you already know how that ended up. He knows parts of it, not all of it. Mihail doesn't know exactly how deep my father's control ran. If he thinks selling me off to Tropheme for a reputation boost is the worst of it, he needs to get a hell of a lot more creative. No matter what, I won't let anyone treat my son the way I was treated. Not while I'm alive to stop them. So I need to stay alive. Promise me. I lick my lips, trying to think of the right words to say. What concessions could possibly make this situation livable? Promise me that you won't hurt him. Done, Mihail says without even pausing to think about it. Don't just say that. I need to know that you actually mean it. Mihail tips his chin down to meet my eyes. A strand of dark hair falls over his forehead and my stomach flips. But I ignore it and focus on the words coming out of his mouth, which is very close to mine. Too close, probably. Dante is my heir, Viviana. He will have the full protection of the Novikov Bratva and my full protection. Isn't that the same thing? I breathe, staring at his lips while I wait for a response. He shakes his head slowly. The Bratva is an extension of me, but it isn't me. His voice softens, and I swear it's almost musical. So I give you my word as Pakyan and as Dante's father that I'll keep him safe. What would it be like to be with Dante's father? To be with the version of Mikhail who loves my son and gets off on spanking me without all of the fucking baggage attached? I fist my hands in my lap before I do something stupid like run my fingers through his hair. It's just hard to think about anything else when he's standing between my legs. Fine, I croak, clearing my throat. I won't run. We'll stay, but I'm his primary parent. I'm the only one he's ever had, and I should be the default. You get him for Bratva stuff, but I get him for everything else, and I don't want you to be alone with him. No. The response is so fast and so final that I almost think I imagined it. But when I look up into his face, I know I didn't. What do you mean, no? You're going to refuse everything I said just like that? Do you take a second to consider literally anything you do, or always shoot straight from the hip? I don't need a second to consider a bullshit offer. You want me to interact with my son under your supervision and only when it concerns the Bratva? I say no. Fuck no, actually. Hell fucking no. It's not lost on me that I'm disappointed that the father of my child wants to be involved. The world feels upside down right now. Well, I can't promise you any more than that. That's all I'm willing to give. Whether you approve of it or not, Dante is my son. He's going to live here in this house with me as my son. He's going to inherit the Bratva I build for him as my son. And where does that leave me? I try to push Mihail away, but he doesn't give me an inch. I'm forced to face off with him while my legs are still wrapped around his hips. I know what it's like for mistresses in this world. I saw the flowers in your office. I'm sure you have an army of ass on the side if you aren't already married. I'm not going to sit on the bench in your harem while you steal my son from me. His nostrils flare. His eyes are black. There's desire written all over his face, but I'm positive it has more to do with the desire to spank me than anything else. Poor Mihail probably isn't used to his stable of women pushing back. There is no harem. I don't want you to be my mistress. Then what do you want? I snap. I want you to be my wife, he roars. I fall back, catching myself on my elbows, jaw flopping open in sheer shock. Mihail jerks away from me and runs a hand through his hair. His jaw flexes as he grinds his teeth together. I'm sorry. You want me to be your wife? He can't be serious. He isn't. He turns to face me, his expression wiped clean. His eyes are cold and distant. I want my son with me. Dante is staying here no matter what. Either you can marry me and stay too, or you leave. Leave? I reach for the escape hatch. We can leave? You'll let us? You can leave, he clarifies. Dante is staying. I can leave. Without my son. Either I live here with Mihail as his wife, or I leave my son behind. That isn't an option. There is no future for me without Dante. There's no life without him. I can't leave him here alone. I won't.
I'll give you the night to think it over,
Mihail says, as if he hasn't already sealed my fate. Then he walks away, leaving my bedroom door wide open behind him. Chapter 16. Viviana. I don't know how long I've been crying when someone knocks on my door. All I know is my eyes burn, my cheeks are sticky with dried tears, and I absolutely do not want to see Mihail. Not now, not ever. Go away, I try to yell, but it comes out in a croak. My throat is raw from crying. The door opens.
Come again?
The deep voice doesn't belong to Mihail, but that doesn't matter. Everyone in this house is loyal to him. That's how Bratvas and mafias and all of these messed up criminal organizations work. The sun shines out of Mihail's ass and everyone is dying for a tan. I don't want Mihail or any extension of him in my room right now. The room sways as I sit up, but I turn to the massive mountain of a man peeking through my doorway. He looks familiar, but my vision is blurred from the many hours of weeping. I said, "Go away."
That's what I thought you said.
Then he walks into my room like his comprehension skills aren't quite up to snuff, the door snicking closed behind him.
I thought I'd come see how badly my brother fucked things up.
Brother? Jesus Christ, how many Novikov men are there? I look the man over, taking in his tree trunk legs and barrel chest. Then I make it to his face, which is split in a wide grin. He wags a brow at me. Anatoly, I say, the name and flirting tactics clicking into place. I watched him woo and win many a woman over the 6 months I was engaged to Trofim. It was like his mission at every event was to leave with a different sexual conquest. In the case of the christening, 2 sexual conquests.
You remember me. I'm flattered.
He toes at the curtain rod and sheet bundle still laying on the floor where Mihail left it.
Is this some weird sex thing?
Ew, no, it's... I run my hands over my face. Go away, please. It's the middle of the night and I'm exhausted. Too exhausted to hash out my current situation with one of the many people responsible for keeping me and my son trapped here.
I'm also one of the people responsible for keeping you alive.
These Novikov men and their overinflated egos. I want to take a needle and pop each of their swelled heads like a balloon. I've kept myself alive for 25 years without the Novikov family's involvement just fine, thank you very much. I spit. Actually, I've kept myself alive despite your family's involvement.
Up to now,
he agrees with a shrug.
But you know that would have changed the second someone found out who Dante is, who his father is. He would have been a target.
I stare down at the comforter, picking at the delicate embroidered flowers along the edge. That's why I wasn't going to let anyone find out. Easier said than done, I know, but at least out there we were free.
It would have come out sooner or later. He won't be a 5-year-old kid forever. He would have grown up, had questions. Even someone as stubborn as you couldn't have kept Dante from looking for answers.
You don't know me or what I'm capable of. He hums a surprisingly high-pitched, unconvinced sound.
Both of my brothers have been engaged to you at one point. I know enough.
Mihail and I are not engaged, I growl. I don't care what he told you, but...
You think Mihail tells me things?
He snorts.
I'm sure you've noticed, but Mihail isn't exactly a chatterbox. The only thing I've noticed is that every time he walks out of a room you're in, he's in a mood.
I roll my eyes. I don't know why he wants to marry me if he hates me so much.
He doesn't hate you,
Anatoly says, almost too softly to hear. Before I can ask what he means, he pushes on.
Besides, marriage is about a lot more than love.
Of course you think so. Because this world is a toxic stew of violence and status and blood rights. It's medieval. I'm the daughter of a Dawn, and I couldn't even make my own choices about who I got to marry.
You mean with Trophim?
Yeah, but even before that. Anatoly leans in closer.
Who did you want to marry before?
I don't owe him an explanation. I don't owe anyone my life story. But having someone in Mihail's inner circle who has some sympathy towards me can't be a bad thing, right? His name was Matteo. I swallow down the emotion that bubbles up every time I think of my first love. He was the son of one of my father's maids. He picked her up from work a few days every week. While he was waiting for her, we would talk. Matteo had big brown eyes and an even bigger heart. He talked about the world like it was full of possibility. Anything he wanted, he could have if he worked towards it. A college education, enough money that he could take care of his mom and me. Matteo and I weren't stupid. We knew that my father wouldn't like us being together. Even his mom tried to warn him against it. She was afraid she would lose her job, but I shake my head, blinking away a fresh wave of tears. I don't think either of us really understood the risks we were taking. Anatoly moves to sit on the end of the bed. He curls one massive leg up on the mattress to face me.
What did your father do?
He told me to stop seeing him, but I refused. When he forced me into agreeing, I kept seeing Matteo secretly. We were going to elope. I chuckle humorlessly, remembering the night I crawled out of my window with a white dress tucked under my arm and ran to Matteo's car to meet him. Except he wasn't in the driver's seat. My father was. The next minutes and hours are a black spot in my mind. The memories are locked away, and I've never tried to access them. I don't want to relive what I know happened.
Your father killed him,
Anatoly guesses. I swipe my sleeve across my cheek. In front of me, yeah. My duty was to the family, he said. What I wanted didn't matter. Who I wanted didn't matter. I wasn't my own person. I belonged to the Giordano name, and I don't want that for Dante. A new wave of tears burns at the backs of my eyes. Hopelessness crushes my chest worse than any claustrophobia attack I've ever experienced. Because now, I can't just open a door and leave. I'm trapped here.
Yeah,
he sighs.
This life is no walk in the park, that's for fucking sure.
The words pull me out of my self-pity spiral. I glare at him. Yes, what a hard life you lead, I sneer. I saw you at enough fundraisers and parties to know all about your many burdens. Being the son of a Pakyan has been horrible for you. Is all that meaningless sex with people who only care about your last name becoming tedious? It must be so hard. Anatoly's face hardens for the first time. I'm aware of exactly how big he is and exactly how alone we are. If he wanted to crack me in half like a glow stick, he could.
Keeping the Novikov family name and a place in the Bratva is the prize Yakov awarded to me after he let your ex-fiancé slaughter my mother in her bed,
he snarls. I gasp. Mihail?
I thought he wasn't your fiancé,
Anatoly taunts with a raised brow. He shakes his head, blowing out a long breath.
No, Trophim.
Trophim killed his own mother? I whisper.
He killed my mother, Yakov's mistress. One of them, anyway,
he mutters.
She got pregnant while Yakov was only courting Trophim's mother. Trophim wasn't even a fetus yet, but Yakov didn't offer to marry my mom. He was interested enough in a waitress to get her pregnant, but not interested enough to marry her and protect her from this fucked up world.
Why? I breathe, too horrified to speak above a whisper. Why did Trophim kill her?
To make sure Yakov wouldn't change his mind and marry my mother. It had been decades, Yakov was never going to change his mind, but Trofim was too power-hungry to see it. He wanted to make sure I'd never have a direct line to the leadership he was born into.
Anatoly isn't a legitimate Novikov, not in the ways that count. Like Dante.
This world is dark and brutal and fucked up at times.
Anatoly turns to me, sympathy etched into every line of his face.
But not all of us are that way. Some of us try to do the right thing.
Like you? I ask.
Like Mihail.
He corrects.
You might be pissed at him right now, but Mihail could have abandoned you and Dante to your fates. He could have taken Dante and left you with nothing. But he's offering you the key to the kingdom.
Too bad it feels like the key to my own prison cell. I'm exhausted and off balance. I entertained this conversation to try to endear Anatoly to me, but now I'm sitting here feeling sympathetic for him and Mihail. It's too much for one day. It's too much for one lifetime. I shake my head. Please leave. This time Anatoly listens. He stands and walks to the door, but he stops, his hand on the knob, and looks back at me.
You thought you knew me when I walked through this door, but you didn't, he says softly. Give my brother the same benefit of the doubt. You think you know him, but you don't.
I know enough, I fire back, doubting the words before they're even out of my mouth. I know Mihail is offering me something a lot of men wouldn't. Again and again, he has taken care of me when he didn't have to. But he said it himself. The Bratva is an extension of him. No matter what kind of man Mihail is, I can't separate him from the world I hate.
Anatoly sighs. He saved you once before when he didn't have to, when you didn't ask him to. Think about the life you'd be living right now if Mihail hadn't done that.
With thoughts of a Dante-less, Trofim-filled life bouncing around in my head, Anatoly finally leaves me alone.
Chapter 17. Mihail. I keep my distance the next day. It's not hard. Viviana and Dante spend most of the day in the pool. I hear the splashing and Dante's excited shouting through the walls, but I stay in my office. I told Viviana I'd give her time to consider my offer, and I meant it. I laid out her options, and now it's up to her to decide. But also, the last thing I need right now is to see her dripping wet in a bathing suit. The image of her bent over the edge of the bed, my hand curling perfectly around her ass, is enough of a distraction. Not to mention the low moan my spanking dragged out of her. I readjust my aching dick and try to focus on the contracts in front of me. My lawyers have summarized everything I need to know about the Cerberus Industries takeover, but the words refuse to lodge in my brain. There's already too much other shit lodged in there. Like, I proposed to Viviana, and I have a son. Also, Trofim was murdered. But mostly, I proposed to Viviana. It makes sense, logical, undeniable. We already have a child, and no matter how much she might hate her father, Viviana is well connected, by virtue of the blood in her veins, if nothing else. There's a reason my father agreed to her marriage to Trofim in the first place. It's a good match. So why do those words make me want to punch through walls? Good match. Like Viviana is some pocket square I'm trying to accessorize with my tie? It doesn't matter. The proposal wasn't about her anyway. It had absolutely nothing to do with how I was on my way to see Viviana for no reason at all last night when I found her trying to sneak away. It definitely has nothing to do with the way I wanted to rip through her panties to feel how wet she was for me. No, this is about the Bratva and my son. That's what I'm still telling myself hours later as someone knocks softly on my office door. A second later it opens and Viviana lets herself in. Can we talk? Her hair is damp, twisted into a loose braid over one shoulder. She's changed out of the swimsuit she must have been wearing, but the long-sleeved shirt she tugged on clings to her damp skin. I can make out the pucker of her nipple through the pale pink material. Talking is the last thing I want to do. But I nod and wave her in. Viviana closes my office door and then steps a few feet away from my desk, her hands folded behind her back. She trains her hazel eyes on me and declares, "I'm not going to have sex with you." I'm tempted to glance down and see if there's any possible way she can see the hard-on I've been wrestling almost non-stop since last night, but I resist. "I don't remember offering," I drawl. Her cheeks flush, but she lifts her chin. "We aren't going to have sex, but you also can't have any mistresses. I don't want Dante to see his father treating his mother like she's worthless the way Anatoly did." How does she know anything about Anatoly's mother? That question slips through the cracks of the much larger thought in my mind. "You're accepting my offer." "I'm making my desires known before I accept," she corrects, voice oddly formal. "And do you have any other desires, Viviana?" I don't miss the way her neck flushes to match her cheeks, her teeth tug on her full lower lip. I don't think so. I think that's it." "Okay, then I agree." She frowns. "You do?" She probably expected me to fight, to argue for my right to stick my dick in any woman I want. Little does Viviana know that list is incredibly small. One name, the only woman who might tempt me to break my vow of celibacy, is standing in front of me right now. "I've already told you I'm going to protect Dante. Marrying you and keeping you safe is a good thing for him. So yes, I agree." Her mouth falls open. It might be the first time I've ever seen her too stunned for words. "Anything else?" I ask. She shakes her head slowly. "No, I guess that was... You really don't mind not having sex? I thought that was going to be a sticking point for you." "I can control myself, if you can." She ignores my insinuation and charges ahead. "And this is all for Dante? You're willing to do all of this for him?" I nod. "Why?" "I know what happens when I don't sacrifice everything for the safety of my family. I've lost one child. I won't lose another." "Because he's my son," I say flatly, "and you're his mother. What other reasons do I need?" Viviana studies me for a long time. I have this sense I'm being assessed for any signs of deception, like she's strapped me to an invisible lie detector and is reading my responses. Our eyes catch and hold. There's a physical weight to the tension between us. I have to fight against the force of it. If I don't, I'll end up across the room and between Viviana's legs, where I belong. "Also, I'm going to continue working at Cerberus," she says in a rush. "You want to be my assistant and my wife?" She flips the end of her golden braid over her shoulder. "I earned that position on my own, and I'm good at it. I don't want to give up everything in my life just to play house with you." "You can be on the board of directors. No wife of mine is going to work as a—" "Then get another wife," she snaps. I'm up and around the desk before I know it. Viviana's gaze doesn't waver, even as her throat bobs nervously, and I crowd into her, pressing her back against the closed door. "You know I could if I wanted." I breathe in her face. "It would be easy to replace you." Technically speaking, I already have a fiancé on deck. "If you wanted to," she admits with a nod. Her tongue sweeps across her lower lip slowly. I'm not even sure she knows what she's doing. If she does, she's too good at it. "But you don't want to replace me?" No, I don't. But why the fuck not? Why should I care who takes my last name? It's not like I'll get any of the benefits out of you. I scrape my eyes down her curves to highlight exactly which benefits I'm talking about. Is that all marriage is to you? Sex? Not this marriage. No, this marriage is business. and I can make this same arrangement with any woman I choose. How charming. It's just a fact, I tell her. I could have any woman I wanted, but I'm vowing to give your son a father and an inheritance while also taking care of you. You won't get another offer like this. She works her jaw back and forth as she thinks. Finally, she narrows her eyes. I don't want to be on the board of directors. You're going to scare them all to death, so they just agree with you anyway. I want to keep my job. So fucking stubborn. I could refuse and promote her anyway. It's not as if she'd really be able to refuse. But the idea of her sitting directly outside my office every day isn't completely unappealing. Because I'll be able to keep an eye on her, of course. It's logical, undeniable. You have a deal. I hold up my hand, and Viviana takes it. Her fingers are warm and soft. Before I can stop myself, I tighten my hold and pull her close. She slams against my chest with a yelp, and I bend her back, my lips against the shell of her ear. Just don't fall in love with me, Viviana. No danger of that. She shoves against my chest and scrambles away. Her face is flushed and her hands are shaking. So what now? I smirk. We get married. Chapter 18. Mihail. Now? Viviana looks from me to the priest and back again. You want to get married right now? I don't see the need to wait. Anatoly and Raoul are standing in the back corner of the sitting room. The two of them wrangled a priest and got City Hall to fast-track a marriage certificate in the last 12 hours. Their job is done here, but Anatoly will never forgive me if I don't let him stand in the room as my best man. Raoul would deny it to his dying day, but he feels the same way. I'm wearing a pair of ripped jeans and smell like chlorine, Viviana points out. That could be a reason to wait. Unless you've changed your mind about the consummation, I don't see why your appearance should make any difference at all to me. It doesn't make any difference to me either way. Bending her over the sofa and taking her from behind would be easier than what she's wearing now. Some fancy dress with layers of tulle and lace would just get in my way. You... She glances at the priest and then lowers her voice. You asshole! Can we at least pretend that this is official instead of some under-the-table backdoor deal? Anatoly snorts at the buffet of potential dirty jokes sitting in front of him, and Viviana tosses him a glare. When she turns back to me, she's composed, but barely. When I was engaged to Trofim, there was an engagement party. I had 6 months to prepare for a wedding. Was 6 months enough? Were you ready to marry him? That's not the point, she huffs. This is happening too fast. I haven't had enough time to... You've had 6 fucking years, Viviana, I growl, cutting her off. Tonight we're doing things at my pace. Her hazel eyes flare, but she doesn't panic. She doesn't beg. Instead, I see the mafia princess in her, as Viviana presses her shoulders back, lifts her chin, and turns to the priest. Forget whatever speech you have prepared and skip to the vows. I want to get this over with. My father really had no idea exactly how good of a match Viviana was. Not for Trofim. He would have beat this defiance out of Viviana until there was nothing left of her. He never would have let this stand. But it's only because my brother would have looked weak standing next to a woman like Viviana. A terrible Pakhan would only look worse next to a proper queen. And that's exactly what Viviana is. The feeling settles over me as the priest skips straight to the vows, just as Viviana ordered. And when I stand in front of the woman who has weaseled her way into my thoughts for the last 6 fucking years and call her my wife, some primal urge I've never felt before rises up in me. When I vow to protect her and cherish her, I'm not lying. Viviana is mine. This is my solemn vow, I recite at the end, holding her delicate fingers against my calloused palm. Viviana rolls her eyes and repeats her own vows through gritted teeth. A large part of me wishes sex was on the table. The only thing that would make her defiance better is knowing the way she'd melt beneath me later. It's been 6 years, and I can still feel the way she pulsed around me, hear the way she moaned my name. "I now pronounce you man and wife," the priest says, clapping his book closed like he has an Uber to catch. "You may now kiss the bride." I want to do a whole lot more to the bride than kiss, which is a problem. This marriage is a business arrangement, just like it was going to be with Helen. I stood over my first wife's grave and swore I'd never have another family. So I won't. Not like that. When Viviana isn't around, I won't think about her. I'm not going to fuck her or fantasize about her. She's here only so I can keep my son close, so I can have an heir without being a monster about it the way my father was, the way Trophim would have been. She doesn't mean anything to me. Viviana licks her lips, and I force my eyes away. "A kiss isn't legally binding, is it?" I ask. The man frowns. "No, not strictly. It's a matter of tradition, but most people—" "We're not most people." I offer Viviana my arm, and she takes it. We're done here. As we walk out together, I hear Anatoly dramatically fake sniffling behind us. "What a beautiful wedding!" As soon as we make it into the hallway, Viviana rips her arm away from me. "Don't touch me!" I take it you don't want a first dance as husband and wife? "No first dance," she confirms with a scowl. "But if there's cake, I'd love to shove some in your smug face." "No cake. Sorry to disappoint." "Yeah, right." She turns and walks away, her golden braid flipping over her shoulder. "Disappointing me is probably how you get it up. I bet you're hard as a rock knowing how much I hate being married to you." I shouldn't let her talk to me like this. I should hate the way she pushes and fights and resists. I should turn around and go back to my office and let my new wife live out the rest of our marriage in her own wing of the house, preferably with a brick wall between the two of us. Instead, I shift into place behind her, whispering into her ear, "Me being hard as a rock has nothing to do with how you feel about our marriage. You just look that good walking away from me." I watch a blush spread to the tips of her ears, even as she refuses to slow down or turn around to face me. "Are you going to follow me all the way back to my room?" "Just giving you a chance to reconsider your decision about not having sex. Personally, I have a lot of frustrations I could burn off." "You should try bottling it up way deep down inside," she says flippantly. "I hear that's great for your health." She's only steps away from the door to her room when I grab her around the waist and flatten her against the wall. "For your sake, you better hope I live a long, healthy life. Otherwise, Dante is going to inherit the Bratva sooner than anyone expected. Do you think he's ready to fend off attacks on his life between recess and lunch?" She tries to push me away, but I pin her wrists to the wall. "That's not funny." "It wasn't meant to be," I growl. "Hate me all you want, I don't fucking care. But if you really think I'm not doing you and your son a favor, you're not as smart as I thought you were." Her hazel eyes burn through me. By the looks of it, she has a good deal of frustration she could stand to work off too. Her pupils expand when I press my hard frustration against her stomach, but she schools her face into a frown. "Careful, Mihail. I think you almost gave me a compliment." "Not a compliment, a warning. If you play this wrong, Viviana, you aren't the only one who will suffer. You have Dante to think about." She strains away from the wall, her body arched against me, even while her wrists stay firmly against the wainscoting. "I know I have Dante to think about. He's all I've thought about for the last 6 years. You're the one who isn't thinking about him. Ripping him out of school and turning his life upside down doesn't scream stability." She smells like vanilla and chlorine. Strands of blonde hair curl against her heaving chest. I lean my weight into her, forcing her flat against the wall again. My erection is pinned between us, throbbing against the heat of her skin. What exactly is stable about living in an apartment you can't afford under a fake name? Love, she fires back. I love him, which is more stability than I ever got growing up. Having someone who cares about you is better than any big, lonely mansion. I hate Agostino Giordano for what he did to his daughter, but I can't help but admire the way Viviana rose from those ashes. I thought she was fiery before, but the way she is ready to go to the mat for our child, I've never seen anything like it. Lucky for you, Dante will have both here, a big mansion and 2 parents who want what's best for him. Viviana tries to pull back, but there's nowhere to go. Instead, she fidgets, effectively grinding her body against me. If she realizes what she's doing, it doesn't show. She's too busy trying to kill me with her eyes to know she's actually killing me with her hips. You don't know what's best for him. He needs to be back in school. He needs to see his friends, his peers. The only reason he was in that school to begin with is because you stole him away from the world he was born into. Those civilians will never be his peers. Spoken like a typical haughty Novikov, she mutters. I ignore her for her own sake. Until things settle down, I'm hiring a tutor for him. He'll be more comfortable here. He'll be safer here, at least, until I know who the fuck killed Trofim. I'm not going to put Dante at risk by sending him out into the world. You can't take him out of school. He has friends. Socialization is important at his age. So is his life. But Viviana either doesn't understand the risks she took keeping Dante away from me for so long, or she's in deep denial. There are plenty of people to talk to here. Maids don't count. Who's haughty now? My fingers tighten around her wrists. I can feel her pulse thundering against my hand. Between the 2 of us, the maids, his tutor, and Raoul and Anatoly, just what he needs. More chauvinistic assholes as role models. He'll have plenty of people to talk to, I growl, ignoring her in an effort to keep hold of my control that is slipping away a little more every time she opens her mouth. And when he's ready, we'll send him to a private academy. When you are ready, you mean? She challenges, dragging her body against mine again. My cock twitches as she stretches to her toes, her lips less than an inch from mine. Because this has nothing to do with me or Dante. This is all about you, Mikhail. It's all about what you want. If this was about what I wanted, we wouldn't be standing here having this conversation. I shove away from the wall before I do something stupid. For all Viviana's talk, I see hurt flicker across her face. She thinks I don't want her, as my wife here in my house. Maybe she even thinks I regret Dante, that I wish I'd never touched her that night in the bridal suite. But if I had what I wanted, we'd be in Viviana's room right now. Her clothes would be in shreds on the floor, and that pouty mouth of hers would be wrapped around my cock. Instead, Viviana's lips flattened together. Fine, go to bed on your wedding night alone, Mikhail, since that's what you want. She storms into her room and slams the door in my face. A second later, she slides the lock home. Good. It's for the best that we keep a locked door between us. Out of sight, out of mind. I don't have to think about the soft curve of her hips or the warmth of her thighs. If I can't see her, there's no reason to imagine her neck arching as I fill her, the way I know she can moan my name. For both our sakes, I hope the lock is strong enough to keep me out.
Chapter 19. Viviana.
I want to go swimming,
Dante pouts, lagging behind as I try to pull him down the hallway. Stella greeted us this morning with the news that we have plans, but she is under strict orders not to spoil the fun, apparently. Exactly how much fun we're going to have remains to be seen. So far, convincing Dante to get dressed in anything other than his swimsuit is proving to be approximately negative fun for me. I know, but we can't go swimming every day.
Yes, we can, he chirps back. The pool is inside. It's climax patrolled.
Dante's little chin is raised. He's clearly proud of his argument, but I have no idea what he's talking about. What?
Climate controlled,
Stella chuckles.
I taught him that last night while you were busy.
Busy getting married, she means. Busy getting married and then having the first of many fights with my husband less than 5 minutes after we walked down the aisle. Such a promising start. What is actually promising is the fact that Mihail is nowhere in sight this morning. Maybe, just maybe, he's going to keep his distance. Dante and I will live in this house, but we won't have to deal with him much. He may be a raging control freak, but he can't keep tabs on everyone all the time, right? Then we turn the corner and find Anatoly grinning in the entrance hall. You all ready to go? Where are we going? I ask while Dante repeats,
Climate controlled,
under his breath, trying to make sure he got it down. Anatoly winks. You'll find out. He leads our party onto the porch where a large SUV is idling in the driveway. A middle-aged man with a buzzed head is standing next to the open back seat. Viviana, meet Pyotr, Anatoly says, gesturing at the driver. Pyotr, Viviana. Pyotr looks like a boulder disguised as a driver, his broad chest nearly popping the buttons of his black suit. He reaches to shake my hand just as Dante wiggles between us. And Dante, he adds, squinting up at Pyotr against the bright morning sun. Pyotr squats down to one knee, grinning. Especially Dante. We could never forget you. It's lovely to meet you. Being nice to Dante has always been the fastest way to my good side. But these people are going to have to work a lot harder than this. Working for Mihail puts them at a disadvantage. Where are we going? I ask again. Stella opens her mouth to answer, but Anatoly interrupts. We'll tell you on the way. The secrecy has me imagining underground bunkers, maybe some compound outside of the city where Mihail keeps his harem of women. He said he didn't have one, but do I really want to take his word for it? No, I don't. Anatoly slips a rainbow-colored lollipop to Dante as he helps him into the back seat, and Stella gets Dante strapped into his booster. If they're taking us to our doom, they're being awfully cheery about it. I climb up to sit next to Dante, but he waves me off with his lollipop like it's a baton.
I want to sit next to him.
I follow the point of his lollipop and find Anatoly beaming through the open door. Absolutely, little man. He squeezes his muscular body through the second row seats and into the third row. His knees are in his chest when he sits down, but he's never looked happier. It's cozy back here. It's just because you gave him candy, I grumble under my breath to no one in particular. The entire car shifts as Anatoly leans forward to whisper, That was the point. I roll my eyes but can't quite keep from smiling. Anatoly wants to make a good impression on Dante. That can't be a bad thing. Plus, our little confessional the other night did, unfortunately, leave me with a pang of sympathy for Anatoly and everything he's been through. He understands better than anyone else what Dante might face in this world. I like the idea of him taking Dante under his very massive wings. Okay, someone tell me where we're going, I demand once I'm strapped in and Pyotr is pulling down the drive. Stella grins.
Shopping spree.
Shopping spree? I ask. Is that code for something?
It's code for a shopping spree. Mihail wants you and Dante to look the part now that you're
living here, I interrupt, eyes wide. Dante doesn't know about the wedding yet, and this isn't how I want him to find out.
Right,
Stella says slowly, nodding in understanding.
Now that you're living here, Mihail wants you to have everything you need. You didn't bring much with you when you moved, so now you get to go shopping.
Admittedly, the mall is better than a nuclear fallout shelter, or churning my own butter with all the other sister wives Mihail has abducted and impregnated, but not by much. No.
What do you mean?
I mean that we aren't going. I slapped the roof twice. Pyotr, take this ginormous armored SUV back to the mansion. I'm not going.
This is why we didn't tell you.
Anatoly leans forward, one elbow on my seat and his other arm splayed across the back of Stella's. His hand rests casually on the maid's shoulder.
You're going to go buy a few things on Mihail's dime and not make a big deal about it, Viv. It'll be fun.
I don't want anything from him, I hiss quietly enough that Dante can't hear.
Too late for that. Mihail has given you plenty already.
Anatoly hitches a thumb in my son's direction and wags his brows suggestively. I slap his chest and he falls into the back seat, laughing, giving Stella's shoulder a tender pat as he pulls away. Stella's smile is shaky when she turns to me.
You really are going to need more clothes. There are a lot of responsibilities now that you're living with Mihail. You'll need dresses at the very least.
It's not like he's going to take me anywhere. This is all some power play on his part. He doesn't actually care what I look like.
Of course he does,
Stella says, looking genuinely offended. I'd suggest otherwise.
You are his...
She glances back at Dante and huffs in frustration.
You are living with him now. That means something to Mihail.
Bless Stella's heart for having so much faith in her employer. It would be sweet if it wasn't so annoying. It's really not that serious, Stella.
It is, she insists. To Mihail, family is the most important thing in the world. He wouldn't ask you to step into this role if he didn't mean it.
She's wrong. Mihail asked me to marry him because he wants access to Dante. It has nothing to do with me. I'm still not convinced the mission today isn't for his henchmen to lose me at the mall and kidnap Dante. But I don't have the energy to unbrainwash everyone in this car, so I sit back and try to enjoy the ride.
My legs are tired.
Dante sags forward, his knuckles dragging on the pavement like the little chimp he is. I can't blame him. We've been shopping for 3 hours, 2.5 of which have been spent in the children's dressing rooms of designer clothing stores all up and down Fifth Avenue. Dante has never tried on so many clothes in his life. I've never been able to buy him so many clothes in his life. I know, but we're almost done. What if we go across the street and look for a new coat before we call it quits? I ask, trying to make it sound exciting.
He already has 8 bags of stuff,
Anatoly points out. Tired of being the pack mule, he asked a woman at the dress shop Stella all but forced me into to have all of our bags shipped to the mansion. I don't even want to know how much of Mihail's money he paid for that luxury courier service.
And I'm hungry,
Dante groans.
This is boring. My legs are...
Before I can finish, Pyotr sweeps in from behind and scoops Dante up. He does it easily, settling Dante on his shoulders like it's a circus sideshow they've trained for. You don't have to do that, Pyotr. He can walk.
My job is transportation,
Pyotr says with a grin.
Wherever you two need to go, I'll get you there.
Dante doesn't have any reservations. He giggles and grabs the lapels of Pyotr's suit and pretends to steer him like a horse down the pavement.
I want a hot dog,
Dante declares, pointing at a cart on the corner. Without hesitating, Pyotr gallops on. He doesn't need a... I save my breath and let them go. 2 days of living with Mihail, and my son is already spoiled absolutely rotten. I can't even be mad. All I've ever wanted is to get Dante everything he wants. Now I can, so long as I can swallow my pride long enough to do it. Stella glances nervously up at the quickly darkening sky.
I think it's going to rain.
Sounds like we're done here then. Let's pack it in and go home, or back to the mansion. Stella winks, and I think maybe she caught my slip.
We can't leave yet. You only bought 5 dresses.
And a new pair of jeans, I add. She frowns.
My job wasn't to buy you more jeans. You're supposed to have a whole wardrobe. We still need to get...
I don't need anything else.
But Mr. Novikov wanted me to get you everything you would need. He'll be upset with me if I don't.
Order it, I interrupt. Whatever is left on the list, order it. I trust you. You have a good sense of style. While I agree that Stella always looks marvelous, Anatoly says, seemingly unaware of the way his attention sends Stella into a near conniption, there are some things you need to pick out for yourself, Viv. Don't call me that, I mumble, as Anatoly grabs my shoulders and turns me towards a limestone building on the closest corner. Warm light shines out of the windows into the overcast day. Cartier is written in gold script on a red awning above the front doors. Jewelry? Anatoly grabs my left hand. When I stare up at him blankly, he grabs my bare ring finger and shakes it in front of my face. He wants me to pick out my own wedding ring? I gasp. Should I get down on one knee and pop the question to myself, too? A little late for that, since you're already hitched, Anatoly points out. I cross my arms over my chest. If he wants me to wear a ring, he can pick it out himself. You might not like what he chooses. What do I care? I snap. You'll care when he decides to forego a wedding ring and get your finger, or other delicate parts of your body, tattooed with his name. Anatoly looks a little too pleased with that suggestion. I'm not convinced he wouldn't offer up the idea to Mihail himself. It would probably earn him a pat on the head and a treat from his master. Stella swoops in, tossing a disapproving glare at Anatoly. He won't tattoo you, but it would make Mr. Novikov happy if you did this for him. He wants you to pick it out yourself to make sure you'll like it, that's all. He doesn't care if I like it. Of course he does, she insists. You're going to have to wear it every day for the rest of your life. He wants you to like it. The rest of my life? I look down at my left hand and try to imagine a ring there. A ring that symbolizes this sham of a marriage we've entered into, that I've been forced into, more or less. If I have to wear a diamond shackle, it only seems fair that Mihail should wear a ring too. Fine, I'll do it, I relent, but only if I can select a ring for him as well. What are you doing? Anatoly asks, eyes narrowed and no small amount of suspicion in his voice. I shrug innocently. I want Mihail to have a daily reminder of our eternal love. Stella claps her hands, thrilled. That's so sweet! Pyotr and Dante gallop back to us, a hot dog clutched in Dante's little fist. Anatoly just shakes his head. This should be interesting.
Chapter 20. Mihail. It's late when the front doors open. Soft voices float down the hall to the kitchen. He's exhausted, Viviana whispers. I think the pizza for dinner did him in. Anatoly texted me a picture of Dante a few minutes ago. He was asleep in the back seat, his head lolled to one side. The red marinara smudge on the corner of his mouth makes a lot more sense now. I don't mind putting him to bed, Stella offers. I saw him eat your slice too. I'm sure you're hungry. A little, Viviana admits. I can hear the hesitation in her voice. Are you sure you don't mind? I don't hear anything else, but they must have come to some silent arrangement because a few seconds later, Viviana pads into the dark kitchen. She doesn't see me leaning against the counter in front of the sink. She drops a handful of bags on the floor and turns to the fridge. For a second, I get to take in Viviana's halo of blonde hair, backlit by the hallway light. Her cinched waist and flared hips. I get to admire her without the layer of hostility that seems to come default, at least when she's looking at me. I shift, crossing one ankle over the other, and Viviana jolts. God, I didn't realize I was living with Dracula. Ever hear of turning on a light? She snaps. I reach over and flip on the under-cabinet lights. Your good mood tells me you must have had a nice day spending my money. She rolls her eyes. I didn't ask you for that. I was actually tricked into it. Kind of a common occurrence around here. Looks like someone tricked you over and over again. That's a lot of bags you carried in.
It's not even half of them, she retorts. Anatoly's having the rest of them delivered.
Willing or not, the thought of Viviana spending my money, wearing nice things because I bought them for her, satisfies some dark place inside of me. I want her to be marked as mine from head to fucking toe. Did you get anything good? Her eyebrow jumps like she just remembered something. A smile spreads across her face. It's so rare that I almost catch my breath.
I bought something for you,
she says, digging into the pile of bags and coming up with 2 burgundy jewelry boxes.
For both of us, actually.
Viviana slides both boxes across the counter to me. I already know what it is. I told Anatoly to make sure she came home with a ring. Right now, her finger is still bare. You're supposed to wear it out of the store.
If you were serious about the rules, you would have been there to make sure I followed them.
There's a sultry quality to her voice that she's turning on just for me. I know her well enough to be suspicious. What has she done now? I open the first box and stare down at the ugliest ring I've ever seen. It's as big as a flotation device and covered in a rainbow of tiny stones. Yellow, pink, green, and blue gems reflect and catch the light like a toy from some kid's fast food meal.
Do you like it?
Her brow arches in a challenge.
I wanted you to see it before anyone else.
No one will be able to ignore, I admit.
She grins. My thoughts exactly, which is why I got you one to match.
I grit my teeth and yank open the second box. Just like she said, the same obnoxiously colored stones are arranged in concentric squares and set in a thick yellow gold band.
Look inside,
she says, leaning across the island. Her shirt gaps open. I can see the lace of her bra against her skin.
There's another surprise.
I assume she means inside the ring and not down her shirt. I lift the ring up to the light and notice ridges on the inside of the band. Carved out of the gold like a stamp is one word: Viviana.
Even when you take it off, my name will be imprinted on your skin, she says, obviously amused with herself. Isn't that sweet?
I close the rings in my fist until I feel the cut of the stones in my palm. Then I shove them in my pocket.
Do you like them?
She asks, knowing full well I don't. Remind me to come along next time you go shopping. Apparently it's true what they say. You can't buy class. Her smile vanishes.
I guess not. If you could, I'm sure you'd have some by now.
I never would have bought these rings, so it's a start.
Maybe you should have picked them out to begin with, she snaps. Real class act, by the way, having your wife pick out her own wedding ring.
There wasn't time to buy her a ring. Everything happened so fast. Even if there had been time, I still wouldn't have done it. The last time I bought a ring for a woman, I buried her in it. I have no interest in repeating history. I figured a roof over your head and a closet full of new clothes for you and your son was enough of a gift. Viviana's jaw clenches. Then she whips around and kicks the pile of bags. They go flying across the kitchen floor.
I don't want any of this shit.
Then what do you want? Her eyes scrape over me, the truth tucked away inside them.
From you? Nothing.
She overturns the bags, silk and lace spilling across the tile floor.
Maybe you're used to women you can pay off with pretty clothes and diamonds, but I'm not fucking interested. None of this makes up for what you've done.
I ease around the island, aware of every inch of space I'm closing between us. What is it I've done, Viviana? She's breathing heavily, her shoulders rising and falling with each breath. I watch her scan the room. She's looking for an exit as if there's any chance she can escape, as if I won't cut her off at every pass.
You forced me to marry you.
You had a choice, I counter. She drags her hand through her hair, tugging at the roots.
You command me around your house like you own me. Like I'll just go and do your bidding. Buy this, wear that, go here, not there.
I do own you, I growl. In every way that counts, you're mine. You've taken away everything I worked for. She blows out a breath, a strand of hair fluttering around her forehead. Maybe you don't know what that's like, but I had to build a life from nothing. When I walked out of that bridal suite, I didn't have anything. No money, no connections, no... She looks up at me, something like guilt flashing in her eyes before it's gone. I had to sacrifice more than you know for the pitiful, classless life you think I was living. Now it's gone. It was going to get snatched away from you either way, I growl. One way or another. Someone was going to destroy your fantasy. You should be grateful it was me instead of someone who would have left you both dead. As far as I can tell, you are the threat, Mihail. You're the one who kidnapped me and my son. You're the one I've been running from for the last 6 years. You weren't running because of me. She was running from Trophim, from her father. I never threatened her. Tell yourself whatever you need to justify what you're doing. I don't need to stick around for it. She spins around to leave. I spent the last 6 years looking for her, not because of Dante, not because of an heir or because she was in danger, but because I wanted her. I still do. All the while she was running in the opposite direction. She still is. I catch her arm and pull her against me. We slam together chest to chest. My hand fits perfectly around her throat. My fingers curl into her hair. She smells like sweet vanilla. I have no fucking idea what I'm going to do to her right now, but she can't leave. Not yet. Not until I understand why she can get under my skin when no one else ever has. Then I see the tears pouring down her face. Viviana. She twists her face away and shoves against my chest, but I don't let go. You're crying. I'm surprised a robot like you recognizes human emotions. The words come out watery and weak. There's no real punch behind them. What's wrong? I brush my thumb over her wet cheek, and it sets off a new wave of tears. This is a new low, she chokes out. You're what's wrong. You know that, right? You're the reason I'm crying. I'm trapped here and I have no idea what's going to happen. But for some reason, I can't remember the last time I held someone while they cried. Usually if someone is crying, it's because I'm standing on their broken femur or my thumb is in their eye socket. What? I press. Viviana looks up at me, her hazel eyes green through the tears. Then she rests her weight against me, her cheek against my chest. This feels nice. My hand finds the curve at the small of her back. I stroke my thumb down her spine. We stand like that for a long time, until her breathing evens out and the tears stop falling. Are you done freaking out? I ask softly. She rolls her eyes. Almost definitely not. Being married to you? Expect it to happen a lot. I laugh, and Viviana looks up at me. Her lips are full and pink. They part as she exhales. We're so close. All it would take is the tilt of my head. I should go to bed. She breathes, but I can tell by the way she says it that she doesn't want to. She should go to bed. Instead, she might stay here with me, depending on what I do next. Viviana's hand is still on my chest. I reach for it, curling my fingers around hers. One more thing before you go. Her lashes flutter against her cheekbones, expectant. Yeah. I slide the gaudy ring onto her finger. I never want to see you without this on. I watch the moment shatter in her eyes. Viviana pulls away from me and grabs the bags from the kitchen floor. She's halfway into the hall before she calls back. Don't forget to wear your ring too, hubby. Otherwise, I'll superglue it on while you're sleeping. I'd love to see her try.
Chapter 21. Viviana. This feels nice. This feels nice? I mutter, jabbing 2 fingers into my forehead like maybe I can reach into my brain and scoop out whatever microchip Mihail must have planted there while I slept. There's no other explanation, right? I mean, I hugged him. He made me cry, and then I hugged him. If that's not a sign of some high-level brainwashing, I don't know what is. As if my life wasn't already in some janky, nightmarish carnival, the kind that doesn't just leave you hurling up your funnel cake but also severs your legs off at the knees, things just went even more sideways. The worst part is, I can still feel the gnaw of disappointment in my stomach, the ache that was ready to be filled by Mihail's lips and hands and whatever other body parts he wanted to offer up. I know what almost happened between us in that kitchen was a mistake, but I also can't stop thinking about it. Sure, I've had mind-melting sex with Mihail and carried his baby, but we never actually cuddled. I kind of assumed he would feel cold and sterile, like a gynecologist's exam table. But when I leaned against his chest, I wanted to curl up there. I did curl up there. A crime for which I'll never forgive myself, because now I know what it feels like to snuggle with Mihail, and I'll never be the same. Especially because he all but rejected me. I never want to see you without this on. I twirled the hideous ring I chose for myself around my ring finger where Mihail placed it. I should have thought about the consequences of my little prank long term. It was fun to see Mihail's reaction to the rings for a split second, but now I have to actually wear the damn thing. I have to wear this ring and live in this house and be married to Mihail. After everything I did to get free. I sold my soul to the devil to escape this world, but here I am. It was all for nothing. When I look down at my hand again, all I see is imaginary blood, crusted to my knuckles, dripping between my fingers. I close my fist and swear I feel the cold handle of a knife against my palm. My heart races, thundering against my ribcage until I'm shaking. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. I'm in Mihail's mansion. I'm alone. I'm okay. I never thought being in Mihail's house would be a comfort, but I repeat the mantra to myself until the clamp around my chest loosens slightly. When I open my eyes and look down, my hand is clean. The blood is gone. Before I can dwell on my Lady Macbeth moment too long, I hear whimpering coming from the hallway. Dante. I wrench open my bedroom door and am halfway across the hall before I smack directly into a wall of muscle. A bare-chested wall of muscle, actually. As if my cheek has a very specific form of muscle memory, I know it's Mihail even before he grabs my shoulders to steady me. We stand there for a second, just long enough to prove that his abs are every bit as fitness magazine perfect as I thought they would be. Then the whimpering comes from Dante's room, rises to a full-on cry. Mihail lets me go and slips into Dante's room before I have full use of my legs again. Once I follow him inside, his muscular back blocks my view of what's happening until he kneels down next to Dante's bed. "What's going on, Machik?" he asks, voice surprisingly tender. Dante is sitting up, his blue eyes wide and shimmering in the soft glow of his nightlight, his lower lip pouted out. "I had a bad dream." We have a routine for this. I lie down in bed with him and stroke his hair until he falls asleep. It's the only thing that has ever worked to calm him down. I'm about to shove Mihail aside and crawl next to Dante when, instead, Mihail reaches for Dante's hand. "Bad dreams are the worst."
"You get bad dreams too?"
Dante asks. Mihail nods. Somehow that simple movement sends muscles in his back flexing and shifting.
Everyone gets bad dreams.
"What are your bad dreams about?"
Mihail hesitates for only a second before he answers.
About not being able to save the people I love.
Who does Mihail love? Anatoly and Raoul, probably. Maybe Dante. It's only been a few days, but he's an easy kid to love. I twist my wedding ring around my finger and smother the naive little voice that thinks I might be somewhere on that list. Dante sighs.
"Mine was about being chased by a dinosaur."
Was it a big one?
"The biggest."
Dante shudders. He looks tiny tucked into the full-sized bed.
"His foot was as big as your house."
Mihail winces.
That doesn't sound good.
Did he squish anybody? Dante chews on his lower lip and looks up at me. His chin dimples.
Mama.
I kneel next to Mihail and grab Dante's other hand. I curl his fingers against my cheek. I'm okay, baby. I'm right here.
The dinosaur chased you, and I didn't run after you. I was too scared.
He devolves into another round of tears. You couldn't save the person you love either, Mihail finishes. He pats his leg. But that was just in a dream. In real life, you're brave.
No, I'm scared,
Dante argues. Of course you are. You have to be scared to be brave. Dante looks at me, eyebrows raised like, this guy's crazy, right? But I stay quiet. I want to hear where Mihail is going with this. If you aren't scared, then fighting a dinosaur isn't brave. It's just something you're doing, just a normal day in your life. But overcoming your fear, Mihail says, his large thumb rubbing over Dante's knuckles, that makes you brave. Dante frowns.
I guess so.
I guess so isn't good enough. I need you to know it. I'm going to test you. Are you ready? Dante sits tall, nodding.
I'm ready.
If you want to be brave, you have to be
scared,
Dante answers. Mihail smiles. And when you're scared, you have to be
brave.
He holds up his hand for a high five, but Dante pushes right past it and wraps his arms around Mihail's neck. I'm pretty sure my heart stops. I ran from Mihail for years, terrified of what would happen if he ever caught up to us. But occasionally, when I let myself imagine the best-case scenario, I imagine this. Dante having a real relationship with his dad wanting a relationship with him. Kneeling there next to this mishmashed little family of mine, I realize that agreeing to marry Mihail is about more than keeping Dante safe. It's about making him happy. It's about giving him everything he needs, even when what he needs is Mihail.
Mama,
Dante mumbles, reaching towards me with grasping little fingers. I lean in and let him hug my neck. Do you want me to stay? He bites his lip, considering it. Then he puffs out his little chest.
I'm going to be brave.
Mihail and I are almost through his door when he sits up again.
Mihail, what happens if I can't be brave?
That's why you have me. Mihail winks. I'll take care of you. God, I hope he means that.
And Mama?
Dante asks. My stomach drops, but Mihail just nods. And your mama. Damn, that naive little voice inside my head, but I hope he means that too. Back in the hallway with Dante's door firmly closed, I suddenly can't look away from Mihail's bare chest. The chest I cuddled less than an hour ago. Or his biceps. The biceps that just hugged our son after he had a nightmare. Or his abs. The abs I would scale like the world's sexiest climbing wall. Mihail says something and I have to rip my eyes up to his face. The face so perfect the universe pulled a copy-paste and gave it to my son, too. What? I ask, blinking at him like a confused newborn. Does that happen a lot? He repeats. The nightmares. A few times a month, probably. Some months are worse than others. You handled it well, though. Mihail arches a brow. But you're good with him, I admit with no small amount of reluctance. He likes you. The boy has good taste. Don't make me regret this, I groan. Mihail steps closer. He smells like cool mint and cedar. It just wafts off of his skin like he's a walking bottle of pheromones. Regret what? I shrug weakly. Being nice to you? Trying to co-parent? What happened to you get him for Bratva stuff, I get him for everything else? I'm trying to put it behind us and start over if you'll stop being pompous for 5 seconds. I huff out a breath. The only reason I'm here is for Dante. I want what's best for him, and as much as I hate to admit it, I'm going to love this. Mihail says, crossing his huggable biceps over his cuddleable chest. I do my best to ignore his words and his body. You're good for him. That whole speech in there was inspired. You connected with him, and I don't want to get in the way of your relationship. Mihail is thoughtful, his jaw flexing as he thinks. He really loves you, Viviana. The boy has good taste. He rolls his eyes. He really loves you, and I don't want to get in the way of that relationship either. The silence between us settles into something comfortable. Even with his chiseled from marble pecs on display, I don't have a hard time looking in his eyes. Then we're in agreement, I finally say. We try to be civil. For Dante. You think you can handle that? I can handle anything, thank you very much. Good. He starts to say something else and stops. His brow furrows before he finally forces the words out. Because we have plans tomorrow. We can practice being civil. Plans for all of us? I imagine another shopping spree and barely resist groaning. No, just the two of us, you and me. My stupid heart leaps, but I quickly lasso and hog-tie it down. Do I have a choice? Of course you have a choice, but we're trying to get along, aren't we? He dips his head. His breath whispers over my skin. It would be civil of you to cooperate, so I'm not forced to carry you kicking and screaming over my shoulder again. I'm tempted to ask about the spanking. Is that on the table too? But before I can find the words, Mihail is back in his room with the door closed.
Chapter 22. Mihail. Anatoly will hate us for coming here without him. The blonde waitress bends over to bust the table next to ours. She's busy clearing away a few $100 worth of half-finished cocktails, but her barely-there skirt would have the entirety of my brother's attention if he were here, which, admittedly, is part of the reason he's not. Raoul nods, fingers drumming on the glass in his hand. He looks around the lounge but doesn't say anything. I know he isn't paying any mind to the waitress. He's looking for Fabio. We've been all over the city today. Every so often we have to make the rounds, pop in to visit the businesses we employ and the ones we protect. It hasn't been long since our last visit, but with Trofim's unsolved murder hanging over my head, I figure it's worth making sure no one has seen or heard anything strange. I don't want to take any chances. Not least of all because I have Dante and Viviana to think about now. Being on assignment means Raoul is focused, but I figured he'd relax once we got to the lounge. It's been under Novikov ownership for decades. Everyone knows not to fuck with us when we're here, and the waitresses know how to be discreet. Still, Raoul is tense. It's strange enough that I'm close to checking in to make sure he's okay. Then the blacked-out door to the lounge opens, and Fabio strolls in.
He has got to be kidding,
Raoul mutters. No, Fabio is definitely not kidding. He's in a blindingly white suit with a popped black collar underneath. He whips his sunglasses off to wink at the redhead working the bar, and then strolls to the back corner where Raoul and I are waiting for him. The man is barely 5 feet tall, but I'm not sure he knows that. He struts in like he owns the place. Odd choice, since I own it. Fabio pulls out his chair and drops into it, already waving down our waitress.
Where's Anatoly?
Busy.
Shame. I like him. He's a good time.
You two have a lot in common, Raoul drawls. Anatoly would slug Raoul for that, but Fabio takes it as a compliment. I'm not positive it isn't one, but Raoul likes to play his cards close to the vest. Once Fabio has thoroughly complimented the waitress on every inch of her exposed skin and has a drink in his hand, he shifts into the commercial real estate mogul I agreed to go into business with.
To think, I was trying to get these warehouses off my hands this time last year,
Fabio snorts.
Now they're about to make me more money than any of my other properties, one of which is the new Brooklyn development I invested in.
You heard of that? Unless it's a warehouse I can use, I don't care. It's going to be big, he says, plowing on ahead. 16 buildings and over 6,000 apartment units. My first foray into residential, but it still won't make me as much money as this deal is going to. Then let's focus on where the money is and stop wasting our time chatting about bullshit. Fabio smiles, but it's dimmed compared to the previous wattage. We're just here to sign on the dotted line, aren't we? The details have been figured out. We were talking in hypotheticals before, Raoul reminds him. Now Mihail owns Cerberus Industries, and we can set things in stone. Fabio circles a hand in the air like he's bored. The guns come in. I store them, you sell them, we all get filthy rich. Tell me where to sign. Fabio is annoying. There's no getting around that. Unfortunately, he's also in possession of a shit ton of warehouses in Brooklyn, Queens, and the Bronx, and, this is key, eager to climb the already overflowing ladder that is real estate in New York City. Fabio is the perfect blend of rich and desperate. I knew he'd dip into crime without a second thought if it meant he'd make a name for himself. I grit my teeth and lay out the plan. To keep our names from popping up too many places together, the money I owe you will all come directly from Cerberus and go to your trust. He pulls the toothpick out of his olive and runs it through his front 2 teeth. You think that's less suspicious? Less suspicious than paying you hundreds of thousands of dollars per month from his personal account? Raoul asks dryly. Yeah, making it a business expense is less suspicious. Great, sure, whatever. We'll set it up. Fabio rocks his chair back onto 2 legs. I've worked with Cerberus in the past. They rented out some space for a few months last year. I still have the assistant's number. I'll call her and arrange the payments to be— No, I snap. Raoul and Fabio both freeze. I clear my throat. You'll make those arrangements with me. Leave my assistant out of it. Fabio looks surprised, but he doesn't argue. I'm sure he doesn't come across many pachans who want to handle their own bookkeeping. Then again, he's probably never come across the wife of a pachan who wanted to continue working as a personal assistant. Where Viviana is concerned, he never will. The last thing I want is people like Fabio having a direct line to Viviana, both for plausible deniability on her part and for safety. The less the public knows about her and Dante, the better. We shake hands, promising to be in touch soon. Fabio leaves his business card for the blonde waitress, slides his obnoxiously large sunglasses into place, and then makes his way out of the lounge. It's her job, Raoul says the moment we're alone. Now you have something to say. You've been quieter than usual, which is really saying something. It's her job, he repeats. Viviana's, as your personal assistant. She's supposed to assist me, personally. And yet you don't want her working with Fabio? I shake my head. Leave it, Raoul. Fabio is someone I'd rather keep an eye on. This has nothing to do with your feelings for her. I said to fucking leave it. And I will. Raoul pushes his empty glass to the center of the table and crosses his arms. Once I do my job. Since when is your job to poke around in my personal life? Since your personal life might interfere with what we've been working towards for the last 6 years, Viviana isn't going to interfere with anything. I know, because you won't even let her take a phone call with Fabio to set up accounts. Why not? He presses. Is it that you don't trust her? Do you think she's a spy? Because if so, I'm not sure marrying her was the right call. Which is why I make the decisions, and you do whatever the fuck I ask you to do. I snarl. Raoul's eyes flare for a second, but he sits back. I've always viewed Raoul as a friend, as a partner, but it's an uncomfortable truth that he was gifted to me by his family, that they intended for him to be a slave. Occasionally, in moments like this one, it's impossible to forget. I wouldn't do anything to put our plans at risk, I add a touch more softly. We've all worked too hard at this to throw it away now. Viviana won't be a problem. He doesn't look convinced. She hates you. If she could get you sent to prison, she would. We're planning on being civil now, for Dante's sake. Civil. It feels like the wrong word for what happened last night. The way she and I sat with Dante, like a family. I crumple the word and toss it away. I don't know what we are, but it isn't that. Not in any way that matters. According to Anatoly, you're taking her out tonight, he muses. Sounds like a lot more than being civil to me. Then that means it's working. He frowns. What's working? My plan. We found out Trophim was murdered, and Viviana showed up in my life on the same day. That doesn't strike you as strange? We have no reason to think they're connected. We don't, and they probably aren't. And yet, just like we poked around for information today, I figured it would be smart to get Viviana alone and do a little digging. I'll soften her up and make sure she isn't hiding anything. That's why you asked her out? He dips his chin, skeptical. That was the last thing on my mind when I told Viviana we had plans last night. I wasn't even sure where I was taking her, I just wanted to be with her. But this makes sense. This is a good plan. We should look into every possibility. Trophim was Viviana's ex-fiancé. If someone was out for him, they could be out for her too, or Dante. Viviana was in Chicago at the time. We found a woman's hair clip tangled in his sheets. It was probably an escort he hired and refused to pay. Probably, I agree, but I'll find out more tonight. Whatever I find out, it won't change any of my plans. That bears repeating. Viviana won't change any of my plans. I'm going to make sure of it.
Chapter 23. Viviana. I follow the sound of Dante playing down the hallway and into the sitting room. He's standing on the leather ottoman, a pillow held over his head. Anatoly is curled up on the ground in the fetal position. "Have mercy on me!" Anatoly screams playfully. Dante cackles hysterically as he dives off the ottoman. Anatoly catches him in midair and takes a pillow directly to the face for his efforts. He turns away and grins when he sees me, his hair mussed in every direction. To be fair, so is mine. "Morning, Sleeping Beauty. Finally ready to join the living?" "It's only—" I check the clock above the fireplace. "Wow, is that clock right?" Anatoly nods just before Dante assaults him with another pillow to the face. I can't remember the last time I slept in. Definitely before Dante was born. Probably before I was engaged to Trophim, even. Years and years ago. A lifetime ago. That's why my brain feels so jumbled. It has nothing to do with hugging Mihail last night, and his bare chest. What could be mind scrambling about that? Not a darn thing. I'm not distracted because I'm waiting to hear his voice or wondering what surprise he has planned for the two of us tonight. No, it's all of the extra sleep that has me out of sorts. That makes the most sense. I didn't realize it was so late. Before Dante can swing his pillow a third time, I grab the end of it. "Have you had breakfast yet, little gremlin?"
Stella made me pancakes.
Stella made pancakes? Anatoly groans. I can't believe I missed them. Wait, you didn't wake him up this morning? I ask Anatoly. He shakes his head. When I came downstairs, Mihail was already with him in the kitchen. Dante is well taken care of in this house. Mihail would never do anything to hurt him. I know this, but it doesn't stop that rotten bitch mom guilt from rearing her ugly head. She has been my constant companion since Dante was born. You could have come into my room after you woke up this morning. I would have eaten with you. The same way I've eaten with you every single morning for the last 5 years. 2 days in this house and my son doesn't need me anymore. It's not true, but it feels true right now.
I got Mihail instead. I wanted to tell him I was brave last night.
I can't stop sheer shock from spreading across my face. You went into Mihail's room while he was sleeping and woke him up? I do manage to stop myself from asking my small child if Mihail was shirtless. That would be inappropriate, not to mention useless information. I don't need to know how Mihail sleeps. It's of no consequence to me. Dante makes a jumping swipe for the pillow, but I hold it out of his reach. He groans like this is the most boring conversation he's ever had, whereas I have never been more riveted. Talk to me, and then you can beat up Anatoly, I tell him. You woke Mihail up this morning?
Yes, he sighs. I ate pancakes and brushed my teeth too. I did all the things I was supposed to.
It takes nothing short of a full half hour of pleading and screaming to get Dante to finish his cereal and use the restroom every morning. To get out the door on time, I'd have to sacrifice baby lambs on an altar somewhere. But in Mihail's house, Dante can take care of himself with no prodding whatsoever. That isn't sending me into a shame spiral at all. Nope, I'm doing awesome. Why did you go into Mihail's room?
I don't know.
Dante shrugs. If you need something, you should come to me.
I can go to Mihail too, he argues. He's my dad.
The word drops with the force of an atomic bomb. It's all I can do to stay standing. I lose my grip on the pillow, and Dante takes the opportunity to snatch it away while I'm reeling from those 3 little words. He's my dad. Who told you that? I ask, but Dante can't hear me. He's too busy dive-bombing Anatoly. Anatoly tickles Dante into submission and suggests a game of hide-and-seek while I manage to collapse down on the couch and stare straight ahead at the wall. As soon as Dante runs into the closest closet, positive neither of us saw him, Anatoly claps a hand on my shoulder. You okay? I look up at him, eyes narrowing. Did you tell him? Not a word, he claims, hands raised in surrender. Stella didn't say anything either. We were up late talking last night, and she was still using code words just in case. If it was any other day, I'd ask Anatoly what he was doing staying up late to talk to Stella, but I'm too deep in my own existential panic to focus on that now. Would Mihail tell him? No. Anatoly shakes his head with finality. He wouldn't. I think kids have a way of just knowing this stuff. It's instinctual. I've stopped that kid from shoving a fork in a light socket and trying to eat marbles. Children have no instincts. They do about this, he insists. I mean, my father never told me he was my dad, but I knew. I also knew he liked me less than my brothers. Kids can read between the lines. There haven't been lines to read between, I mumble. But of course there have. Dante and I moved into Mihail's house the day that we met him. Mihail sat by his bed with me last night and calmed him after a nightmare. Mihail swore to Dante that he would take care of both of us. In a lot of ways, there hasn't been much need to read between the lines. The lines themselves have been pretty damn clear. I drop my face into my hands. What a mess. It's only a mess for you, Viv, Anatoly says unhelpfully, heading for the closet. The rest of us are doing just fine. Anatoly pretends to look for Dante behind a plant and under the sofa before he rips open the closet door and chases Dante around the room, wailing like a ghoul. My son is fed, safe and happy because of Mihail. I should be thrilled. My horoscope this morning did say that I'm finding a new balance in my life and I should embrace it. Maybe Mihail is that balance. But is this what balance feels like? Like a boulder sitting on your chest, slowly crushing the life out of you? Dante ropes Anatoly into one more round of hide-and-seek.
He's not very good at this game,
Dante whispers to me after he opens his eyes and immediately sees Anatoly trying and failing to cover his massive shoulders with one of the curtain panels. I call for a rematch, Anatoly cries, just as Stella sweeps into the room.
The tutor is here.
Stella waves for Dante to follow her, but her eyes keep flicking to Anatoly, untangling himself from the curtains.
What's a tutor?
Dante asks, making a fart noise with his mouth. Get it out now because you are not going to do that when we meet her, I warn him. He continues making fart noises as I explain. She's going to be like a teacher, but here in the house. He frowns.
I already have a teacher. Mrs. Campbell is my teacher.
This This is why I'm not thrilled. As great as things may seem, Mihail still pulled my son out of his school and away from the life we built. At the end of the day, Mihail is a Bratva Pakyan. He's used to everything in his life going his way. If Dante and I try to push back, he won't be open to compromising. I ruffle Dante's hair. I know, but now you have 2 teachers. How lucky are you? Dante grumbles something I can't hear, but it doesn't matter because we turn the corner and there she is, Dante's tutor. The woman has pitch black hair pulled back in a severe bun on the top of her head. She's wearing wire-frame glasses perched on her thin nose and a green sweater vest over her button-down shirt. I want to ask what came first, the job or the wardrobe. She looks like she stepped out of an encyclopedia page for tutors. Instead, I hold out my hand and smile. It's so nice to meet you. I'm Dante's mom.
I'm Mrs. Steinman.
The woman shakes my hand, but her attention quickly shifts to Dante. She kneels down in front of him and, in an instant, she comes alive. A smile spreads across her face, and everything that looked severe a second ago suddenly looks approachable. The bun flops back and forth when she talks. Her eyes crinkle with the grin, and her glasses are in little half-circle shapes. She looks like a real-life cartoon character.
I'm so happy to meet you, Dante.
She beams.
Do you want to help me get set up for today? I have so many activities planned for us that I'm going to need your help.
Dante twines his hands together behind his back and shuffles his feet across the carpet. But his nerves evaporate as soon as he pulls the giant rainbow-colored dice out of Mrs. Steinman's bag. I watch from the doorway as Dante and Mrs. Steinman take turns rolling the dice. Each number is associated with a different activity. A dance move, making a shape out of fuzzy pipe cleaners, finding alphabet sounds around the room. Dante is grinning from ear to ear as he rolls a 4 and then races over to make a butterfly out of red and orange pipe cleaners.
She isn't going to disappear with him,
Anatoly whispers from behind me. I roll my eyes but slip out of the doorway and into the hall. I know.
Really? 'Cause you lurking over his entire lesson gives off nervous energy.
I just met this woman 15 minutes ago. Am I supposed to just walk away and leave her alone with my kid?
She's been vetted,
he says, like that is reason enough.
Mihail actually paid to swipe her from her position with some senator's kids. She's the best of the best.
According to Mihail.
Anatoly sighs. I understand the chip on your shoulder, Viv, I really do.
I wish you'd stop calling me that.
He smirks. And I wish you'd stop pretending you hate it, and us, so much. Maybe if you let yourself relax for a second, you'd realize that life here isn't so bad.
Anatoly is saying out loud what's been silently floating around in my head for the last 24 hours. So I tell him exactly what I've been telling myself. It's not so bad now, but it won't always be this way. Mihail's life is dangerous. This world is dangerous.
Life is dangerous,
Anatoly retorts.
The only difference between being out there and in here is that, in here, Mihail is going to do whatever it takes to make you and Dante safe and comfortable.
I snort. I'll believe it when I see it.
Then keep looking around, Viv. You're family now. Mihail is going to treat you right.
Anatoly tries to pinch my cheek, but I dodge him.
Maybe he'll even treat you extra right on your date tonight.
It's his turn to dodge when I take a swing at him.
It's not a date,
I call as he jogs away down the hallway, still laughing. Chapter 24. Viviana. It's not a date. It's just dinner. Dinner on the rooftop of a restaurant I'd feel too underdressed to walk past, let alone eat at. I freeze as soon as the door to the rooftop opens. Blush and fuchsia pink flowers trail up brick columns and span the gaps between the exposed wooden beams running overhead. Candles flicker in the center of the table and in lanterns scattered around the roof. The space is large enough to fit 20 other tables, at least, but tonight there is only one. It's gorgeous. And definitely not a date. Mihail's hand lands firm and warm on my exposed lower back. Stella chose a low-back, champagne-colored satin dress for me to wear. At the time, I thought it was overkill. Now, it's obvious I'd fit right in here, if there was anyone else around to fit in with. Mihail directs me out of the doorway and to our table. "Is this for us?" I ask dumbly. "No, actually," he says, pulling out my chair. "But don't worry, I killed the couple it was for on our way in. Their bodies are in the back alley. They won't be making their reservation, I'm afraid." I blink at him, stunned for a full 3 seconds before I realize he's joking. "Relax. Everything tonight is for us, Viviana." Mihail gently pushes me back into the table. He's in a blue suit that does dangerous things to his eyes. They are like melting glaciers. When I look into them, I swear I can see forever. The thought jolts me back to reality. I lunge for my napkin and accidentally send the silverware inside clattering across the table. I'm sure Mihail notices my nerves, but he doesn't say anything. He orders wine and thanks the waitress as she pours our glasses. When Mihail lifts his glass for a toast, all I hear is Anatoly's voice in my head. "Maybe he'll treat you extra right on your date tonight." "Why did you bring me here?" I blurt. Mihail sighs and lowers his glass. He takes a sip before he answers. "I thought I should get to know the mother of my child." A breeze blows across the rooftop, and a pink flower petal flutters down from above, landing perfectly in the center of my plate. I arch a brow. "We can get to know each other back at the mansion, where there are other people, and fewer flowers. And I don't have to imagine what it would be like if this was a date and there was some chance that the night would end with Mihail's lips on mine and this dress on the floor." "I didn't want any distractions." "Then you shouldn't have worn that suit," I mumble. Mihail leans closer and I can smell his minty freshness from here. "What was that?" "I want to get to know you too," I say quickly. "I have it on good authority that Stella and Anatoly are helping Dante make homemade slime. He definitely would have roped us into that experience if we were at the mansion." "What is homemade slime?" he asks. "It is what it sounds like. Slime. It's just goo made from glue and food coloring and a bunch of other stuff from around the house." Mihail, a man I've seen beat his own brother into a pulp, looks horrified. "What do you do with it?" "Nothing. Everything." I chuckle. "It's like silly putty from when we were kids. Did you ever play with that stuff?" "I didn't play with anything," he admits. "There wasn't time." "Here we go. The appetizers haven't even come out yet, and I'm already learning shocking things about you." I grab my drink and take a sip. I'm no wine connoisseur, but even I know it's expensive. I plan to drink half a bottle at least, if only to quiet down the nagging thoughts in my head. "What were you so busy doing that you didn't have time to play when you were a kid?" "You grew up in the mafia. It's not so different from my world. You know what it's like." "I grew up the only daughter of a Don," I remind him. "I have no idea what it's like to grow up the second son of a Pakyan. So, what was it like?" Mihail considers it for a second and then meets my eyes. "Bloody." It doesn't have the same ring of amusement as the joke about killing the couple in the alley did. Probably because it's not a joke. "Huh," I murmur. Maybe our experiences weren't so different after all. I raise my glass for the toast I missed earlier. Mihail dips his chin and clinks his glass against mine. The waitress pops in and out every so often to deliver different courses, but otherwise we are left alone. Large gas heating lamps burn in a circle around the rooftop, insulating us from the chilly evening. Still, goosebumps bloom up and down my arms when the wind blows. "Cold?" Mihail asks. I start to refuse, but he is already standing up and slipping out of his jacket. He drops it over my shoulders, and I almost moan at the residual warmth of his body. The scent of cedar and mint swirls around me. If I stole this jacket and sold it to some perfumer somewhere, I'd make a fortune. Thanks. I pull the sleeves more tightly around me. It's a nice night, but I always run cold. My dad always said I get that from my mom. He said she shook like a scared little chihuahua the entire time he knew her. Of course, she could have been shaking out of fear. Being married to a man who screamed at her every time another man even looked her direction, like it was her fault, couldn't have been good for her health. It's probably why her heart stopped when she was only 45. Or maybe he killed her. I've never worked out which one, but after what my father did to Mateo, I wouldn't put anything past him. She died when you were little, didn't she? I only smile because I'm so surprised he knows anything at all about my life. How do you know that? You were engaged to my brother for 6 months. I got bored at all those god-awful parties and fundraisers. So you asked around about me? That shouldn't send a swirl of excitement through me, but it does. I overheard other people talking about you, he counters. It was better than listening to people kiss Trophim's ass, so I tuned in. Glad my trauma caught your interest. That's what dead moms are for, after all. Party chatter.
Unless you're my father, Mihail retorts. And then dead moms are only around so you can blame them for all the bad behavior of your sons.
I knew Trophim's mom wasn't in the picture when we were engaged. All of the conversations about our union happened between his father and mine. It was a room full of men hashing out my romantic future without a female voice in sight. But Trophim never talked about her, and I didn't care enough about him to ask. What happened to your mom? I ask softly.
She married my father.
It's the only answer Mihail offers, and I can tell it's all I'm going to get. Well, if we succeed in being civil, it'll be the first halfway decent marriage I've ever seen up close, I admit. Something I don't understand flickers across Mihail's face before he schools his features.
Up close, every marriage is miserable.
You really think so?
Best case scenario is till death do us part. It's pretty fucking bleak,
he mutters as he takes a drink. For a man who doesn't believe in marriage, you sure rushed into our wedding. Any chance this cynicism is an act? I'm teasing him, but deep down I want to know. Why did he ask me to marry him? Why are we here on this rooftop surrounded by flowers?
The cynicism is from experience. The marriage is because of Dante.
Right, Dante. He's here because I got knocked up during a one-night stand. A one-night stand that happened on the heels of Mihail breaking up my very unhappy engagement to his brother. An engagement that only happened because my father murdered my previous fiancé right in front of me. God, my life is a graveyard of bad marriages. Based on the ghosts swirling in Mihail's eyes, I'm sure his past looks similar. I sigh. Is it too depressing to raise our glasses to shitty parents and their even shittier marriages?
Probably.
Mihail raises his glass anyway. I'd toast to not repeating their mistakes, but I'm not sure anyone would say our marriage is built to last. They've probably already made their mistakes.
Our marriage is built on mutual benefits and personal responsibility, he says coolly. I think that's a hell of a lot stronger foundation than love.
I snort. I know centuries worth of poets who would disagree with you.
They can disagree all they want. While they were busy writing sad little poems about lost loves, I was learning from the real world. I know for a fact that when love is taken away from you, nothing can bring it back. It may make a man strong at first, but when it's gone, there's nothing weaker than that.
Mihail is staring down into his glass. The words feel like an accident, like they slipped through a crack in his usual armor and weaseled their way through another crack in mine. I find myself leaning closer to him. Has love been taken away from you, Mihail? He blinks, and instantly, the moment is gone. He shakes his head gruffly.
What about you?
I don't owe him an explanation, especially since he definitely isn't going to tell me anything. But I decide to be honest anyway. Once. I fold my hands around my empty glass. My fingers are cold. It was a long time ago. I was young, stupid. It ended badly. Suddenly, more wine is splashing into my cup. Mihail lowers the bottle and raises his glass yet again. One last toast to not repeating our own mistakes. Easier said than done. By the time our dessert plates are cleared away from the table, I'm full and warm in Mihail's jacket. He offers me his hand to escort me down the stairs, but I'm not ready to leave. I turn to the railing, taking in the glowing city streets below. The chatter and honking feels distant from this high up. I can romanticize it in a way I can't when a taxi is blaring its horn at me as I cross the street, Dante's hand locked in mine like a vice. This top-of-the-world view makes everything down below look small, insignificant. Can we stay for a few more minutes? I ask suddenly. His face is unreadable as he lets the stairwell door close and follows me to the railing. I thought you'd be ready to get back to Dante. He's definitely asleep by now. Besides, this is the first time I've been out in 5 years. You haven't been out since Dante was born. Sad but true. I chuckle. I hired a babysitter when I had to work late or when there was a work function in the evenings, but those only came up once or twice a year. What about dates? Hazy, elusive things. If I focus really hard, I can almost remember what it felt like to have a social life, but it's been a long time. Actually, this is... I grip the railing. This is what? Mihail's elbow brushes against my arm. Several layers of clothing separate us, but I swear I feel his heat radiate through my bones. This is the closest thing I've had to a date in as long as I can remember. As soon as the words are out of my mouth, I wince. That sounded even more pathetic out loud than it did in my head, which is saying something because it sounded really pathetic in my head. To my surprise, Mihail laughs, and the sound sends warmth pooling low in my belly, the same way it did last night before our almost kiss in the kitchen. Mihail is stingy with his smiles, and it only makes me want to gather them up and hoard them. It's not like you're hideous, Mihail says. Men must have asked you out. Wow, not hideous. If I was still on the market, that would be my profile on every dating app. What a rave review! I bite out sarcastically. His hand whispers over my lower back again, drawing closer than we've been all night. You know I like what I see. I've never denied that. The night he bent me over the side of the bed and spanked me flashes in my mind. I saw his erection and accused him of liking it. Am I supposed to deny it? My face flames and words tumble out just to distract myself. Actually, the morning I went to work and found you there instead of my boss, my neighbor had asked me out for dinner. I frown. He's probably wondering what happened to us. Did you accept his offer? Mihail slides his hand possessively to my hip, and I've never been more aware of my body. Yes, but I haven't thought about him even once since I walked away from him. Not the way I've thought about you. But what? Mihail presses. I flail for something to say. But Tommy was a Capricorn. It probably wouldn't have worked out. Please don't tell me you put your faith in the stars. I shrug. Stars told me Trophim and I wouldn't be a good match. They were definitely right about that. The stars didn't need to tell you that. Mihail snorts. I was born at the end of September. What does that tell you about me? You're a Libra. Libras are all about... I inhale sharply. Mihail's hand feels like a brand on my hip. Balance, I choke out. Libras are represented by the scales. Mihail turns to me, eyebrow arched. Why does me being a Libra make you look like you want to jump over the ledge? I don't know a thing about astrology. Are Libras serial killers or something? In the case of this particular Libra, probably. But bizarrely, that isn't what has my heart racing. I paste on a smile. It's stupid, but my horoscope this morning. It said I'm on the brink of finding new balance in my life. Mihail turns to me. I'm not sure how it happened, but instead of looking down at the view, I'm looking up at him. His skin is gold in the candlelight. The breeze brushes his dark hair away from his face.
Is that all it said?
His voice is a tempting rumble that I feel in my toes. I'm surprised it doesn't shake the building. It should register on some Richter scale somewhere. I lick my lips. No. His hand tightens around my lower back, pulling me closer.
What else did it say, Viviana?
It said I'm on the brink of finding new balance in my life, and I should embrace it. Mihail is good for Dante. He comes with some threats and baggage, but he wants to protect us from that. Maybe I should stop fighting this pull I feel towards him, the pull I've felt since I first saw him leaning against the wall at my engagement party, the one that hasn't lessened for even a second since he threw me back on the bed in that bridal suite. Mihail leans closer. I tip my head back, part my lips. I want him. The thought rings through me like a gong, and he must be able to hear it, because all at once, Mihail pulls away and leaves me leaning on the cold metal railing.
Sounds like your horoscope knows about your breakdown in the kitchen last night. You definitely embraced me then.
He shoves his hands in his pockets and walks to the stairwell door. He wrenches it open and points for me to follow. I silently follow him down the stairs and through the restaurant. Pyotr is standing by the curb downstairs, but when he helps me into the back seat, Mihail doesn't follow.
Take her home,
Mihail orders.
I have work to do.
Without another look at me, Mihail turns and leaves. I spend the ride home staring out the window, playing and replaying the conversation on the roof. I can still feel where Mihail's hand singed my lower back. What happened? What did I do wrong? As if he can hear my thoughts, Pyotr catches my eye in the rearview mirror.
Don't judge him too harshly.
Who? I snap. Pyotr gives me a sympathetic smile.
Mr. Novikov has been through a lot. When he is responsible for someone, he takes it seriously. He doesn't allow anything to get in the way of him doing what needs to be done, not even himself. If he's keeping you at arm's length, there's a good reason.
Like he's uninterested. He doesn't want me. This marriage is a sham through and through. If I'm transparent enough that Pyotr can see my disappointment, I'm sure Mihail could too. Pyotr is trying to make me feel better, but as I mumble my thanks and walk into the mansion I now call home, I've never felt more alone. Chapter 25. Viviana.
Push the board meeting from 10 to 2.
When I saw Mihail's name light up my screen 2 minutes before 6 this morning, my stupid heart leapt. A more imaginative person might have said it frolicked even, hopeful that whatever the hell happened at the end of our definitely not a date the other night was an emotional glitch Mihail was going to apologize for. Apparently not. I mentally add a third tally under my days since Mihail has apologized for being an asshole column. Then I text back, can do. I even put a period at the end instead of an exclamation point, like the no-nonsense hard-ass I am. Mihail isn't texting me as Viviana, the mother of his child and woman he nearly kissed before unceremoniously dumping her in a car and sending her away. He's texting me as Viviana, the assistant he inherited after a hostile takeover of Cerberus Industries. It's getting hard to keep track of what and who we are to each other. I'm his wife, but not really. We're attracted to each other, but not together. I'm the mother of his child, but we aren't a family. So me being Mihail's personal assistant is just another level of confusion on top of this 7-layer shit dip. Today is my second day back at work since moving in with Mihail, so my internal clock is still adjusting back to my work schedule, I have to drag myself out of bed and into the shower. Afterward, I twist my hair into a clip and toss my makeup bag into my purse. Yesterday, I curled my hair and put on a full face, assuming I'd be riding to work with Mihail. But when I got downstairs, it was just Piotr waiting for me in the driveway. Today, I'll do my makeup on the drive. My shopping spree with Stella and Anatoly included new work clothes, so I slip into a gray pencil skirt and cashmere sweater. This outfit alone is more expensive than the entirety of my combined work and non-work wardrobe before meeting Mihail. The cashmere feels like being cuddled by a flock of adorable baby sheep. It's so comfortable that it takes a concerted effort to not feel any gratitude towards Mihail as I walk across the hall to wake up Dante. But thoughts of Mihail and baby sheep fly out of my head when I open Dante's door and find his bed empty. "Dante?" I call, pulling back the blankets even though I know he isn't there. I check the closet, but it's empty. Shoving down gnawing panic, I check the sitting room and the kitchen, but they're empty too. I don't see Stella or Anatoly. Dante's tutor, Mrs. Steinman, won't be here for another hour at least. Out of desperation, I ask a maid I don't recognize if she's seen Dante, but she says something in Russian and lets me know neither of us are going to understand each other. I sprint down the hallway back towards his room. "Dante, where are you? Did Mihail take him? Are they gone? Am I ever going to see him again?" I'm blinking back tears, seconds away from calling Mihail for help or to scream at him, depending on if he's kidnapped my child or not, when I hear a muffled shout from the end of the hall, from Mihail's room. I throw open the door and step inside. The shades are drawn and the room is dim, but I can still see the rumpled, king-sized bed where Mihail slept last night. Fully against my will, I breathe in the mint and cedar scent of him. It's stronger here than anywhere else in the house. "Dante," I whisper, as if Mihail is going to lunge at me from behind a door. "I'm in here," a little voice says tearily. I turn towards the closet. The door is cracked open and I see a small, socked foot poking out of the shadows beyond. Getting to my knees in my pencil skirt is an ordeal and a half, but I manage it and crawl into the closet with him. Thankfully, Mihail's closet could fit our previous apartment 2 times over. Claustrophobia won't be an issue. "What are you doing in here, bud?" I ask softly. "Are you okay?" Dante swipes a pajama sleeve across his nose. "I was looking for Mihail." I think he's already at work. If his text at the butt crack of dawn was any indication, he starts work in the middle of the night. "Do you need something?" "You could have come to me. You can always come to me." The jealousy taking root in my chest is ripped up the moment Dante lifts his face and I see his chin wobbling. His blue eyes are glassy with tears. "What's the matter, honey?" I wipe away his tear with the baby sheep soft sleeve. "Did something happen?" "Is he leaving again?" he wails, throwing his arms around my middle. His face is buried in my stomach. "He came back, but he's leaving us again." "No, he isn't going anywhere. He didn't. When did he leave us before?" "When I was a baby," he cries. "That's why he wasn't there. It was me and you, but I want it to be Mihail too, but he's gone. He wasn't here before bedtime or when I woke up. He's nowhere." When I stroke his cheek, I can't help but see his father in every inch of him. He's been away, but he'll be back soon. I'll make sure of it. Piotr walks around to help me out once we pull up to Cerberus Industries, but I'm already out of the car and wrenching open the glass double doors by my damn self. Jackie waves and says something nice about my sweater, but I'm too angry to engage in small talk today. My heels click down the tile hallway towards Mihail's office like a war drum. When I reach his office, the only warning of my arrival is when the door bangs off the interior office wall. "We need to talk," I bark. Of course, Mihail doesn't flinch. He doesn't even look up, actually. He's signing some contract, probably his NDA with Satan. I swear not to tell anyone you inhabit my body for your evil bidding 80% of the time in exchange for dangerously good looks and more money than any human has a right to. Whatever it is for, I swipe it off his desk with a violent sweep of my arm. I said, we need to talk, I repeat icily. It's important. Mihail clicks his pen, lays it perfectly parallel to the edge of his desk, and finally looks up at me. What do you need, Viviana? From you? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I never needed anything from you. Is that why you came in here today? To tell me you don't need anything? His eyes slide down and back up my body slowly. Or is there something else? His old words ring in an obnoxiously horny part of my brain. You know I like what I see. I've never denied that. The need twisting low in my gut, despite everything this man has done to me and my son, only fuels my anger. It's gasoline to my righteous rage. I don't need a damn thing from you. Your son, however, was crying on your closet floor this morning because he's scared you're leaving him again. Mihail's eyes darken. I never left him. You took him away. I'm sure you cleared that up with him. You've been in his life for less than a week, and you're already disappointing him. If you want to make me feel bad about keeping him from you, being a halfway decent father would do the trick. Right now, you're proving me right. Anger bubbles just under his surface. I feel it like an electric charge in the air. But Mihail's face stays calm, impassive, like it's carved out of a goddamn glacier with an avoidant attachment style and repressive emotional tendencies. The kid was crying because he missed me. Sounds like he thinks I'm a little more than halfway decent. I gasp. You cannot be serious. Are you trying to spin him crying into a good thing? I never cried when my father wasn't around, and that definitely wasn't a good thing. You know what I think? That the world revolves around you, I guess. Yeah, you've made that point painfully obvious. He continues on like I didn't say anything. I don't think you're here because Dante misses me. I think you're here because you miss me. That is not true. It's not entirely true, anyway. If this was just about what happened between us the other night, I'd carry on in silence. I would fight back by responding to his work texts with increasingly aggressive punctuation until he was forced to clear the air. Dante is the reason I'm standing here. Dante is the reason I agreed to marry you in the first place. Dante is the only reason you and I are in the same room right now. What about when you spread your legs for me and begged me to come inside you? In the silence that follows, I could hear a pin drop from a mile away. Mihail's face is unreadable. Anyone walking by probably thinks we're discussing schedules and upcoming meetings. But oh boy, if they could hear, HR would have a field day with this conversation. With our entire relationship, actually. Though the thought of Judith with the beehive hairdo from the 19th floor telling Mihail what he can and can't do almost makes me laugh. I hitch in a breath to try to respond, but Mihail charges on ahead. Dante didn't exist yet, so I know that wasn't about him. Is it possible, Viviana, that you did want something from me that night? His voice lowers, smoothing over my skin like velvet. Do you still want it? Yes, which is the entire fucking problem. My cheeks burn. I throw his words from the night on the roof back at him. You know I like what I see, Mihail. I've never denied that. He wags a finger in the air. Except you are, Viviana. You're denying it right now. You're standing here because I'm following your rules. We got married and you said no sex. This is a business arrangement, remember. But the first time I don't walk you to the front door and kiss you under the porch light, you storm into my office and start making demands. For Dante, I scream. I'm making demands for Dante. Using your son to get closer to me. He clicks his tongue in disapproval. It's a dirty trick, even by my standards. I would never. Angry tears burn behind my eyes, but I refuse to let them fall. This is what Mihail wants. He wants me to hate him, to yell and scream and give him an excuse to keep me at arm's length. If that's what he wants, why should I fight to bring him closer? I let that tiny seed of hope sprout in my chest, convincing me that maybe there could be more between us, if only because I like the symmetry of his face and the way his body feels against mine. But a relationship is built on more than that. It's built on things I can't give him, like the whole truth, every seedy detail of how exactly I was able to disappear for so long, and things he can't give me, like his heart. I take a deep breath and square my shoulders. I don't care if you and I never speak again from this moment forward, but you can't do that to Dante. He knows you are his father. He figured it out. And just because you don't deserve a son like him, that doesn't mean he doesn't deserve to have his father in his life. Business is all you seem to understand, so try treating our son like a job. You need to show up for him every day. If you can't, you let me know so I can pick up that slack. He deserves better than either of us, but you and I are all he has. Before Mihail can say anything, I turn and leave. I make it to the bathroom at the end of the hall before the tears start to fall. Chapter 26. Viviana.
See you mañana, Margaret.
Steve raps his knuckles on my desk as he passes by towards the elevators. Mihail sent out a memo 2 days ago about my official name change, but Steve never checks the memos. He barely knows how his email inbox functions. If it was up to him, we'd all use carrier pigeons and smoke signals to communicate. Everyone else who did read the memo has taken to my real name with smiles and visible but unspoken confusion. I fight an eye roll and wave. Later, Steve. Mihail's office is already empty. He left half an hour ago without a word to me. Walked right past my desk like I wasn't even there. Like I was a piece of furniture in the corner instead of his wife and the mother of his child. On one hand, I'm glad he isn't spouting off about our marriage. It's not real, and I don't want people to think I was some spy working on the inside to help my husband take over the company. That wouldn't be good for office morale. On the other hand, being called into Mihail's office 15 minutes after my explosion to explain the quirks of Mr. Friedrichsen's office phone was difficult with the enormous elephant in the room. If you want the phone to connect, you have to pick up the receiver and then, oh dear, would you look at that, the elephant shit on the desk again. Anyway, about that phone. I leave right at 5, turning off the light in Mihail's office as I go. Jackie is still down at the front desk. She's swapping her heels for a pair of walking shoes. She looks up as my own heels click past.
Hey, Marge, Viviana.
She chuckles awkwardly.
That's going to take some getting used to. Are you about to brave the subway in heels?
I point to the black car idling outside the double doors. Mr. Novikov assigned me a driver. It's the sanitized version. Telling her my new boss is also my new husband and the father of my child seems like the textbook definition of an overshare. She whistles.
That's nice. New guy is sparing no expense. Is he treating you better than Mr. Friedrichsen?
Well, it depends. Mr. Friedrichsen never put me up in a bona fide mansion or gave me a personal driver or more G-spot orgasms than I knew what to do with. Then again, Mr. Friedrichsen also never kidnapped me and my son from our home and then gave me emotional whiplash until I couldn't decide whether I hated him for being cruel or for making me want him anyway. In some ways, I conclude with a smile. If you ever want to ride, just let me know. Your place is on the way to my old apartment. The apartment I do not live in anymore and may never return to. Before I need to finish the sentence, Jackie waves me away.
It's okay. I'm actually headed to my first tap class today. It's in the opposite direction.
Well, tap dancing, that sounds fun.
Probably not.
She lugs her duffel bag over her shoulder.
My therapist suggested I try new things. Embarrassing myself in front of other adults isn't new for me, but doing it while wearing tap shoes is.
Jackie and I walk out together. I wave as she heads in the direction of the train station and then climb into the back seat of the waiting car.
Home?
Piotr asks. Home is wherever Dante is, but I also feel a tug towards the apartment where we spent the last few years. Actually, I want to make a stop, I tell him. There's something I need at my old apartment. You know where it is?
Piotr stiffens. I know where it is, but we don't have a guard with us. Anatoly should be here if you're getting out of the car.
I was out of the car all day, and Anatoly wasn't with me, I point out. For the last half hour, Mihail wasn't in the building either. I think I can handle walking up to my own apartment for a few minutes. I'll be quick.
Piotr seems torn, his hands drumming on the wheel while he thinks.
I thought transportation was your job, I reminded him. Wherever I want to go, it's your job to take me there, right? I feel bad for putting Piotr in a weird spot, but luckily, any hint that he might not be fulfilling his duties to the highest caliber is all it takes to kick him into gear. He shifts the car into drive and gets me to my apartment faster than I thought was possible. I'll be in and out, I promise, as I slam the door closed and cross the cracked sidewalk. Really, I'm not even sure why I'm going in at all. I guess after the day I had, being somewhere familiar sounds nice. My mailbox is overflowing. It's mostly coupons and weekly deals for the grocery store around the corner, but there are a few overdue bills in there. I need to remember to forward my mail to the mansion. I don't think I'll be moving out anytime soon. I tuck the stack under my arm and climb the 3 flights of stairs up to my floor. There are 4 different door hangers for the takeout places across the street on the doorknob. Also, a note taped to the frame. Give me a knock when you're back. T. I rip the note down and duck inside. I don't have the bandwidth to explain this hot garbage heap of a situation to Tommy today. Maybe ever. The apartment smells musty, the same way it smelled when Dante and I first moved in. We lived here for years, but it only took a few days to revert to its former state. I try not to take the betrayal personally and dump the mail on the counter. I crack open the fridge and see a bag of shredded lettuce that has liquefied on the top shelf, and one look at the milk is enough to tell me it's hours away from growing legs and claiming squatters' rights. I could clean it all out, but why? I won't be back here again. The conversation with Dante this morning sealed that fate. He likes Mihail. He's on his way to loving Mihail. Even if I'd rather live in my small apartment with my rotting lettuce, I have to do what's right for Dante. I close the door and face the apartment. The little shoes tossed under our 2-person dining room table. The one-armed Spider-Man action figure that is doing a face-down plank on the shelf next to the television. All the little bits and bobs that made up our everyday lives. It's just like it always was, except I can see the cracks now, too. The way the sole of Dante's shoes are tearing away at the toe. He outgrew them a month ago, but I was trying to make them stretch as far as they could. And the shelf next to the television is bowing under the weight of the single action figure. I saved the water-damaged cabinet from the curb a year ago and meant to fill it with picture books for Dante, but there never seemed to be time. After I got off, the evenings were a mad dash for dinner, bath, and bedtime. The hard truth is, I've spent more quality time with my son over the last few days than I have in months, years, maybe. Because instead of every second being filled with rush and panic and hurry up, we can breathe. We can be. This apartment represents a lot for me. It's the first place that was ever truly mine. But that doesn't make it perfect. I walk the rooms one more time, stashing a few things in my purse as I go. Dante's favorite moon nightlight, a few more pictures from the walls. You were good to us, I whisper as I make my way to the door. It feels ridiculous to talk to an apartment, but it also feels right. I step onto the landing and pull the door closed behind me just as the door across the hall opens.
Margaret?
I'm tempted to sprint down the stairs and save both Tommy and myself this awkward encounter, but I take a deep breath and turn to face him. "Hi, Tommy." He blinks like he didn't expect to ever see me again. "Where have you been? You disappeared. Your mail backed up downstairs. I even left a message with the landlord about you. He never got back to me." No surprise there. He has an unread message in his inbox about my leaky bathroom sink from 3 years ago. "Where have you been?" Tommy asks again, ignoring my attempt to lighten the conversation. "Is everything okay?" Yes. And no. But also yes. I settle on a shrug. I'm okay. He runs a hand through his hair, a deep crease between his brows. "Is this about the other day? I know I kind of jumped you in the hallway when I asked about the date. I didn't mean to be so aggressive. I hope you didn't feel cornered, because if I scared you, I think I'd jump off the roof. Oh my God, that wasn't a threat. I won't really jump, it's just..." I grab Tommy's arm and try hard to smile. "This isn't about you or the date. You did a nice job asking me out. I didn't feel threatened." I didn't feel anything, actually. Being around Tommy is the exact opposite of being with Mihail. Around Mihail, I feel everything whether I want to or not. It's like I'm in an emotional amplifier. Everything feels heightened. Tommy is a damper. "Thank God." He sighs in obvious relief. "But if this wasn't about me, then what was it about? You've never even gone on vacation before. Not that I keep tabs on you, but you know what I mean." "I've had some family matters come up." Talk about boiling down and sanitizing the big, dirty truth. "The last few days have been hectic." "Do you need to talk about it? People have told me I'm a good listener. I know because I heard them tell me, since I'm such a good listener." He shakes his head. "I swear I won't tell any more terrible jokes on the date. Not a date, just coffee." I just said goodbye to my old apartment. I should say goodbye to Tommy, too. He deserves that much. He also deserves the truth. I could grab coffee. I raise my left hand slowly and tuck my hair behind my ear. I watch Tommy's eyes widen as he clocks my truly heinous wedding ring. "As friends." "Wow, it really has been a hectic couple of days for you," he breathes. "You have no idea." He sticks out his elbow and gestures to the stairs. "I'd love to hear all about it." I slip my arm through his and let him lead me down the stairs. I meet Pyotr's eyes through the windshield of the car for only a second before Tommy and I turn and walk in the other direction. I'm going out with Tommy because it sounds fun and because he deserves some kind of explanation after 3 years of being neighbors. But some small, petty part of me hopes Pyotr will tell Mihail about this. An even smaller, pettier part of me hopes it will tear him up inside.
Chapter 27. Mihail. The moment my fist connects with a man's face, it's like the frustration that has been building inside of me for the last 3 days has finally found a conduit.
"I'm sorry, Mr. Novikov," he moans. "I didn't mean..."
I pound the words out of his mouth, hitting him again and again. Fuck, it feels good. For the first time since I stood on that rooftop with Viviana, her body warm against mine, her lips soft and opening for me, I can think clearly. Maybe I should keep an asshole who steals from me within arm's reach whenever I'm with Viviana, in case the tension gets to be too much and I need to release a little pent-up energy. Blood and spittle fly. My knuckles start to ache, but I don't let up. I drive the man down to the floor and then follow him. I kneel over his cowering body until his eye is swollen shut and his mouth is a mangled puddle of blood. Raoul never tries to curb me when I'm doing business, but today he clears his throat. Only once, but it's enough. It's a subtle reminder of where I am, who I'm dealing with. Reluctantly, I climb off of the man and he rolls over, spitting blood and half of a shattered tooth onto the concrete. I turn to his 2 adult sons. They aren't restrained, but they didn't make a move to help their father. Cowards. Your father can't explain himself right now, so maybe you boys can help me out here. I pace closer, noting the way they flinch back. You pay me to protect your family business, correct? The long-faced blonde on the left nods. Correct? You sell car parts upstairs and run a gambling ring out of the basement, and I make sure no one comes in and shuts you down. Do you know how I do that? I ask, not waiting for an answer. Cameras. A metric fuck ton of cameras. No one comes in or out of here without me knowing about it. So explain to me, gentlemen, how a cache of weapons I stored here ended up missing. The blonde looks like he's going to be sick, so I turn to his brother. Someone stole them. That's all I know. We came in this morning and they were gone. Except the only people coming and going have been the 2 of you and your father here. I kick the father in the stomach just to make sure he doesn't think he's going to slip my notice. Maybe I'm stupid, but that would tell me that one of you 3 knows a hell of a lot more than you're saying. So tell me, am I stupid? The blonde shakes his head so hard I think his teeth might rattle loose. No, sir, you aren't stupid, but we don't know what happened. I sigh. Next, you're going to tell me you don't know who has been skimming the top of my cut of the gambling money for the last... How long, Raoul? 13 months. He fills in coldly. I whistle. My. That's a long time for all 3 of you to be in the dark. The way the color drains from their faces tells me they know exactly what I'm talking about. I kick the father in the stomach again. He groans and curls into a ball, but neither of his sons argues on his behalf. It's like they don't even care about him. Is this what it looks like when your relationship with your kids is built on the family business? When the only thing you have in common is the title you were born to? Viviana's voice hasn't stopped echoing in the back of my head since she walked out of my office this morning. But the volume kicks up a few notches right now. Business is all you seem to understand, so try treating our son like a job. If this is what treating my son like a job looks like, I don't fucking want it. I hope I'm never quaking on the floor like the man at my feet now. If I'm unlucky enough to find myself in that position, I hope someone will have the decency to put me out of my misery. Although the alternative to treating Dante like a business is treating Dante and Viviana like a family, and I don't want that either. I stomp on the father's knee to clear my head. You can't all be as oblivious as you look. One of you knows something about who has been stealing from me. Just as the trembling blonde brother starts to open his mouth, my phone rings. I grimace and take the call. I'm in the middle of something, Anatoly. What the fuck do you want? Viviana's gone. I feel my hackles rise. Just like that, I no longer give a shit about the 3 men in front of me. Viviana is all that matters. Where is she? I bark. You were supposed to have eyes on her. Pyotr was her driver. Raoul hears the tone of my voice and pulls out his phone. He starts tapping away, cluing himself into what's happening without me needing to say a word. I left the office today without a word. I didn't even look at her, which was harder than I made it seem. Her skirt hugged tight to every angle of her curves. It was painful to see her walk past my door without asking her to come in, without bending her over my desk and tasting her. I growl, refocusing my thoughts. What do you know, Anatoly? So, I misspoke. I can hear the wince in his voice. Viviana isn't gone so much as she is out. Away. I frown. What the fuck does that mean? Well, she wanted to stop by her old apartment after work, and Pyotr took her. Pyotr wasn't authorized to make that fucking call. He's very sorry, Anatoly says. He's also the one who told me where Viviana went. And where in the fuck did she go? I didn't have patience to begin with. Even if I did, it would be long gone now. Behind me, Raoul curses. I spin around and he's looking down at his phone. When he sees me watching him, he curses again. "What?" I bark. "Someone better start talking now." I snatch the phone out of Raoul's hand. He has a security camera feed pulled up. I recognize Viviana immediately. The man next to her, however, I've never seen before. "Who is he?" I growl. "You've seen the footage then?" Anatoly asks. "Who the fuck is he?" "Her neighbor, just a random guy across the hall, harmless as it gets." On the screen, the random guy across the hall offers his elbow and Viviana takes it. They walk down the stairs arm in arm, and just like that, I want to rip his shoulders right out of its socket. "I have eyes on the two of them," Anatoly offers, as if that could ease the knot in my chest. "They went for coffee down the street. They're just talking." I hang up and turn back to the three cowering men in front of me. "When I come back, I want to know which one of you is responsible for stealing from me. Take this time to come to a consensus. If you can't decide, I'll just kill you all." I look at Raoul and he waves me to the door. "I'll lock things down here. You have other things to handle." Things like my wife. If Viviana thinks I'm going to sit back while she throws a tantrum and fuck some other man, she has no idea who she is dealing with. I think it's time I teach her. Chapter 28. Mikhail. I double park in front of the coffee shop to a chorus of honking car horns. I climb out, eyes locked on the large front window. Drivers curse as they navigate around me, but I'm too busy scanning for a head of honey blonde hair, listening for the smooth velvet sound of her laugh. My fists tighten at my sides. I'll fucking kill him. "Easy there, Chief." Anatoly lays a hand on my shoulder. I didn't even see him standing on the sidewalk. "Let's inhale some peace and breathe out some homicidal ideations, yeah?" "Tell me where they are, Nat," I growl. He sighs. "Pyotr and I have been here the whole time. I wouldn't have let anything happen." There shouldn't even be the possibility of something happening. She should have been with me. My wife is out with another man. Something has already happened. I shove his hand off my shoulder. "Where the fuck were you? Why was she alone in the first place?" "I was at the mansion with Dante," he snaps. "You were supposed to be with Viviana. You two work in the same goddamn building. I didn't think I needed to cover them both." Viviana's voice echoes in my head again. He deserves better than either of us, but we're all he has. I let them both slip through the cracks on the same day. I failed them. I shoved the thought away and marched towards the coffee shop. "What do you want me to do?" Anatoly calls. "Leave. Take my car and get back to Dante." Pyotr is standing by the car, doing his best to blend in with the passenger door. "Go with Anatoly," I spit at him. "I'll drive my wife home myself." I don't wait around to make sure they follow my orders. My sights are already set on a woman sitting just inside, her back to the window. Her hair is twisted into a clip, the honey blonde end spilling over and brushing against her neck. I distantly register the shape across from her, the vague outline of a man who might be dead within the next 5 minutes if he doesn't play this right. Still, I can't pull my eyes from Viviana, my wife. I approach her from behind and bend low, my lips against the shell of her ear. "Pick a body part." She goes rigid. Robotically, she places her coffee mug on the table in front of her. "Mikhail, what are you—" "Pick a body part," I repeat coolly. "Something to remember your date by." Acoustic folk music pumps through the speakers. The sound of coffee grinders and chatting customers carries on, but it all feels worlds away. This close to Viviana, I can smell sweet vanilla floating off of her skin. I want to take a bite. "Margaret?" The man across from her doesn't even know her real fucking name. Pathetic. "Do you know this?" "If you don't pick, I will," I whisper, cutting him off. I'll choose his tongue if he doesn't shut up. Viviana turns to me slowly. We're just friends. You're about to have a preserved reminder of your friend you can keep on your shelf. I'll start a collection for you. I trail my finger down her neck, watching as goosebumps bloom across her skin. Any hand that touches you, I'll sever it. Any lips, teeth, anything else. We're just friends, she insists, swiping my hand away from her neck. The man across the tables leans forward. It doesn't look like Margaret wants you here, man. Maybe you should... Sit down, Tommy, Viviana orders. Her eyes never stray from mine. This is my husband. The poor sap across from her sinks down in his chair. You're actually married? I thought... I want to kill him for the disappointment in his voice alone. Whatever he told her, he isn't here because he's her friend. He wants more. Of course he does. You didn't tell him? I arch a brow. Interesting. Seems like something a friend would know, Margaret. I told him I was married, but I failed to mention that you were a domineering psychopath. She juts her chin out, challenging me. I grab it and slide closer to her. The room around us fades as I smell the hazelnut on her breath. I can lean forward and taste it right now. Taste her. Claim her. Your mistake, I growl instead. If you want your friend to live, you'll get up and come home with me now. Viviana rolls her eyes, but I can feel her trembling. Her pupils are blown wide, her cheeks are flushed. She pulls her chin out of my hand and turns to her date. I have to go, Tommy. I'm glad we got to catch up. Oh, yeah, me too, he fumbles. Then he lets me wrap an arm around Viviana's waist and lead her out of the shop without a word. Your date didn't even fight for you. I tell her once we're on the sidewalk. He let you leave with me. She jerks away from me and storms toward the car. He didn't let me do anything. I make my own choices. She tries to wrench open the car door, but it's locked. I reach around her body and open it for her. I trace my eyes down the long line of her leg as she climbs into the passenger seat in her skirt. For his sake, I'm glad you chose correctly. I close the door on her scowl and walk around the car. My cock is aching against my zipper. It's a miracle I don't turn around and sever her coward of a neighbor's head from his shoulders. Viviana may think they're just friends, but that's because she has no fucking clue the effect she has on men, the effect she has on me. He wanted her, and I want to kill him for even the thought. Instead, I start the car and slam on the gas. If you were worried about my safety, you wouldn't be speeding through traffic right now, she bites out. If you were worried about your little friend, you'd let me put as much distance between us and that coffee shop as possible, she snorts. You're not actually jealous of Tommy. Of course I'm not. Ridiculous. I'm going to do something stupid if I hear his name come out of your mouth one more time, I snarl. My knuckles are white around the steering wheel. Who is this little show for? She twists toward me, her leg curled onto the leather seat so I can see the creamy white skin of her inner thigh. You haven't spoken to me in days. You've been pushing me away ever since our not-a-date night, which was your idea, by the way. You want to get to know me, but you don't want to be in the same room with me. Make that make sense. None of this makes sense. Nothing about Viviana and the hold she has on my thoughts or my emotions or my dick makes any fucking sense. You don't want me, but no one else can have me either, is that it? She continues. I don't understand who this little show is for. Are you trying to convince Tommy you care about me? Because he's gone. There's no one to act for. You can go back to ignoring me. You said his name, I growl. The road is blurring in front of me. Blood pounds in my temples and in my balls. My body is too big for my skin, and I'm going to explode. I rip off the main road into an alley between buildings. I swerve around a rusted-out dumpster and turn into a waterlogged loading bay. It's dark and cool, and the noise from the street has faded to a blur. But Viviana is in full clarity. "Why are we stopping here?" she asks, a hint of fear in her voice. She's all I can hear, all I can smell, all I can see. Touch and taste are begging to join the party. When I close my eyes, I see her at the table with another man, smiling at him, laughing with him. Would she have gone home with him if I hadn't shown up, fucked him? "You were partially right," I breathe. "No one else can have you." But I still want her. Her brows pinched together and her full lips are parted in an angry pout. "What are you doing, Mikhail?" Before she can say something else infuriating, I grab Viviana around the waist and drag her over the console onto my lap. Something stupid. Chapter 29. Mikhail. Viviana's thighs sink around me like we were made to fit together this way. I drag my hands up her legs, shoving her skirt up around her waist until I can see the pale pink triangle of her panties. "I've dreamed about this," I murmur, "about what I'd do if I ever got between your legs again." "What are you going to do?" "Give you what you want." I slide my thumb under the delicate material of her panties, dipping into the wetness between her folds. "Fuck. I can feel how much you want it. You must like it when I take you from another man. First Trophim, and now..." She shakes her head. "Tommy wasn't..." I band my hand around her throat. "Don't say his name. The only name I want to hear on your lips is mine. I want you to scream it." I unzip my pants and free my erection, stroking myself as I touch her. She looks down and swallows hard. "I don't want to fuck you in an alley, crammed in the front seat like teenagers." "No, you want to fuck me on a rooftop. That's what you wanted the other night." I gently scrape my thumb over her clit, and her entire body jerks. "You wanted me to fuck you on top of the world. You wanted the entire city to hear us. You wanted them to know you're mine." Her wide eyes are locked on mine. I feel her pulse thundering against my fingers. "That's why you went out with your neighbor, to make me jealous." "Were you jealous?" she asks, licking her full lower lip. I tease my finger inside of her, dipping in and out of her heat until her thighs are trembling. Should I be? She's panting, grinding against my touch. "He's just a friend. I don't want him." "What about me, Viviana?" I lift her over my cock, sliding my swollen head over the soaked fabric of her panties. "Do you want me?" She stares down at our bodies like she wants to memorize the image. Then, wordlessly, Viviana pulls her panties to the side. Our eyes hold for a single second before I bury myself inside of her. "Mikhail," she whimpers, somehow sinking deeper onto me. "You're... oh God." I grab the clip in her hair and pull it free. Gold waves tumble over her shoulders. The warm vanilla scent of her shampoo fills the car. Your button-up, terrified little neighbor didn't deserve this. I would have killed him if he touched you. She arches her back and curls her fingers in my hair. "He didn't touch me. It's only you. In 6 years, it's only been you." Some dark part of me latches onto that. "Say it again," I growl, driving into her. She looks away, but I grip her jaw and force her eyes to mine. "Look me in the eyes and tell me every man who's been inside of you since it was me. Tell me now." "Only you," she gasps, her body fluttering around my cock. "It's only been you, Mikhail." Viviana hasn't been with anyone since that night 6 years ago. I was the last man to see her orgasm, the last man to spill into her. I don't want there to be anyone else. I'll make sure there isn't. Ever. I curl my hand around her neck and bring her forehead to mine. I look into her hazel eyes as I pump into her again and again. "You're my wife," I snarl. "You belong to me." "Mahil," she gasps, her back arching. I hit a new angle inside of her and she cries out, "You feel so good." She feels perfect. Her body is tight around me. Each stroke is a test of my patience. My body aches to spill into her. I fist my hand in her hair and pull, arching her neck. I press my mouth to her fluttering pulse. "I'm the only man who gets to see you like this, Viviana. I'm the only man who gets to feel you tighten around their cock." She clenches, dragging a groan out of me. "If you want to feel this good, you have to come to me." She nods weakly, her eyes drifting closed. "There's no one else." "There's no one else." I wrap an arm around her lower back and pin her against me as I piston in and out of her until she's screaming. "Please, it's been so long, I need—" She moans, working her body against mine until the car is rocking. Viviana fists her hands in my shirt and looks into my eyes. "I want you, Mahil. Please." I grab her neck and drag her mouth against mine. I part her lips with my tongue and taste the warm, sweet flavor I'll never be able to separate from her. We're too close. I want her too much. My plans and self-control are balancing on a razor's edge. I should pull out and shove her in the passenger seat, leave her to finish herself off, show her what happens when she tests me. But instead of taking my own advice, the thought gives me an idea. "Touch yourself," I growl against her mouth. "Come for me." Viviana slides her hand between her legs, working her clit at the speed of my thrusts. Her breasts strain against the buttons of her shirt. This isn't enough. Fucking her in a cramped car in some random alley is never going to be enough. "I'm close," she whimpers. I need her spread out on the bed beneath me. I need her weight on top of me. I need to fill her from behind, and I need to devour her from below, and I need to feel her cum quivering on my mouth, and... Mahil! I need to take this woman in every way imaginable. "Fuck me," she begs. "Please." I need to see her pregnant with my child. The thought sets off alarm bells in my head, but I can't hear them over the cries tearing from Viviana's throat. My hand slides to her flat stomach as she contracts, pulsing her release around me. The image of her tight body carrying my baby fills my head as I pull her hips flush against my body and come deep inside of her. Viviana drops her head to my shoulder, breathing heavily. Holy shit. I'm still twitching as I lift her off of me and drop her into the passenger seat. She sags into the leather, limp and sated. It's been a long time since I've lost control like that, of my body or my mind. It's been so long since... Viviana's voice fades into a soft chuckle. She starts to grab for the spare napkins Pyotr keeps in the center console, but I swat her hand away. Don't clean yourself up. Leave it. You want me to walk around with your cum between my legs? Why am I not surprised? She bites her lower lip and tugs her skirt down into place. You're a real brute. Only when my wife goes out with another man. She groans. It was coffee with a friend, not a date. Would it have turned into a date if I hadn't shown up? Viviana leans closer. Her makeup is smudged from my mouth and my hands, but her eyes are bright when they meet mine. No other man has touched me in 6 years. You think I'd give it up for Tommy? It's only been you. I strap that thought down so I can interrogate it later, figure out why the fuck this woman gets under my skin. Besides, I wouldn't do that to you. She reaches for her hair clip in the center console and expertly twists her hair up. I made you promise there wouldn't be any other women. That means there won't be any other men for me. Helen hangs like a ghoul over my shoulder. I should really end that engagement before things get messy, but I'd rather lay the seat back and take Viviana again right fucking now. Show her that no other man could ever make her feel the way I do. Instead, I shift the car into reverse. The last thing I need is to cloud my head even more. It's funny, though. She sighs, mostly to herself. I grit my teeth. What is funny? You sat behind your desk this morning and accused me of being needy. And now I'm the one laying claim to her, demanding she never even thinks about another man, let alone touches one. Ironic. 12 hours ago, I was trying to pull away from Viviana and get some distance to clear my head. Now she's in the seat next to me, and it isn't close enough. She'll never be close enough. And, I snap, Viviana smirks. Nothing, I just find it funny, that's all. There's nothing funny about the chaos churning in my head or that, despite it all, I want her on top of me. No, this isn't funny. It's a fucking mess is what it is. A mess I need to get out of now. I'll dump Vivian at home and go clear my head with a run. Just a light, easy half marathon. If my feet aren't numb and bleeding by the time I'm done, I didn't go far enough or fast enough. Next to me, Viviana's stomach rumbles, cutting through the noise in my head. Are you hungry? I ask. Probably because that asshole neighbor took her for coffee when he should have taken her for dinner. She shrugs. A bit. Instantly, I take the next right and head in the opposite direction of home. I know a good place.
Chapter 30. Viviana. Up until the moment we walk through the front door and into the small Colombian cafe on the corner, I'm positive Mihail is going to fake me out at the last second and whisk me away to some secret, fancy restaurant. It would be more believable that a restaurant with 3 Michelin stars exists in some Mary Poppins-like fold between buildings than to think that he is taking me to dinner at a place where you order at the counter. They call numbers here, I whisper in awe as we wait in line. They're going to give us a number on a little piece of paper. I'm aware, he drawls. More people come in behind us. A couple of teenagers laugh and shove each other. Half the tables in the cramped dining room are already taken by families or friends sitting around pitchers of beer. Mihail didn't rent the building out for us. He isn't trying to pay off the rest of the patrons to hurry up and leave. And when the woman behind the counter hands him his receipt and tells him to step to the side to wait, he just nods and shifts over to wait for our food. Huh? You've been here before? It's Raoul's favorite spot in the city. He makes us eat here every time we're in the neighborhood. They have great empanadas. Mihail doesn't want another man to touch me for the rest of my life. Mihail likes empanadas? I gather up the random scraps of information and tuck them away like a squirrel hoarding acorns for winter. I don't know when Mihail is going to shut down again and pull away, so I have to get as much of him as I can while I'm able. A man calls our number, and Mihail grabs a plastic tray with our plates on it. He places a hand low on my back and directs me to a table. I sit down on a pea-green vinyl chair and pray the mess between my legs isn't leaking onto my skirt. I forget all about it, though, when I take a bite. Holy shit, I moan. This is incredible. I told you. I wave my empanada in the air between us. Is this how you apologize for 3 days of silent treatment? If so, feel free to ignore me more often. I could never ignore you. He rasps around a bite. Then Mihail lowers his empanada and looks me in the eyes until my knees feel a little shaky. This is how I apologize. I'm sorry. I push through the shock and give him a silent golf clap. That was very evolved of you. Night and day from the brute I was just in the car with. He rolls his eyes. I'm not sorry about what happened with your neighbor. I'm sorry about Dante. I shouldn't have disappeared on him. It was wrong. I can own that. Oh, I breathe quietly. Why did you? You two come as one.
It's hard to ignore you and still see Dante.
So you were ignoring me. I knew it.
Trying, he admits, eyes narrowed. Next time it happens, I'd suggest getting my attention in a way that doesn't endanger the lives of innocent civilians. I was about to burn that coffee shop to the ground.
Why? Is this about pride? Maybe Mihail only cares if I'm out with Tommy because of how it would make him look if his wife was openly dating other men. Or maybe Mihail can't handle the idea of me being with another man because he is desperately in love with me. Might as well go look for that universe tucked inside Mary Poppins' bag because, once again, that is more likely. As much as I don't want to confront this particular ache in my chest, I can't stop myself from towing close to the line. You accused me of liking this possessive side of you, but I think you might get off on being possessive. I take a bite of empanada. With Mihail's eyes on me, it tastes like sawdust. I wasn't even your fiancé the night you burst into my bridal suite to save me.
I wasn't there to save you,
Mihail corrects sternly. Right, I forgot. You just so happened to show up the night before my wedding to overthrow your brother, even though you could have beat him down and stripped the signet ring off of his hand at any point in the prior 6 months. He spent more than enough nights drunk off his ass and defenseless, believe me. You had plenty of opportunities. He sighs like an exasperated parent. I should know, I'm fluent.
At the risk of you throwing yourself at me in gratitude for saving you.
No risk of that, I lie.
I will admit that one of the many reasons I chose to eliminate Trophim on that night in particular was because I didn't want to damn you to a life tethered to him.
Okay. I might be more grateful for that than I'll ever be able to fully express. So I don't bother. I'm just glad you can be honest. You were there to save me that night.
I wanted to stop my brother from making an alliance with a powerful mafia family before I could take control from him.
Mihail explains haltingly.
And I also thought it might be nice of me to do it before the wedding so you wouldn't feel obligated to follow him into his likely exile.
I wince. I didn't even think of that. My father definitely would have tried to force me to go.
Then you'd be dead too.
Mihail says it under his breath, but I still hear him. My heart jolts. Dead? He studies me for a second, making a decision. Then he nods.
Trophim is dead. Has been for a while, apparently.
I can't even pretend to enjoy my food now. I drop the other half of my empanada on my plate and wipe my mouth with shaking hands. Do you know what happened to him? How it happened?
Nothing definitive yet. Raoul and Anatoly are working on it, but he was cremated before there was even an autopsy.
So there's no way to figure out what happened?
A retired detective who works the scene mentioned some hair tie or clip or something tangled up in Trophim's sheets. They think there was a woman there with him that night.
A woman? I feel nauseous. I suddenly wish I hadn't eaten a single bite.
What's the matter, Viviana?
Mihail leans forward and I freeze. I can't move, can't breathe.
Don't tell me you're jealous of the woman my brother was fucking.
A shaky laugh huffs out of my tight chest. God, no. I just hope the woman got out of there okay.
I'll let you know when I find her.
You're looking for her? Why?
Because she may be the last person to have seen Trophim alive.
My heart is wedged firmly in my throat. You think she killed him?
Or she knows who did.
Mihail shrugs.
It's worth looking into.
Why, though? I blurt. I mean, you exiled him. Why look?
He's my brother.
The brother you exiled. The brother who killed Anatoly's mother and treated everyone like shit. I don't want to be harsh, but who cares if he's dead? Forget crossing lines. I'm burning them. I'm eradicating lines and dancing on the other side of decency. Of course, Mihail doesn't mind.
He is associated with the Bratva. If someone killed him, I want to know why and make sure it has nothing to do with me and mine.
He sits back, a smile playing on his lips.
But I had no idea you were so ruthless. You really hated Trophim, didn't you?
I didn't hate him, okay, yes, I hated him. I admit. But only because Trophim represented all of the worst parts of this world. He was heartless and brutal for no reason. He only cared about gaining power, and he didn't care who he crushed on his way to the top. Men like him are why I didn't want Dante living in it.
What about men like me?
Mihail asks with surprising softness.
I got rid of Trophim. I protected you, but you still didn't want Dante in my world.
It was more complicated than—
He was my son, and you knew that,
Mihail interrupts.
Did you think I would hurt him?
We haven't talked about why I kept Dante away from Mihail. Not really. Not at length. If the other option wasn't talking about Trophim, maybe I would try to change the subject. I didn't know what you would do, I tell him honestly. I barely knew you, Mihail. I saw you around at a few parties. Then you burst into that bridal suite the night before my wedding and told me you were bad. You looked me in the eyes and said that you weren't going to be good for me. What was I supposed to think?
He is my son.
Exactly. Your son. The son of the new Novikov Pakyan. But I didn't want that for him. I still don't. I tug my lower lip into my mouth, trying to find the words. It's not about you anymore. I know that you're going to take care of him now, but you can't stop what's coming for him, his future.
I don't want to stop it, Mihail declares proudly. Everything I'm working towards right now, I'm going to pass on to him. He's going to carry on my family's name.
The thought weighs heavy in my chest, but I understand. I do. Mihail is proud of what he's done, and he wants to share it with his son, with our son. But not yet. My voice breaks in a plea. Right now, he's a little boy. I want him to be a little boy. Mihail's blue eyes make a slow study of me.
That's why you're the perfect mother for my child, Viviana.
My heart stutters, and I have to remind myself. He didn't say perfect woman or perfect wife.
We balance each other out, he explains.
Does that mean you agree to give him more time to be a normal kid before all of the Bratva training?
It's not like I'm shipping him off to boot camp.
The corner of his mouth twists upward wryly.
Marriage is about compromise, isn't it?
Just a few months ago, and for the last 6 years, I had some image of Mihail in my head, some idea of the man he was, but nothing I imagined could have come close in doing him justice. You're different than I thought you'd be, I find myself murmuring. Nicer.
What did I tell you about falling in love with me, Viviana?
I laugh, but the idea isn't as ridiculous as it was the day we got married. Would that be so bad? My face feels warm, but I say it casually. It's just a thought, not something I'm going to turn over and over in my head while I toss and turn in bed tonight. I mean, if we're going to be married, we might as well try to be happy.
Which is why you can't fall in love with me.
There's a hard edge to his voice now. He gathers up our plates and piles them on the plastic tray. You really think love makes people unhappy?
I think letting your emotions dictate your life is the quickest way to losing control. And I have no interest in losing control.
He walks the tray to the trash can, dumping the food and stacking the dirty tray on top of the others. On the way towards the door, he casually slips a $100 bill into the tip jar. I'm not sure Mihail will ever let me close enough to understand exactly how he operates. Maybe that's for the best. Sometime in the last half hour, it started raining. Pouring, actually. Rain pounds on the red awning above the door and flows down the pavement in sheets. Without a word, Mihail slips out of his jacket and slides it over my shoulders. It smells like mint and citrus. I pull it tighter around my shoulders, even as I ask, "What about you?"
It would take far more to hurt me.
His eyes dip to the neckline of my white shirt for a beat before he turns back to the deserted sidewalk. Then he grabs my hand and pulls me after him.
Come on.
We run out into the rain, and instantly I'm soaked. Rain drips down my back and over my eyes. If my makeup wasn't already ruined from what we did in the car earlier, it would be destroyed now. Mihail's jacket is heavy and waterlogged. It hangs down into my eyes until I can't see. Maybe that's why I don't notice Mihail stop on the curb. I'm staring down at the ground as I jump over the overflowing gutter and into the street. Then, headlights blind me. A horn blasts. A car hurtles toward us. I don't have time to react or panic before Mihail yanks me back. I smack against his hard chest, his arm banded around my back like iron. His jacket has slipped down around my shoulders. Rain pelts my face, plastering my hair to my face. But I barely feel it. Mihail is breathing heavily. His eyes are wide. He strokes a warm hand over my cheek, brushing wet strands of hair from my face.
You almost died.
He says it so softly I'm not sure how I can even hear it over the pounding rain, over my pounding heart. But you saved me. It's becoming a trend. Mihail saving me. I could almost get used to it. His thumb presses gently to the corner of my mouth, and I turn towards it. I exhale against the calloused pad of his thumb, pressing the barest of kisses there. His arm tightens around me, pinning me to his body. What are we doing? I breathe. The question shatters the moment. Mihail jerks back, putting a safe distance between our bodies. But as he looks both ways to make sure no more cars are coming to splatter me against the asphalt, I hear him whisper a confused response.
I have no fucking idea.
Chapter 31. Viviana. He didn't use a condom. The realization should have hit me sooner. Preferably in the moment before I pulled my panties to the side and practically begged Mihail to fuck me in a cramped car parked in some random dirty alley. But no, I never even considered the consequences. This is what happens when you spend 6 years getting orgasms from various battery-operated devices. Toys don't have sperm. Toys can't get you pregnant. Toys can't seduce you with their gravelly voices and calloused hands until your brain is mush and your body is on fire. But Mihail can. Case in point, the 5-year-old boy sleeping across the hall. The last thing I need in my life right now is another Bratva baby. No siree. I scrub my loofah between my legs a little harder, like that might undo what we've done. When I get out of the shower, I'm sore both inside and out. I debate leaving this one to chance. Surely I won't get pregnant after one time, right? Then I once again remember the 5-year-old boy sleeping across the hall, pull on my big girl panties, and text Stella. I have a feeling she'll be more discreet about it than Anatoly or Raoul would be. This is no big deal at all, but if you could pick me up some plan B if you're out, that would be great. No pressure, thanks.
No problem.
She texts back a minute later. No follow-up questions, no nosing into my personal life. I knew I liked her. 30 minutes later, there's a soft knock at my door. I answer it, expecting to find Stella on the other side with a nondescript paper bag. We'll exchange it without a word, like we're making an illicit drug deal, and then never speak of this again. Instead, I find an entirely too amused Anatoly leaning against the doorframe. Someone had some fun after I left today, huh? He waves the box under my nose. I snatch it out of his hand and try to close the door, but he wedges it open with his foot. Sorry, but the delivery boy needs a tip. Here's a tip. Remove your foot from my door before I chop it off. He snorts and pushes his way into the room. I'm still standing by the door as he flops onto his side on my bed, his head propped up on his beefy arms like a gossiping girl at a sleepover. Tell me everything. Or I tell you nothing and you leave. He pouts out his lower lip. If you keep treating me like this, I'll start thinking you don't want me around. I'm glad you're finally picking up all my subliminal messaging. It's not true. Anatoly is the closest thing to a friend that I have in this house. Unfortunately, he's also Mihail's brother, which is wild to think about. Anatoly's mother must have been a real fun-loving gal because he certainly didn't get his temperament from his father. You and Mihail are perfect for each other, he complains, rolling onto his back. Neither of you want to tell me anything. Curiosity gets the best of me, and I softly close the door. You talked to Mihail? I tried when you guys got back. He wasn't in a chatty mood. The drive home was silent. Mihail didn't say a word. Just like the last time we kissed, he shut down and pulled away. The difference was, I didn't have anything to say either. Has Mihail ever been chatty? No, he grumbles. Especially not after he's been with you. Even after my very abrasive shower, I can feel Mihail's body against me. The way he stroked my face after he pulled me out of the road. I can hear the torment in his voice as he led me to the car. What are we doing, Mihail? I have no fucking idea. I blink and realize Anatoly is staring at me. His smirk is gone, replaced with something more pensive. I twist away from him, opening and then closing a drawer I don't need anything out of. I doubt his mood has anything to do with me. Bullshit! You two are so wrapped up in each other, it's ridiculous. Take that, for instance. He gestures to the box of emergency contraception in my hand. You literally can't keep your hands and other body parts off of each other. But when I come asking, no one knows a thing. Nope, nothing to see here, just incontrovertible evidence of spontaneous, unprotected sex. Or maybe it's just none of your business, I snap. How did you get this anyway? I texted Stella. And Stella texted me, he says casually. She knew I was out, so she asked me to pick it up on my way home. I got some suspicious looks from the pharmacist, let me tell you. Stella could have at least pretended it was hers, I mumble. Except I know she isn't seeing anyone. People can have sex without being in a relationship, I argue. You should know you've done it hundreds of times. Yeah, but that's me. Stella is different. Anatoly frowns like something is only just occurring to him. Then he shakes his head, clearing it away. Before she even explained, I knew that little delivery was for you two lovebirds. How was it? Explosive, magical, like a fairy tale? This little delivery should be all the sign you need that whatever happened between Mihail and I wasn't a fairy tale moment. It wasn't a happily ever after, it was a stupid mistake, one I plan to rectify. I tear open the box and rip through the silver pill pack. Would it be so bad? Anatoly asks softly. I said the same thing to Mihail at the restaurant. Would it be so bad if I loved him? If he loved me? Mihail's response is still fresh in my mind. It's easy to parrot it back to Anatoly. Letting your emotions dictate your life is the quickest way to losing control, and I have no interest in losing control. Swallowing the pill feels like trying to swallow a rock, but I chase it with a long drink of water from the bathroom sink. When I walk back into the bedroom, Anatoly is shaking his head. I think it would be nice. Dante would love to have a sibling. Dante doesn't know what he wants, I spit. He's a little kid. It's why I never wanted him in this world in the first place. I want him to have a choice, to be able to decide his future. Here, it's all laid out for him. It wasn't for Mihail. I frown. What does that mean? Mihail was the second son, the spare, but he rose up and took what he wanted. Dante could do the same thing. Fuck knows you and my little brother are both stubborn enough. I'm sure that will rub off on Dante. Nothing is predetermined. I lean against my dresser, suddenly exhausted. If you think reminding me that the father of my child overthrew his own brother so he could become the Pakyan is going to make me feel better, then I'd suggest never trying to make me feel better ever again. What I'm telling you, Anatoly sits up, hands folded in his lap, is that Mihail isn't like Trofim or my father or your father. He makes his own path. He always has. I mean, he married you even though he... Even though he what? I press. Even though he could have just taken Dante away. He continues smoothly. He chose to take care of both of you. You're safe with him. I'm safe with him. As long as I stay under his thumb and do what he says. I'm safe with Mihail, as long as he can control me. As long as he doesn't find out how far I was willing to go to stay away from him. That's not safety. That's a ticking time bomb. Even if that was true, it's not a good enough reason to have another baby. The last thing I need is one more person who is counting on me to take care of them. I can try to play this game as long as I can, toe the line, do what is expected of me. But if Mihail ever finds out what I've done, I'll be just like Trophim, a memory and a pile of ash. Chapter 32. Viviana. Faces float out of the darkness like steam, clouds that form and fade away before I can reach them. Mihail, Trophim, my father, Matteo. I sprint away from them, running until my lungs feel like they're going to burst. Every turn I take, another face blocks my path. No matter which way I run, I can't escape. Viviana, a chorus of voices calls from the darkness. Viviana! I clap my hands over my ears, but the sound isn't coming from the room around me. It's in my head. Then I hear Dante's voice. Mama? I open my eyes and he's standing in front of me in his favorite superhero cape. I smile and wave, but he looks right through me. Dante? I kneel down and open my arms to him. I'm right here. He spins in a circle, eyes searching the darkness. Mama! I'm right here, Dante. I'm right. Strong hands grip my shoulders, dragging me back into an even deeper shadow. I try to stay where I am, but there's nothing to hold on to. Dante! I scream as the voices call my name, as countless hands grab onto my clothes and my skin, tearing and ripping at me. But Dante fades into the darkness. I spin around and ghostly pale faces float above me. Trophim sneers. Matteo is weeping blood, red and thick down his cheeks. My father scowls at me. Then they launch themselves at me. I scream, thrashing back and forth to get free. Then I hear my name again. This time, the voice is a deep, soothing rumble. I've got you, Viviana. Strong hands slide under my shoulder blades and lift me out of bed. Put me down, I mumble, still fighting weakly. I'm so tired that I don't realize what is happening until I'm curled against a warm chest, the smell of mint and cedar wrapped around me. I blink my eyes open. Mihail? I'm cradled in his arms, but his jaw is set and firm. He looks angry. Put me down, I repeat. He gives a quick shake of his head. His arms tighten around my body. Mihail carries me down the hall and into his room. His comforter is thrown back like he got up in a hurry. When he lays me down, the mattress is still warm. I'm on Mihail's side of the bed, in Mihail's room. I'm painfully aware that the large t-shirt I'm wearing barely reaches my thighs, but that doesn't matter once I watch Mihail walk across the room to close the door. He's wearing nothing but a pair of black briefs. His body is broad and strong. Muscles ripple with every step. The poetry that could be written about his arms alone could fill several erotic collections. Heat burns down my body, both because of Mihail and his body, but also because he scooped me out of bed and brought me to his room like I was a child. Desire and embarrassment twined together until I couldn't pull them apart even if I wanted to. Mihail slides into bed next to me and I sit up. I can go back to my room. Stay. It isn't a question or a command. It's some strange in-between space. The in-between space where Mihail and I seem to always exist. Why? I heard you crying in your sleep. He cushions his head on his arm and looks over at me. I couldn't let you suffer alone. I want to tell him that I'm fine. I have bad dreams all the time. I don't need anyone to save me. I can save myself. Instead, tears burn hot and heavy down my cheeks. I have no idea where it's all coming from, but the tap is on and I can't turn it off. Without a word, Mihail grabs me by the waist and curls me against his body. He takes deep breaths and slowly my body responds. I inhale and exhale with him until my tears dry and my chest doesn't ache. Until it's hard to tell where my body stops and his begins.
Go to sleep, Viviana,
he whispers against my neck.
I'll take care of you.
I know it's not true. Anatoly tried to convince me of the same thing, and I built an argument against him. But there's no argument in the world that could convince me not to sink into the warmth of Mihail's body. It's been so long since anyone took care of me. So long since there was someone I could count on. I want to count on Mihail, even if it's only for tonight. His arms tighten around me, and I snuggle against him. For the first time in as long as I can remember, I feel safe. I close my eyes and drift to sleep.
Chapter 33. Mihail.
Is bacon made from chicken?
Dante asks as he slips